It's 6 o'clock with your BBC News. I'm Martin Emerson. An Iranian Navy vessel has been sunk by a US submarine in the Indian Ocean. Meanwhile, Iran has continued to carry out attacks in the Middle East today, with missiles and drones shot down as they headed towards countries including Turkey, Israel, Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. A large explosion has been reported in Tehran, where Israel said it had begun broad-scale strikes. Funeral ceremonies for the country's supreme leader, who was killed on Saturday, have been postponed. Our World Affairs correspondent Caroline Hawley reports.
The Iranian regime is being hit around the clock by both Israel and the US. It's in the process of trying to choose a new supreme leader to replace Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. One name in the frame, his 56-year-old son Mujtaba. But Israel has vowed to kill whoever takes over. Iran is still hitting back, though, across the region. This morning, it appears to have opened a new front, firing a missile towards Turkey. NATO shot it down and vowed to stand firmly with its allies against indiscriminate attacks.
A North East travel agent is advising anyone set to travel to the Middle East to rethink their plans. Emirates flights to and from Newcastle are currently cancelled, but some companies are preparing to start bringing British tourists home today. John Dixon is from travel firm Destinations.
Once flights and get through the hubs like Dubai, things will slowly start, but I think people have just got to be flexible and relax and not get too het up over it, because that's not going to help them.
In cricket, Durham's planned pre-season tour to Abu Dhabi has been cancelled because of the current situation in the Middle East. The men were due to travel to the Emirate on Monday to prepare for the forthcoming cricket season, which begins on Good Friday. The women's squad is set to head to the UAE on March the 23rd, and a decision will be made about that tour later. In the meantime, the club is now looking at an alternative pre-season plan for the men. Protesters who targeted an Israeli-owned arms factory in Newcastle have been found guilty of criminal damage. The pro-Palestine group, all in their 20s, staged a rooftop protest at Pearson Engineering for 8 hours. Newcastle Crown Court was told they smashed a sign, sprayed red paint and tipped rubble from a truck. The trio claimed they were trying to stop weapons being used in Palestine. They'll be sentenced next month. Pearson says nothing made in the factory has been sent to Israel. The Scottish Labour MP Joni Reid says she's never seen anything to make her suspect her spouse David Taylor has broken any law. It comes after 3 men were arrested on suspicion of spying for China. The men, aged 39, 43 and 68, were detained as part of counter-terrorism investigations. And a High Court judge has ruled Geordie TV presenters Ant and Dec may have been victims of wrongdoing in deals to buy and sell works by the graffiti artist Banksy. The pair allege someone referred to in court papers as X took secret and unauthorised payments while acting on their behalf during transactions. The court is to now order an art dealer to disclose the details of his trades with X. And the weather for the northeast, it's a nice end to the day with sunshine and mild conditions. Tonight will remain dry, clear and mild with lows between 2 and 5 degrees. And we have another sunny day tomorrow with temperatures between 11 and 14. And that's your BBC Radio Newcastle news.
Total Sport Northeast.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Well, we are in the middle of a midweek Premier League sandwich tonight, and hopefully we can provide for you another vital victory. Newcastle have lost 5 of their last 6 league games, and tonight a resurgent Manchester United come here to St James's Park looking to add to Eddie Howe's problems. How will the Magpies respond after the weekend's defeat by Everton? Does Howe have up his sleeve any tactical or selection surprises? Well, we'll find out soon enough, and we would love to hear your views ahead of an 8:15 kickoff tonight. And of course, we will reflect on Sunderland's victory over Leeds United last night.
Diarra drives it in.
Yes!
Keeper got his body behind it, but it was too powerful, and it rolls off his body up into the roof of the net.
Yes, it was a hard-fought victory with a makeshift team, and it was one of those matches when everybody seemed to be having a moan at the referee as well. Call us tonight with your take on a win, which means the Black Cats now have 40 points with 9 matches still to play. South Shields earned a vital victory over Fylde last night. Gateshead Asikiye, guess what? vital victory over Braintree Town tonight as well. We will bring you commentary of tonight's game here at St James's Park, of course. We'll keep you up to date with everything else that is going on too. We will stay on air until 10:30, so stay with us and indeed have your say on tonight's Total Sport.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
The number, if you'd like to give us a call, we'd love to hear from you, is 0800 234 6565. If you prefer to send us a message, couple of ways you can do that. If you're on WhatsApp, 08000 321 333. Start your message with the letters BBC. Or if you're on text, or prefer to use text, 81333 is the number again. Please start with the letters BBC. Alongside me here at St James's Park is John Anderson, former Newcastle fullback. Good evening, Ando. How are you doing?
Evening, Pridey. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Matthew Raisbeck, our Newcastle commentator, is here as well. How are you doing, Razor?
Hi, Pridey. Evening.
You're reminding me of the two managers now, both Eddie Howe and Regis Labrise. In that, you know, you've kind of quite a frenetic period just ahead of us going on air, so it's a bit like the equivalent of a match. And then, you know, when it comes to talking to you, you're very level-headed, you're very composed. But you only just got us on air with seconds to spare. Brilliant work.
And no one would have known if you hadn't drawn attention to it. And now we've got to be measured and focused, haven't we?
You are, but that's exactly what you've done, you see. Exactly what you've done. Speaking of measured and focused, Marco Gabbiadini, former Sunderland striker, he's always both of those two things. Hello, Marco. You all right?
Who said that?
Were you measured and focused last night when you were watching the game?
Oh no, I was all over the place. Actually, that's not true. I actually thought we would win that game right from the start.
Okay.
I loved it when
you were right.
BBC Radio Leeds guy said, Adam, isn't it? He said, you know, that they hadn't been beaten under the lights for all those games.
Yes, good point. He did say that.
I love stats like that.
Yes,
and we've been unlucky there. We've had the last two visits there have been really similar games in very attritional games, but we just got pipped. But yeah, I think last night I'm glad we won it.
And our Sunderland commentator Nick Barnes is on the show too. Hello, Barnesy, how are you doing?
Good evening. Yep, all good.
Do you enjoy last night's game? Do you enjoy games like that, Barnesy? Lot going on.
They're not the easiest to commentate on, but they're enjoyable in their own way because they are. You know, they're sort of frenzied and frenetic, and you have to have eyes in the back of your head because because Benno and Marco were off on one with the referee, so I was having to marshal them and the game, so it was all.
He was getting a lot of stick. The ref, I felt a bit sorry for him. He was getting stick from the Leeds fans as well.
He was like little boy lost out there.
He got most things right. But he did get a few key things wrong, I have to accept. But it was a very difficult game to referee, I think.
It was, but are we going into this now?
No.
Quickly, go on. No. Okay.
No, we're not.
I'll
we haven't got time now.
Later, then.
Okay.
No,
keep it lit for now. Although Ando's got some questions about the contributions of Luke O'Nien as well, haven't you, Ando? Particularly one contribution.
He's unbelievable.
That's a nice thing to say. He's man of the match.
Who doesn't love a headlock? I know what you're going to say.
How I can understand why the referee took stick. I mean, to be fair, it was only one arm. It was only one arm around his headlock, wasn't it? Yeah.
I mean, it was just a bit. It was a bit Mick McManus, wasn't it? Do you remember those days, John?
Yeah.
The wrestling used to.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
He got away with it. There's talk that his arm wasn't round the neck long enough. But
is that what it? It's got to be. It's got to be a hold, does it? You got.
Yes.
It's got to be a 3-second hold.
Yeah, you can do a throw.
Ask him, ref. Ask him.
So yeah, we'll come on to all.
1,
that.
2. No, you didn't hold them long enough.
There's lots to debate after last night's game, but lots to talk about ahead of tonight's match as well. And decent conditions as well. It's been a sunny day. It's calm. It's probably going to be a bit like Barnesy and Marco were describing last night. It's probably the temperature's going to dip a bit, but good conditions for a game of football, which we're looking forward to, Razor.
This is always a massive fixture. for Newcastle United and the supporters, regardless of the competition, how well either team is doing. But I think tonight it takes on greater importance because of their respective positions and the form that both teams are in. Contrasting form, Manchester United 11 Premier League matches without defeat since beating Newcastle on Boxing Day, and Newcastle United mid-table and a good few results back from where they are. So it's really important in terms of how they try and start a run of climbing the Premier League table, but then you have that element, the fact it's Newcastle, Manchester United, the rivalry, the bitterness, everything that this fixture is about, and also hopefully that great feeling if you win, which Newcastle have done consistently at home against Man United. They've beaten them in the last 3 seasons in the league. Hopefully they can do it again. It would be massive tonight.
Are you the subject of some kind of documentary, by the way?
No, the Newcastle United club content team are filming us as part of a pre-match video. They're getting some of the pre-match flavour at St James's Park. So, yeah.
Which includes your crack.
Well, if it's good enough. So it might not make the cut.
It's up to standard, isn't it, Ando?
Always.
If not, you can step in.
It's team news at 7 o'clock, of course, because it's an 8:15 kick-off. And we discussed it in some detail last night. There's nothing else that you've heard today which makes you think a bit more about what the team might be?
Well, I would expect some changes. What we're waiting on is news about Nick Voltemada, who Eddie Howe said had been ill. Jacob Ramsey, who was unwell at the weekend, is expected to be involved. There's a couple of key positions that could change, and we're talking about the goalkeeper, maybe, possibly defence. Would Sven Botman come back in? He's such a big and important and such a fine player for Newcastle United. And then what do they do in left side of midfield, which was part of the debate post Everton? And then also up front, I would think Anthony Gordon would probably be centre forward again. Maybe Joe Linton and Ramsey either side of Tonali. So yeah, there's a couple of positions I think that we'll talk about. I would expect a couple of changes. And remember, Eddie Howe said yesterday, we heard from him on Total Sport last night, that he doesn't pick players in terms of favouritism. He looks at who's best for each game, and he rejected the idea that he doesn't like dropping big characters, big names.
Well, we'll hear from him a little bit more in just a minute, but this is a big night, Ando, isn't it?
Massive, yeah. As Razor said, games against Manchester United are always got a little bit of niggle about them. They're always a little bit spicy. You would say Manchester United at this moment in time on a great run. Since Michael Carrick has gone in, doesn't seem to be able to put a foot wrong. And when you watch them play, they play sort of counter-attacking game. They invite sides on and then they break, and they break with pace. And they've got good players in forward areas. So it's look, we need to start winning again here. Our home form earlier in the season was excellent. It was really good. We've lost the last 3. We've conceding goals, and that is a big problem. It's not just conceding 1 goal or 2, it's conceding 3 goals in games. If you're conceding 2-3 goals in games, you're giving yourself a mountain to climb, and it's very, very difficult to then actually go and win football.
What you just said there about Manchester United and their approach could be perfect for Newcastle, because we know that they struggle and have done historically, certainly under Eddie Howe in recent years, and particularly this season, against teams that sit deep, that invite them on. And Newcastle, I mean, there was a bit of this at the weekend, wasn't there? Everton were very solid, good shape, lots of crosses that were headed out, blocked, a lot of sideways passing that you talked about in the commentary, Ando. If Manchester United come on to Newcastle, if they are attacking and forward thinking, which you'd expect that they would be given the players they've got and just the way that they do things, hopefully there'll be gaps there in behind. Maybe if you have Elanga and definitely the pace of Gordon, they could get some joy that way. It could be the right type of match for them, albeit against a team that is in brilliant form, top of the Premier League form table over the last few games, or even longer term. 3rd now, Man United, considering where they were with the same set of players. It's been a remarkable turnaround, but it could be the sort of match that suits Newcastle tactically. Let's hope so. And Eddie Howe's always had, I think, for this fixture, a very good plan that the players have carried out well in a winning fashion.
Let's hear a bit from Eddie Howe then. Newcastle have lost their last 3 Premier League matches, of course, here at St James's Park.
Yes, our home form's been rock solid for so long that when you get a blip like we've had currently, it feels abnormal, it feels unusual, it feels not good. You know, it's hurting us. So we pride ourselves on trying to give our supporters what they want, and we haven't been able to do that in recent games. And I think all energy now is towards that, and that's of course Manchester United, which will be a great game for us.
And Eddie Howe is disappointed with the way that Newcastle have defended recently.
Well, I don't think it's all season. Early season we were excellent defensively. We were right up there with Arsenal as one of the best teams in all aspects and all metrics. We've certainly had a downturn in the last sort of 8 games, I would say, probably coinciding with, not making this as an excuse, but some big absentees in our back line, which is don't think's helped us. But also then you have to look at the team we have, and I still think the team we have is a very good team that we have to defend better as a team. And so the real focus then is on every player to contribute to that effort.
I'm sure, Ando, that you agree that they do have to defend better. What's the key to doing that?
Better individually, better collectively. As a unit, as a back 4, we were solid. 2 centre backs were solid. Full backs were solid. We were difficult to get at. They got a little bit of protection from players in midfield. Don't think they're getting that protection now, so we're pretty easy to get at. You look at the Everton game where you work so hard to get yourself back into it, and then within the space of 2 minutes you're behind again and you're chasing it, and then you get yourself back into it again, and within 50 odd seconds, 60 seconds, you're behind again. You can't keep doing that. You've got to defend better. We've got to be switched on. Our concentration has got to be better. The last 2 home games here against Brentford and against Everton, we've conceded 3 goals in both of them. And as I say, if you're going to do that, that's not going to win you football matches.
One of Newcastle's key defenders, Dan Burn, has just been in conversation with Steve Howie on the touchline here as Dan Burn arrived, and Steve Howie out on the pitch with the officials.
Another key Newcastle defender.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Howie.
I'm not sure that conversation would have helped him much ahead of the game. I don't know. But indeed, yes, a key defender of the past, talking to one of the present there. I don't know what that conversation involved. I'd love to know. But let's hear a bit more from Eddie Howe. This is Newcastle's 46th match of the season. Manchester United, of course, aren't in Europe, so this is only their 30th game in all competitions. And Eddie Howe has been asked how Newcastle can cope with the demands of the Champions League and domestic football, and if it's impossible to have success on both counts.
I don't like the word impossible regarding what we can achieve, because I think that then gives everyone a way out and an excuse, really. I think it's difficult. Our schedule this season has been, when you compare it to 2 years ago, the schedule 2 years ago now seemed easy. When you look back in hindsight, with obviously the extra games in the Champions League, we've gone deep into the cup competitions. It's put a real stretch not only on our sort of resources of players available to us to select, but then the energy levels and the sort of the peak physical condition for every game that the players have gone into. No doubt players have gone into games tired and fatigued, and maybe just 1 or 2% off, and that's all you need at this level to not deliver your best. I think we've been slightly unlucky with a few injuries that have really impacted us, and you look, we've got 5 defenders out injured at the moment, and that's tough for any team to absorb, especially when you're playing every 3 days. So I don't think it's impossible, but I think it's difficult, and you need a bit of luck that probably we haven't had.
Yeah, and a lot of Premier League teams, and I think, how many of them are in European action this year? It's pretty much half of them, isn't it, roughly? So it's Newcastle aren't the only ones, but I guess having the cup runs that they are having or had in terms of the League Cup adds to the number of games as well. And when you compare, as we did there, the sheer number that each of these two sides have faced, well, that has to have a relative impact on both clubs.
Yeah, the amount of games that you play, of course, it's going to have an impact. But you would sooner be in them than not in them, Pridey. You want to be in these competitions. You want to be challenging. You want to be going deep into them. We got to the semi-final of the League Cup, still in the FA Cup, still in the Champions League. You want to be in them. You know, it's great for supporters. It's great for players. You know, players love the fact that you're going deep into these competitions. But it does take its toll. You know, you're not getting the break. You're not getting the rest. It's playing, resting, recuperating, and then playing again. So there's not a great deal of time on the training ground, but you know, players would sooner be playing in these competitions than not, you know, because Champions League, you don't know when you're going to get those opportunities again, you know, and you want to be involved in cup competitions. You want to be taking them seriously. You want to see that the club have ambitions of trying to win it, you know, so I said last night, you know, we could play as many as 60 games this season, but you know, that's great. You know, it's great for the club. It's great for players. The only thing you would say is that we haven't really got the depth of squad.
Can't really compare with the other Champions League teams.
No, we haven't got the depth of squad to really
Spurs
be
maybe
able
the other
to,
squad that struggles, but
yeah,
as we've seen,
Spurs struggle if they've got a squad or not. But you know, it is what it is, and you've got to get on with it. But as I say, you most definitely would sooner be in it than not be.
Well, Manchester United, they don't have a great record here, Razor, do they? But they are flying under Michael Carrick right now, so they're going to be tough.
Yeah, I wonder whether he will get the job permanently, because he's there until the end of the season, having replaced Ruben Amorim after a short caretaker spell for Darren Fletcher, and their results have been excellent. Some big wins. They had a derby victory, and at the weekend they came from behind at home against Crystal Palace and picked up another 3 points. As we mentioned earlier, they are in the Champions League places, third at the moment, just ahead of Aston Villa. So yeah, then they don't have European football to contend with, but they'll almost certainly have it next season after this brilliant run. I think you look at the players they've got, particularly in attack, with Brian Mbeumo and Mateus Cunha, two of their big summer signings, and the other, Benjamin Šeško, a player Newcastle tried to get, has started to score goals, and he scored some very well taken goals as well. And you do wonder how things would have been if he was wearing black and white rather than the red of Manchester United. But I think you can only admire the way that they've played and the results they've picked up, and this is definitely a much tougher fixture than it would have been a couple of months ago. Having said that, Newcastle went to Old Trafford on Boxing Day, and quite how they lost that game, in fact how they didn't win, I still don't know. You've got to score, and Man United scored a brilliant goal. Newcastle battered them but couldn't score. Back to XG, Ando, which would have been pretty high for that game, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, they couldn't find the back of the net. It was a real disappointment, real frustration, because they should have won there again, and that was in a period when Manchester United was struggling.
Okay, Razor, thank you very much indeed. Team news at around about 7 o'clock this evening, so we'll bring you that when we get it. But of course, you might like to speculate as to what the team will be, what Eddie Howe can do to try and reverse Newcastle's Premier League fortunes. Do get in touch, give us a call. 0800 234 6565 is the number. Razor's off now, pursued by the cameras following his every move, and you can also send us a WhatsApp 08000 321 333 or a text 81333. Start all your messages please with the letters at BBC. Lots to get our teeth into after last night's game, so we'll do that next. The time now is 23 minutes past 6.
Matt Bailey at breakfast. Christine, when did life move in slow motion for you?
I was on my way to take my mum to hospital, and there was a white van coming the opposite way, but it was on my side of the road, so I had to swerve, and next thing I knew, I was upside down in the ditch. So I rang my mum and I said, Mum, I'm sorry, I've had a crash upside down in the ditch, I won't be able to take the hospital. And she said, oh, I'll have to ring the hospital and cancel my appointment now.
No mention of, like, how are you? You've rolled your car.
She wasn't happy at all, bless her.
Matt Bailey at breakfast. Weekdays from 6. Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
And this is Total Sport on BBC Radio Newcastle. Sunderland then travelled to Leeds knowing that a win would take them to that sacred 40-point total in the Premier League. They played with, it's probably fair to say, a depleted team, but they had enough about them to upset their hosts.
Alderete chips one up into the
he's onside, he's onside.
Stays down, and Mienda's shot.
Now he puts his flag up.
The flag comes up. It's left here as the ball powered in by Stack is just turned around the post by Elborg. Calvert-Lewin, he turns, leaves it for Stack. Aaronson's trying to tee up a shot.
Block.
It's blocked. Bogle drags his shot well wide. Swung in quite high, and it's Ballard with his header onto it, but it's headed away in the far post. Stack curls this towards the far post. It's headed in by Rodon, I think. Stuart Atwell saying, wait, and Rodon could well be offside.
Offside.
And it's offside. It's rolled off. There's a push on the back of Lefebvre.
That's a foul, man.
But play goes on. Wilson Isidore tries.
Handball, that's handball.
Handball in the penalty area.
Yes, that's handball.
It's rolled off his hand.
No, he's used his arm. He's used his arm to move the ball. It's a penalty. That's got to be a penalty.
I've got two referees beside me now, Marco and Benno. So it is a penalty.
I was on my way out.
And they're showing the replay on the big screens, which is leading to fury from the Leeds fans. But it is a penalty to Sunderland. Leeds fans are furious. Habib Diarra steps back a couple of yards. And Sunderland, can they take the lead from this penalty kick? After the handball by Ethan Ampadu. Diarra drives it in.
Yes.
Keeper got his body behind it, but it was too powerful, and it rolls off his body up into the roof of the net, and Sunderland lead by a goal to nil. Breaks though from Demecha. He squares it into the centre to Bogle shoots low, straight at Elborg. Demecha in the area on the right. Daniel James rolls the ball right across the face of goal. Ampadu's going to take another long throw. Here he comes. The Welshman arcs back, and it's up onto the head of Viol of Strauch. It was Strauch's header straight into the hands of Elborg. Full-time whistle's blown. Sunderland win by a goal to nil.
What a huge result that is, by the way.
With the changes that Regis Lebris made. 40 points.
Against Leeds, tough place, really intense, big crowd, big atmosphere. It was a big opportunity, and the lads did really well because finally we won.
Yeah, Marco, it wasn't particularly pretty, was it? But it was an intriguing game in many ways. And yes, Sunderland came out on top. They got 40 points.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the most belligerent performances I've ever seen from a football team. It was, they tried, they did everything. Some of it wasn't pretty, some of it was a bit controversial. But actually, the main thing was that the amount of tackles, the bodies on the line, the blocks, the bravery to actually also, when you win it back, to try and play yourself out of corners and in tight areas didn't always work, but it meant that you had a breather and you got possession of the ball and made them work. It takes a lot of bravery to do all those things. It's much easier to hoof it up the field and just jog up and take the pressure off for a second. So yeah, lots. I thought the manager, his substitutions were early. I think it was 55th minute. I think it was that Xhaka came on and started making a few other changes, and you'd have to say that Leeds left it too late. I think they're sort of attacking. That Calvert-Lewin was doing his best. Their three around him, was it Stark and Aronson and who was the other one? There's one more, but they didn't really get their foot on the ball. They didn't get control enough of the game and hurt Sunderland enough, and I think they left it a little bit late to sort of make changes. But you knew what was coming from Leeds, and then when we saw that 12 minutes of added time, that felt like we were never going to get there.
But get there they did in the end. Barnsley, how was Regis Lebris after that one? Did he remain emotionally consistent?
Yeah, totally. He doesn't get in any sense, shape or form carried away. Even the 40-point mark, which you'd think might be after all the talk all season about let's reach 40 points and then we know we're going to be safe, and even that it has sort of moved on to 43 points, and he just doesn't let himself get carried away. There's a little bit of emotion on the sidelines during the game.
We're quite close at Leeds to the benches, probably as close as any stadium you get to. Well, maybe not Bournemouth, but quite a lot of. did you think he was a little bit more animated last night? I don't know whether I'm used to seeing from the top of the Stadium of Light where you don't get to see much of it. I just felt he was really involved in the game last night, more than he usually is. And whether it was that, get that 40-point barrier that they were aiming for, or just how he was trying to transfer, as I said earlier on, that belligerence into his team from himself. I don't know. Was he a bit different, or is that normal?
I think, watching him, I thought there were a couple of moments when he was urging the players to push out, or he was waving players on, but no more than whistling. I'd say that was about par for the course for Regis. I don't think he got particularly demonstrative during the game. That was about I'd say about par for the course for him.
We're going to hear from him in a little bit. I want to talk about Luke O'Nien though first, because there's lots of reasons to do so. Ando wanted to talk about him. He's gone off for his cup of tea now, but he was he started his first Premier League game, didn't he? He was captain. He got booked for a rather bizarre incident, kicking a second ball back into, further into the field of play. He was perhaps a little bit fortunate not to concede a penalty. He was named player of the match. Just a typical night for Luke O'Nien, I guess.
Well, we thought he was going to get a very stern welcome from the Leeds fans after some of his incidents in the last few games, but he did the same. He just spent the whole evening winding them up, whether it was nicking a few yards on a throw-in, or feigning a little bit of injury, or just stretching the time. But look, he was pretty awesome. He had a tough task. He was up against a lot of pace on the wings that they have, but he came through it. But he does seem to get away with stuff. I mean, he's not the only player. There are players. We were talking about Canati the other week against Sunderland. There are other players who do get away with this stuff, and I think the referee did him a huge favour last night, because right from the start, the referee just didn't seem to. He didn't want to give too many free kicks. And then he also wasn't, his ratio of yellow cards to free kicks was quite low. So it meant that the players then, as I often say, they gauged the scale. And, we had 30-odd free kicks last night, which is a lot for a Premier League game. And, but that played into the hands of people like Luke O'Nien.
It's interesting because watching... At the weekend, we were driving back from Bournemouth, obviously listening to the Manchester City game at Leeds. Pep Guardiola, when I saw the highlights on Match of the Day, he's on the pitch, he's in the fourth official's ear, he's everywhere. He's makes himself a real nuisance, and no actions taken. Daniel Farke wanders onto the pitch at the end of the game, a couple of yards, and gets a red card. And I just think that it's a little bit like Luke O'Nien. He pulls out all this trickery and nonsense and so on, but it's someone else who picks up the cards and not Luke O'Nien. And
I wonder why that is.
There's obviously clearly, I don't know whether they get in the referee's psyche in the sense that they can have a joke. I mean, I noticed at one point last night, Luke O'Nien got caught by Nonto in the thigh, and he walked away as though he'd been shot. And then the arm round Nonto, and the both of them were sharing a laugh and a joke about it, because he clearly wasn't hurt.
And he had a smile with Sean Longstaff as well, when Longstaff was nicked the towel,
So he makes himself in so many ways endearing, I think, and I think that's how sometimes that's how they get away with it.
Maybe.
I mean, and the irony is that the biggest, the hardest knock of the evening, I think there was another one where Nonto went sort of past him, and it was Hot Nonto's hip, I think, that went into his head, right into his nose, and smacked his nose. And actually, that was a real injury in a game of quite a few dubious ones.
Which actually Nonto got a yellow card for, and I thought it was a bit unfortunate, because it was an accident.
A bit unfortunate. It was accident, but they're nasty then when it's a hard thing straight in your mush, and but actually he didn't roll around like some players would. He actually sort of said, "Well, I'm too tough for this. I'm getting up," and he got up and carried on from that incident. So yeah, I think that's the kind of thing that you're talking about. He's so unpredictable and such a wild card. It's fun to watch at times.
Sunderland fans, get in touch about Luke O'Nien tonight. Let us know your thoughts on his contribution. Let's hear from Regis Lebris, Barnsley. Then what was he saying after the game?
Well, quite interesting, isn't it? Sunderland have gone winless in 17 previous Premier League games played in March. Last time they won in March was on March 24th, 2012, when they beat Queen's Park Rangers 3-1. So quite
they haven't been in the
significant.
Premier League for most of that time.
But even so, it's still 17 Premier League games on the bounce. So I think that's still a significant number. So a couple of important factors last night. Firstly, reaching 40 points, and secondly, a first away win since October.
Yeah, really important. It means a lot. Before the game, we had this conversation with the players. Our first target of 40 points was reachable today, and against Leeds, tough place, really intense, big crowd, big atmosphere. It was a big opportunity, and the lads did really well because finally we won.
So let's go on. Let's hear a bit more from him, because I know he's been talking about that 40-point total as well, Barnsley, that he's been mentioning. Every time you've asked him about staying up and targets through the season, he's always talked about that.
It's always been, it's always going to be 40 points. It's been reached now, so what next?
A new target, 43, then 46, etc., etc. With 9 games to play, we can be ambitious. And the next one will be Brighton at home. We'll have the FA Cup before, and we want to go strong.
Well, Benno, after the match last night, Marco, he was very much about looking up now and seeing how high they can finish, and he was still talking about potential European qualification. And it's almost like once you do hit that 40-point mark, even though we knew that Sunderland were going to be safe anyway, it's almost like when you hit that, you do start, there's a psychological thing. You think, 9 games to go still. How many points can they accumulate?
Yeah, look, I'm not a big believer in that psychological thing in a way. For me, it's factual. We have been in the top half of the table for the majority of the season, so we've put ourselves in a good position. And look, there has been a little bit of a dip in the average points per game over maybe the last 8 or 9 games, but that's there's reasons for that. They're not excuses; they're reasons. When you lose your most experienced player, I mean, we saw the difference that Xhaka made when he came on last night. I know he controls the game, and I know he talks, and I know he encourages and organises, but some of his touches and the way that he steps into space when the ball's rattling about, and he just seems to get himself on the end of the ball, bring it under control, and play a nice simple pass to set off an attack. And you can be as good as you want as a talker, but he walks the walk as well. And I think missing players like him hasn't been easy. And look, they're dropping like flies at the moment, but hopefully we can keep the momentum. And with people like Luke O'Nien on the fringes, and 1 or 2 of the others as well. I thought Angulo had a good game last night. He was very positive. So that there's lots to look forward to now. But look, I've been optimistic about it all season, because I think we made such a good start. We put ourselves in a great position, and not too much has changed. That we just keep grinding these results out.
Well, we talked about Luke O'Nien's contribution. He was part of a rejigged defence, really, wasn't he, Barnesy?
Yeah, again, because of recent injuries. Mukele being out, Ronaldo being out, Sirkin being out. Luke's first start, one of the man of the match, as you mentioned. Another rejig defence then. Lucheral Hertrauder playing in midfield, and of course Melker Elborg marking his debut in goal.
I think we defended really well, and it was probably the main topic of this game. How did we press, and against a unusual structure, the team adapted really quickly. We were flexible, and if it was long balls against long balls, and after that first contact, second ball, now you have to manage the ball around this area. We had an opportunity to go forward and to be dangerous in the box, and after that it's a question of seizing moments.
How did you feel that setup worked, Marco?
Well, I think they got a lot of stuff right, didn't they? I mean, the balance of the team is always a big thing, and look, that's when you're losing players and you've got players out injured. It's hard to replicate what you had before, but you want players to come in and perform, and I think that's more than anything individual performances. And there weren't too many errors last night, and Leeds were putting a lot of pressure on. There was a couple of nervous moments in the back four when obviously a rookie goalkeeper, and he had a couple of big touches where he just he had to stretch to get to clearances and put a couple of the defenders under pressure, but they worked it out between them because they're used to training with each other, used to working with each other. So when these changes happen, they shouldn't be too drastic. If the quality of the players are there, which it's great to see Luke O'Nien more than anything making his debut in the Premier League as a starting debut. Covering himself in glory really, and coming out as he did the hero at the end of the game. So it was just such a good night.
One of the things I noticed, Barnsley, about Elborg, the keeper, was he looked so young, didn't he?
Oh gosh, he is, isn't he?
He's 22, but he's got a very boyish look about him.
He has.
He's very enthusiastic. We'll hear from him tomorrow night. I spoke with him after the game, but I thought he had a good game. I think early on there was a bit of a shake when Calvert-Lewin got through at one point, nearly intercepted a clearance, but after that I thought he knuckled down. He was claiming balls in the box, punching clear. I asked Regis Lebris how he felt Elborg played.
It was good, really good. Good mentality. Obviously the press was high, intense, so with the ball he didn't have the same knowledge than Robin, but he did well, and it was really good to protect his goal. 2 or 3 important saves, so happy.
What did you think of Elborg briefly, Marco? Because we've got a few more things to talk about.
He looked like he belongs there. He looked comfortable. A couple of nervous moments, which you're bound to have, but luckily there were more. It was more to do with his footwork, and he sorted it himself out. Made a decent save that low in the corner, didn't he? And those sort of late ones where they should have done better leads really, with a couple of headers that they had late on, but he stood up. Sometimes Benno was like shouting for him to come and command his box a little bit more, but I think when you've got so many people in the box in front of you, we have this debate quite often, don't we, where I think sometimes you're better off your goalkeeper just staying where he is and making saves rather than, he's not a Donnarumma, he's not going to come out and clear everybody out of the way. But look, what a start, and his smile at the end was massive, wasn't it? I think he probably doesn't know what's hit him this morning.
And he did go down, didn't he, on 20 minutes, Barnsley?
That's the old tactical thing.
That's happening everywhere now, isn't it?
I've seen it actually brought up quite a bit today on social media, not just the Leeds game, other games, and we've seen it quite a lot lately. A keeper goes down, the players all go across to the bench, it's a team talk, so it's clearly a tactical injury, and it riled up the Leeds fans, understandably. You know what the atmosphere is like at Ellen Road, and they see that happen, they know what's going on, and it just incensed the home fans. But it just leads to the atmosphere.
Yeah, I wonder if that was in a way a negative for Leeds, because it got so, there was so much drama, so much noise, so much anger. Even when the penalty was given, it was as clear a penalty as you're ever going to see in that situation. But, maybe it was difficult for the fans to see on the big screen, because I think they actually saw the first movement, which misses the ball, but it was the second movement that hits it. And they all were so angry. But, we were sat next to the Radio Leeds commentators, and they're saying, well, it's a definite penalty. A few of the fans turning around and asking the question. And I think sometimes, what Sunderland were doing, the tactic in a way, was to wind them up so much that it made it a hostile situation for the Leeds players.
Okay, there are more things from the game to talk about as well. I know Wilson Isidore was commented on a little bit when he came on, didn't look like he was full of energy, and Traore's injury as well. Just briefly mention those, Barnsley, because we've got a lot more to talk about still.
A number of people, including Benno and I last night, I just felt Isidore just didn't throw himself in. He didn't seem committed to the game. Now, there may be a lot going on behind the scenes. I think we know he's unhappy, he's not getting game time. But I did think there was one in particular, ball came out and Carl Darlow chased it out, and I thought anybody else in Isidore's position probably would have beaten Darlow to the ball, but he seemed to just at the very last just ease off. It's just little things, and it just clearly sent a message to me that Isidore wasn't as committed as perhaps he could have been last night. And a number of people have raised that today. But Bertrand Traoré, It looks like a recurrence of his knee injury again. The previous time he had that, when he came back from AFCON, it was 4 weeks out for a month or more. That doesn't look great. Confirmation too after the game that Jocelyn Tarby, I thought at the weekend he'd had surgery. That was confirmed. He's going to be out for 10 to 12 weeks as well. So that's not great news with the other injury news that they've got at the minute, with the 3 or 4 players out. So they are
the lesser spotted,
bare bones.
Lesser spotted Chris Rigg last night.
Yes, indeed.
Well,
he came on.
I mean, Benno felt that he couldn't understand why Talby wasn't coming on. He was to the point he was convinced Talby wasn't even on the bench. But I can confirm Talby was, and I saw him in the tunnel afterwards. But a curious one, because since Riggs had so little involvement recently, that they decided to play Rigg and not Talby. But there have been reasons for that.
And we know who they've got in the FA Cup finally.
Yes, Port Vale, which I think. I mean, the reaction of Regis de Bries when I asked him about it was one of, I think, probably mystified, because I think he hasn't really got a clue who Port Vale are or where they are. But anyway, this was his reaction.
Yeah, we respect both teams in the FA Cup. This round will be complicated, so we have to set the tone with the same mindset, different context. It's always different, but we want to stay strong.
And of course, the man who scored the winner for Port Vale against Bristol City last night was a Newcastle fan, wasn't he?
Yes, Ben Waine, New Zealander. He supports Newcastle United. His mother's from Tyneside. He was signed from Plymouth in 2023. He had a loan at Mansfield, but he's played in New Zealand for Wellington, his hometown club. But yep, he was the hero last night.
Oh, massive! It's that's the pinnacle. That's where, I mean, I don't want to speak on behalf of other people, but most players in the squad would want to be. That's the dream, to play in that league. So to go up against them, test ourselves, and compete, it's going to be good.
Yeah, he's looking forward to it. Okay, anything else you got for us, Barnsley?
3,100 tickets is the allocation for that cup tie for wheelchair spaces. All tickets are print-at-home tickets, be advised of that. Black Cat points went into operation this afternoon, so it'll be interesting to see how many tickets are left for general sale. One suspects not many, if any, but that will be the update for that will be on the club website. £25 for adult tickets. You'll find all the other prices on the website as well. So 3,100 the allocation. VAR will be in operation as well in the 5th round, so that's something to look forward to.
Yes, indeed.
Some fixture changes. Sunderland against Spurs on Sunday, April the 12th now, rather than the Saturday at 2 o'clock. And Sunderland at home to Nottingham Forest on Friday, April the 24th now at 8 o'clock. So just two changes.
I like a Friday night game. Not many people do, but I like a Friday night game.
And finally, Sunderland are going to the United States this summer for their pre-season, and they will be playing Leeds, Liverpool and Wrexham. They'll be playing in Tennessee. They'll be playing in New Jersey. They'll be playing in Pennsylvania as well. But all those games, the kickoff times and the broadcast information will be announced in due course. But again, all details for those on the club websites and social media. So America, again, for pre-season for Sunderland this summer.
Everyone will be going nuts for it after England's World Cup win in the States, won't they?
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
It would be nice.
Okay, Barnsley, thank you very much indeed. As you heard there, you'll hear from Melke Elborg, the Sunderland goalkeeper, on the show tomorrow night as well. If you'd like to have your say, if you're a Sunderland fan, want to talk about last night's match, whether you're a Newcastle fan looking ahead to your game against Manchester United tonight, do give us a call. We'd love to hear from you.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Let's have a chat to Dave then, who is a Newcastle fan. He's on the line now. Hello, Dave. How are you?
Good evening, gents. How we doing?
Hello, Dave. How are you?
Hello, Dave.
Yep, good, mate. Good, guys. Yeah. Friday, I've kind of just got out the car and then come in. Have you had any mention of the great result Blythe had last night?
Not been mentioned yet on the show. You're quite welcome to do so.
Come on, Friday, man. Yeah, fantastic result again for the lads. Worked really hard, and somehow they're getting out of the relegation places. So there's only a few games left, so we've just got to keep going. So good shout out to them.
Well done to Blythe Spark.
Possible job. Yeah. Tonight, John, we've had some positive and negative chats. I can't say I'm very positive, mate. I think Man U were in good form, some good players. got a manager who is just kind of doing the basics, really. And I don't know. I don't know. There's this talk about fatigue, but we just don't look right. I think you're right to point out the goals we're conceding, and that's always a bit of a dodgy sign, I think. I do wonder, John, whether it's got something to do. We've got Trippier, who's been great, but he's 35. Burns on the other side of 30 is a bit slow. Lewis Hall's playing a lot of games. Malik Chow's playing a lot of games. Pope's having a bit of a dodgy spell, as keepers do. It's kind of like a perfect storm, really. Is it because we're not getting protected by the midfield? I don't know. It just doesn't look good for tonight, Matt.
Yeah, look at it from a defensive point of view. I've said this last couple of nights. He's hamstrung really with what he can do. He's got young Alex Murphy. He's got Botman, but that's about it. The goalkeeping situation after the weekend, I have to say I would be tempted to take Pope out and put Ramsdale in. I think the second goal was, from a goalkeeping point of view, was a real poor effort. He should have done better with it. He knows that. So I think he might be tempted to do that tonight. But as far as the rest of the back four goes, I think all he could do really, Dave, tonight is he could take Dan Burn out and put Botman in. And I don't think he'll do that. I don't think he'll take Dan Burn out and put him on the bench and bring Botman back in. I think he'll stick with that back four. I think we've got
to play to our strengths as well, John. I think we've got to use the pace and go forward. I think if he's defensively, you might leave yourself open, but that sideways passing and stuff, I had no answers to David Moyes' tactics, so I think we just need to try something a bit different.
No, the first 20-25 minutes against Everton, we passed it across the pitch, we passed it back. The only one who looked to get the ball into advanced areas and carry the ball forward was Ramsey. I thought he was excellent first half. Unfortunately, had a bit of a sickness bug and didn't appear for the second half. But you're right. Look, the thing is, if you're a midfield player, and I know everybody goes on about stats and pass completion, and players nowadays look at how many times I passed the ball and how many completed passes I did. But if you're a midfield player, surely you've got to take a chance on passing the ball forward. If it doesn't come off, it doesn't come off. But you keep persevering, trying to get it into those right areas for your forward players. And I just felt in that opening 25 minutes against Everton, we didn't do that. We were a little bit better, but Everton did what Everton do. We, especially second half, we got a lot of ball in wide areas and threw crosses into the box, and they were loving it. They were just heading it away, and you can stick this in here all day, and we'll go and attack it, and we'll head it away, and we'll reset and wait for the next one to come in. I think Manchester United will be a little bit different, to be fair. I don't think they're great defensively. I think you can get at them. In saying that, the job that Michael Carrick has done since taking over is, first class. But
it just looks like basics, John.
Yeah, you're right. That all he's done is he's gone in. He's gone to a system that players are happy with and players are comfortable with and players want to play in. He's gone to a back four. He's played players in the right positions. And all of a sudden they've started winning football matches.
It's an easy game, isn't it? Yeah. It's an easy game.
Yeah.
Dave, what's your prediction tonight?
I'm sorry, lads. I'm going for Man U to win 3-1.
Dave. Wasn't expecting you to say that, but okay. Perhaps it's one of those ones when you're talking with your head rather than your heart. But who knows? Thank you very much indeed.
Cheers, boys. You take care.
Cheers, Dave.
Contribution
all the best.
This evening.
Thanks,
a couple
Dave.
of quick messages, and we'll have a chat to the Mackham Cabbie before the news, which is coming up at 7 o'clock. Colombo's been on. Ando. The truth about Newcastle is they beat 10-man Villa, beat a very average Qarabağ and a woeful Spurs. Newcastle are bang average in truth, but given their investment it must be embarrassing, losing the derby as well. They're in a very poor Champions League. and Europe is very poor quality. It even makes Spurs look good, but Europe has disguised how average Newcastle are. Colombo obviously has allegiances elsewhere, but I just wanted to put his points
it sounds like it. I'm sure Colombo would love to be in Europe, whether it's under par this season or not. I'm sure his team would love to be there and competing and playing in the last 16 of it, and I'm sure his team would have loved to have got to the semi-final of a League Cup, but unfortunately, whichever allegiance he's with, his team aren't good enough to do that.
I think this is cue for the Mackem Cabby to come on. Hello, Mackem Cabby.
Hello, how are you doing? And no, good luck tonight.
Cheers, mate.
I don't think there's anything to worry about tonight. 3 points for you, I think
I've got no idea what the Mackem Cabby's saying. I don't know if you have. Make a word of that.
I think that's his cat.
Possibly. We'll try and sort out the line. And I'll do a couple more messages in the meantime. Actually, John's been on. We're going to find out the team very shortly. But John was listening to Eddie Howe's comments, the ones I mean, about how he was asked about whether he's too loyal to players, and he was talking about that, saying no, he picks players on merit. John says, if that is true, the team tonight should be Ramsdale, Trippier, Chow, Botman, Hall, Ramsey, Tonali, Joe Linton, Murphy, Gordon and Barnes. Would Ando agree?
I went last night. I went Ramsdale in goal. I went Trippier. I went Chow. I don't think he'll bring Botman back in. I think he'll stick with Dan Bourne and Hall, Tonali, Joe Linton, Ramsey, and I went. What did I go? I went Barnes on the left.
But I mean, he's talking
Gordon
in terms of what Eddie Howe said. The team he should pick if he's going to be true to what he said.
I have to say I would be tempted to bring Botman back in, because Dan Bourne in recent games looks like he could do with a breather, and that's nothing against the boy, and before people start shouting the ball and it's Dan Bourne. Players need breaks, they need a little bit of a rest. If you've got Botman there, I would be tempted to give Dan Bourne a rest and bring Botman in.
We've got the Mackem Cabby back on hopefully a better line. Hello again.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
That's slightly better, yes.
Yeah. I don't know if you heard what I said before. I just said to Ando, you've got now to worry about 3 points tonight. He'll close that big gap against Sunderland. He'll close it tonight. So I would nothing to worry about tonight.
That's very kind of you. That's very kind of you. I'm not too sure you believe it, but I will take that. Thank you.
Good luck anyway, but he's usually been on right against me.
You didn't get much of a rise out of him. Listen, you haven't got much time, Mackem Cabby. What did you make of last night?
All right, Mark, I'll go there from you. It was a really solid performance, gritty performance. When I seen the starting lineup, to be quite honest with you, I was a bit sort of pessimistic. But they really surprised us with how they performed. And I just thought it was just a very, very clever defensive display. What do you reckon, Marco?
Yeah, I mean, it had a bit of everything. I mean, we had some moments where, I thought when we did get possession that we didn't take the easy option and just, bang it forward, which was sometimes when you've got someone like Broby up there, it's a bit easy to do that. We had to try and keep the ball and play out, and look, Leeds were in our faces as much as we were in theirs. It was a really good tempo of a game. I know there was sort of stoppages and maybe a little bit of, stretching the limits as far as time for throw-ins and free kicks and things, but the action was furious and I just felt that Leeds got talking about you trying to rattle Ando there. I think Leeds definitely got rattled last night, and I think their fans were the first to go. Then the players really lost the plot a little bit, and I think the referee felt a bit sorry for the ref last night. I thought he tried not to, a bit like a derby where you try not to get your yellow cards out too early, but realistically he let too many challenges go, so that you ended up with a bit of a free-for-all, really. That once he'd sort of, there was a real blatant foul on Trey Hume. I think it was just at the end of the first half, or maybe early in the second, and he was flying, and he got sort of pushed and tripped at the same time. And he, you know, it was a yellow card really. There was another one in the first half, like a pull. Someone's shirt got pulled. Usually they're a yellow card, but he just didn't seem to want to get the cards out, which made for, I don't know, more hostility from the fans, especially because every time that Sunderland made a foul, they were so angry and so out their seats and things. But you know, Leeds were doing it as well.
Okay, Malcolm Cabby, before you go, are you confident they're safe now? Because you haven't been till now.
No. Another 3 points, and I think we'll be safe. So I'm not settled yet. No, there's the answer.
All right, wait till it's mathematical. Thank you very much as ever for coming on. The number's 0800 234 6565. I would love to get you on the show tonight. You can send us a WhatsApp 08000 321 333 or a text 81333, starting with the letters BBC.
On the BBC Sounds app, on your smart speaker,
Play BBC Radio Newcastle.
and on your radio.
The sound of the North East is BBC Radio Newcastle.
At 7 with the BBC News, I'm John Collins. An Iranian warship sailing in international waters in the Indian Ocean has been sunk by a US submarine. The US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth made the announcement during a briefing on the war with Iran, which he said America was winning decisively, devastatingly and without mercy. As the conflict across the region continues, a woman who's been stuck in Dubai due to the war in the Middle East says she's now desperate to get home. Vivian Crow and her partner had been due to fly back at the weekend, but nearly all airspace in the region has been closed since the US-Israeli airstrikes. They're due to fly to Dublin this evening, but Vivian from Carlisle says it's all pretty unnerving.
Obviously there's doubts that the plane will take off. Obviously we're taking off into very uncertain airspace. To put it bluntly, there are still drones flying over. Passenger jets are being escorted out at the moment, or that's what we've heard. They have military escorts. It is unnerving.
A man stabbed to death outside a primary school has been named by police. Ali Ashmari, who was 30, was killed in Birmingham yesterday. Officers have arrested a 32-year-old man on suspicion of murder. The boss of the NHS Trust that runs the UK's largest major trauma centre accepts there's an awful lot more to do to improve its maternity services. Both City and the QMC Hospital in Nottingham remain rated as requiring improvement by inspectors. Their concerns are mostly around the safety of mums and babies, working culture and staff shortages. The chief exec of the City's NHS Trust, Anthony May, says he wants to reassure people.
We do value them. We have got their backs. We want to make sure that they are working in a safe and welcoming environment. We want to create the right conditions for women and families. There's an awful lot of things that we are doing to improve culture. I accept entirely the report says that we need to do more.
South West Waters pleaded guilty to supplying water that was unfit for human consumption after an outbreak of cryptosporidium nearly 2 years ago. The prosecution was brought by the Drinking Water Inspectorate after the incident, which left 140 people infected, 4 of whom had to be treated in hospital. Now, it's the time of year when toads migrate to mate, but many of them die while crossing the road, which is why 40 volunteers have come forward to help with the new so-called Toad Patrol. Several of them have popped up across Shropshire. Cat Edwards White volunteers at the newest one of them, which has saved 300 toads inside its first 9 days.
We saw it being advertised and we just wanted to save the toads, so yeah, that's why we're here. It's fantastic, and you get to pick them up, put them in the bucket, take them to the pond. Yeah, it's a good experience to do.
And you're now up to date. It is 3 minutes past 7.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Busy night of Total Sport tonight, looking back on last night and Sunderland's victory down at Elland Road, and looking ahead to a huge game here at St James's Park tonight. Newcastle United against Manchester United. What's the team news? Razor can tell us.
There are a couple of changes One of them is in goal, where Aaron Ramsdale replaces Nick Pope, who is on the bench. And Harvey Barnes comes in. There's no Nick Baltamada. Eddie Howe said yesterday he was ill. So Ramsdale, Trippier, Chow, Byrne, Hall, Ramsey, Tonali, Joelinton, Elanga, Barnes and Gordon. And the bench, Pope, Botman, Wissa, Osula, Jacob Murphy, Willock, Alex Murphy, Shahar, Neve.
Newcastle fans, let me know what you make of that team. I guess the big story is the fact that Nick Pope has been dropped and Ramsdale is in goal tonight, but there's plenty of other interesting or other things of interest in that lineup, so we'd love to hear your views. 0800 234 6565 is the number. You can send us a WhatsApp as well, 08000 321 333. Start your WhatsApp with the letters BBC. Text 81333, again starting with the letters BBC. It is an 8:15 kickoff here tonight, so plenty more build up to come, and we'll hear your views, and there'll be a chance for you to react as well after the final whistle has blown. We'll stay on air until 10:30. We will continue to talk about last night's game as well. Lots of people getting in touch about Sunderland's victory at Leeds United. Quite a few people getting in touch about Luke O'Nien as well, and the various elements of his performance last night. We'll look ahead to a big game for Gateshead tonight as well. They are playing in the National League, a big match at the bottom of that division as they battle to avoid relegation. So we'll tell you all about that and keep you up to date with that as the evening progresses as well. But most of all, we'd love to hear from you on tonight's programme.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And a very good evening to you. My name's Simon Pride. John Anderson, former Newcastle fullback, is with me here at St James's. Marco Gabbiadini, ex-Sunderland striker, on the show as well. First thing to do, Ando, get your reaction to that team.
No real surprises, Friday. You know, we spoke about it, thought that the goalkeeping situation would change. So he's taken Nick Pope out of the firing line and he's put Ramsdale in. Thought the back four would stay the same. That's exactly what's happened. Thought the middle three would be Tonali, Joelinton and Ramsey, which it is. I thought Murphy would have came in place of Elanga, but he's stuck with Elanga, and Anthony Gordon remains playing centre forward through the middle with Harvey Barnes on the left by the looks of it.
Which isn't an ideal situation, no, I guess, is it?
No, it's not. You know, Gordon came in for some criticism after the game against Everton, but he was messed about. He was shifted from pillar to post, to be fair. You know, he started at centre forward, then he went to the left, then he was on the right. You know, the one thing he will do playing centre forward, he will chase, and he will put centre backs under pressure. He will close a goalkeeper down. You know, so his work rate will be there. Obviously Valdemada hasn't made it because of the illness that he's got, not even on the bench, but you know, we'll just look to bounce back from the weekend. You know, we need to start winning games here again. The last three have been bitterly disappointing, but hopefully under the lights it'll be a different scenario.
And he's obviously reluctant, Razor, to start Johan Wissa, isn't he?
Because he's not fully fit, and Eddie Howe's explained this quite a few times. He said that because he missed much of pre-season with Brentford, then got injured at the beginning of September, was out for 3 months, he hasn't had the training time. Players normally have a 6-week pre-season to build up their base level of fitness. Wissa hasn't had that since coming back from the injury to get up to the sufficient level that he needs to be at to play in the Premier League and play for Newcastle United in the way that the manager wants his centre forward to operate. So maybe he got through the first few games on adrenaline. He did score a few goals. He's got 3 goals, but they've dried up, and he hasn't been the player that we saw at Brentford. It's a fitness thing, as the manager tells it. So look, when that gets resolved, I don't know. It might not even be this season.
I was just going to say, Razor, look, if that is the case, well, he's not going to get fit this season.
No.
You know, but he's not going to get any fitter. because first and foremost, he's not playing games.
Yeah, but he can't play games until he's fitter. So it's a catch-22.
Yeah. He had a knock. Newcastle said a couple of weeks ago they took him out for a few games. Obviously, he had some training time in that period to get fully fit or get fitter. But look, clearly he's not at the level. But look, this is my view, is that the front three I like tonight. Barnes is on a spell without scoring, but from open play he is a deadly finisher. Hopefully he'll get back into that tonight. I do like Gordon at centre forward because of the movement factor, and when he's on it, I think he can be really effective, even if he doesn't score, what it can do for other players and the team, and it gives Newcastle more of a look of the Newcastle prior to Isak leaving. And Elanga, if Man United come out and play as we expect that they will do, well, you know, whatever you think of Elanga and the struggles that he's had, his pace will get Newcastle up the pitch, it will get them in, and then they've got to find the quality in front of goal.
Razor, thank you for now. Let's have a chat to Johnny, who's a Newcastle supporter. Evening, Johnny, how are you doing?
Evening, gents. I'm very well, how are you?
Good, Johnny, not bad at all.
You've heard the team then. What are you thinking ahead of tonight's game?
I can't understand why he's starting Elanga. Like, I really kind of, like, I get what Razor's just said about the pace side of things. I completely understand that. But at the minute, it's almost like we're starting with 10 players. And I hate saying that because you want to give players a chance and you want to give players an opportunity. But I don't know what he's seen in the last few games to go, yeah, I'll definitely start you tonight. Like, what did he do against? He had one weak attempt against Everton, but it's almost getting to the stage now. If he wins a corner by getting a cross deflected, it's a good thing. We're paying £55 million for the player to be the difference. You know, we looked at Jacob Murphy's stats last season. He was outstanding. And Langer was meant to be the upgrade. At the minute, I just don't know how he starts. But you've got Ramsdale starting as well. I think that's the right decision. Yes, it's Pope being dropped, but Ramsdale starting is just to say to Pope almost, look, you need to get back to level because we've got a goalkeeper that's at a similar level to you. And I think it's Ramsdale's opportunity now to go, well, I'm going to make this shirt my own, because it's at the end of the season. There's a decision to be made whether or not Newcastle will stick with Ramsdale in terms of bringing him in on a permanent. So this is his opportunity. He's got to take it now.
Yeah, it's interesting what you say about both players, Elanga and Ramsdale. I mean, would you have been tempted to bring Botman back in?
Yeah, I would have gone with Botman today. Whether that, like I say, I don't think Byrne or Chow handled better well at all. But I think there was always going to be the assumption that with Sesko not starting for Manchester United on Sunday, he starts today, that you would have probably maybe brought Botman in to kind of match that a little bit. But I would have brought Botman in because I still think, I don't know if you agree, Andy, I still think Botman's our best centre half at the club.
Yeah, look, I think he's been dogged by injuries, but I think on his day, I agree. I think he's still quality. You know, he's a good defender. I think he reads the game well. I don't think we've seen the best of him. You know, I still think we've still to see the best of him. But I agree with you. I think on his day, he's the best defender that we've got. I think Chow, since coming in, has been outstanding, and the boys played an awful lot of games. And the reason I asked you about Botman was because in recent games, Dan Bourne, look, he's been fabulous. You know, nobody can argue that fact that he's been first class since he came in. But he just looks like he's running in quicksand a little bit. You know, it looks like the amount of games that he's played is catching up with him. So I would have been tempted to take him out and look at, again, nothing about his performances or whatnot, just that he looks like he could do with a breather. Saying that, there's one or two others in there who look like they could do with a breather, but because of this circumstances that we're in, you can't do that. But it's a big one tonight. You know, lost the last three here at St James's, conceded goals, and that's been the major problem for us. You know, we haven't been able to keep clean sheets, and hopefully we'll be able to rectify that tonight.
Yeah, I think it's a difficult one for Howe in a sense, because at this moment in time, you not say it publicly, of course, but the Premier League's probably, I won't say it's the least in terms of his priorities right now, but in terms of the games he's got coming up, obviously the Barcelona one sticks out like a sore thumb, but you've got Man City in the FA Cup 5th round, which is another good chance of say a good chance. It's going to be a tough game against Manchester City, of course it is, but if you get through that one, you're going away from Wembley. Again, it's galvanising the crowds. You're looking forward to a match up again, 2-2. Yeah, that can, give you a bit of momentum. And obviously, you talk about like momentum being so important. That could be the start. But I just think I do agree with you. I probably would have dropped him. I'm not, again, similar reasons to you, Andrew. Not because he's been poor. It's just you need to breathe and you need to remember he's still. At his age, you need to give him that bit of respite. Does that mean that Saturday Botman comes back in for one of them? Yeah. I would imagine so.
Well, it might partially depend on what happens tonight. Johnny, thank you for your thoughts.
Cheers, mate.
Good to hear from you. You've still got time to come on tonight ahead of the game. Remember, it's an 8:15 kickoff. There are some 7:30 games as well. We'll keep you up to date with what's happening in those, of course, throughout the course of the evening. But if you'd like to give us a call, it's 0800 234 6565. Keep the messages coming in as well. Let me do a few more of those now from some Sunderland fans for you, Marco. Mark says, great win for Sunderland last night, although we did get lucky with the O'Nien foul in the first half. Diarra's penalty, by the way, Marco, it was shocking. 9 times out of 10 a keeper will throw his hat on that. I hate the short run-ups and the little skip. What's the point of it? I could see where he was going to put it. Lefay, bar the Panenka, has been excellent and has a much better technique, so Lefay back on penalties, please, says Mark. I think he was waiting for the keeper, and then the keeper went the way that he was kind of going to put it, and so he changed, and he managed to do just enough, really, didn't he? Yeah, he did just enough, but it was still, the keeper probably feels he should have saved it.
I mean, obviously we didn't. I didn't really see too much of the pictures of it, but it looked like it sort of glanced the top of his hip as he was moving, diving to the left. But for a split moment, it looked like it was going to spin over the bar from where we were sitting. But
because it didn't have any power either, did it?
It wasn't. No, and maybe it's one of those scenarios where if it had more power, it might have gone over the bar because of the velocity of the ball and the impact. But I don't know. Yeah, I like Lefay on penalties. Yeah, I think he takes those ones, those sort of rising ones into the roof of the net are the best ones for me, and he seems to have that technique. Yeah, so I'm not sure about Diarra.
Well, Kevin Cranmington agrees that Diarra shouldn't take the next penalty, and Paula in Sunderland says it was an excellent result, though I am slightly worried that Luke O'Nien's antics might have resulted in a red card if he'd gone any further in holding his opponents, and I can't wait to find out what Regis Lebris's target is now that we have got to 40 points, says Paula. And quite a few messages are coming in about Luke O'Nien. I think most people are agreeing that he was a bit lucky not to concede a penalty. He was very lucky not to concede a penalty.
Who knows what the laws are? I mean, it was a strange night for refereeing, because I think at times he looked almost he just didn't know what to do at times, the referee, and they were making decisions sort of almost guesswork in just sometimes the little decisions like deflections for throw-ins and corners and things. I thought they looked a little bit, they got hot under the collar a bit, really. But the one thing that was, which we're always knocking VAR, but VAR got it right last night twice. It did its job last night. I still can't work out why the linesman didn't see the offside for the Leeds goal, because it wasn't close, was it? He was well offside.
Yeah, and again, I guess he's just waiting. But then he can still put his flag up, absolutely, and it'll be, the goal will still be given if he was wrong. So I don't know. I have no idea why he didn't give that, because, as you say, he was quite well offside.
Quite well offside. Yeah. I mean, from the angle we was at, we couldn't sort of see that he was offside. I thought Sunderland's line was quite deep, actually. Me and Benno were sort of saying, "God, that's deep." We're right on top of the goalkeeper, which obviously made it, when it did connect, he had no chance with the ball, but. He was, when you saw it back once, and he was clearly offside. So I don't, the officials, as I said last week, VAR works. It's the people who are working it that are the problem, and so. Yeah, Luke O'Nien, why they weren't referring, who knows what the rules are. Was he holding before the ball was kicked, so that doesn't count? It's all these other issues that are going on, but. players just seem to be taking advantage of it now, and there was a lot of grabbing and holding going on in both boxes.
Let's have a chat to Nick, who's a Sunderland supporter waiting to chat to us. Hello, Nick.
Evening, gents. Evening, Ando.
Hey, Nick. You all right?
How are you doing? Well, going on to that Nuka 9 incident where he's been sort of grappling with the player, it's a bit similar to Declan Rice for Arsenal against Chelsea on Sunday, wasn't it? When
I mean,
Declan Rice seemed to have his sort of opposition play around. I mean, nothing was given there either. And I mean, someone who had the rough end of the officials for the last few games. I mean, I'm still griping that goal that penalty that Fulham got on VAR. To me, that was like ridiculous because there were 4 players offside before even even looking at that. And then
that was a joke. Yeah,
talk to that Barnett. What does they have to do to get sort of penalty? When we were thinking that basically the referee bottled it because it was too early in the game for that penalty, for the play penalty to be given against Bournemouth. And so you could argue that their goal shouldn't have stood because it whirled down his arm. But I think yesterday it was right, and we wound the Leeds fans up. But it was a good, solid away performance. You have to dig in and sort of like. And it's the first time winning that black kit as well, which is a bit of a monkey off our backs.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, a few people mentioned that after the final whistle had blown last night. The curse of the black kit.
Yeah, and I think regarding penalty, it was like, well, it was obviously just above the ground to go off him, but then he had enough time to get in. But I was thinking, my heart was in my mouth as well, thinking, oh Jesus. But I was thinking that possibly if he does save it, he'll rebound back to him. He can do a rebound, but luckily it wasn't necessary.
Yeah, I mean, it was a strange performance from Leeds, I thought, because they looked quite smart and quick, and they were moving the ball quickly, but they just seemed to run out of ideas and end up. Obviously Alderete and Ballard were excellent.
Their shots on goal were very rare. I think they had about 4, if I recall it correctly. So they didn't get much of the post. And I was quite worried about the prospect with the Brand team. I was quite worried what was going to happen. I thought we were going to. I thought it was going to be quite a night for us, but we actually came out of the way very well. I think if we win 4 more games, we get to 4 or 5 more games, and we're still 15 points ahead, then I'll say we're safe. Because that's mathematics.
No, don't worry. We were safe a while back, I think, but I think it's just we're in a wonderful position now where we've got a run of games to the end of the season, and who knows what could happen. I mean, we literally could be in Europe in a few weeks' time. It would be incredible for that to be achieved, but it's actually there for us.
We've got Manchester United and Chelsea. Those are the sort of top tier teams. The rest of the teams are rubbish.
Yeah, I think it's this thing about playing teams in little runs of form. You don't want to play Wolves at the moment because they've just. I think Wolves are in that classic thing where they know they're down in a way, and so they're playing with the handbrake off. There's no pressure in a way.
But do you remember when they won the league, the championship? They were running over the championship, and we were going down, and we beat them on the last day of the season 3-0.
It often happens. Yeah, it often happens. So. Although you're looking at what are the harder games, sometimes at this time of the year, games against like the Spurs and the Forests and the Leeds are going to be the toughest games in the next few weeks because they've got so much riding on it. Yeah.
Okay, Nick, thank you very much. Good to talk to you. Cheers. Good to get you on the show.
Cheers, Nick.
Ollie's been on. Ollie says, hi guys, I went to Elland Road last night and I met Benno, which was obviously a bonus, wasn't it? I reminded him that he presented my Football Cup Award in 1993 for East Harrington Primary School, but he didn't remember.
How dare
he? On Benno.
How dare he?
It's only 33 years ago.
Yeah, I'll have a word with him on Friday night.
Yeah, don't worry about that, Ollie.
Yeah.
Anyway, says Ollie, not the prettiest
Benno
of games.
should know better. You should always lie in those situations.
Yeah. So I remember you. Yeah. No, you were the best player as well. Yeah.
You were that little fellow, weren't you?
That skillful kid, weren't you? Yeah. Not the prettiest of games, but a great win. And thanks for the pick. So Benno must have posed for a pick anyway. So see, he's redeemed himself there. Thank you, Ollie, for your message. And Abs in Washington says, Marco, I think we started the dark arts last night and it's about time. Sometimes you just have to control and win the game. We have been the good boys for a long time. It's nice to be nasty on a few occasions, says Abs.
Well, it hasn't always worked in our favour, and I think maybe there was a turning point with those decisions at Bournemouth, at the weekend where they've gone, monkeys to this. we're not getting what we deserve, we might as well try and do something about it. I mean, it's funny because I was talking before the game, wasn't I, about the analytics in the game and the set piece coaches and eking out as much as you can from a game. Yes. Well, we've got to the nth degree now, haven't we, where creeping up the line for a throw, which is one of the things I hate, but Luca and I must have stole about 150 yards last night on throw-ins alone.
A cumulative gain, yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Okay. Keep those messages.
That'll be the next stat on these sheets.
It will, yes. Yeah, yards gained by nicked throw-ins. Keep the messages coming in 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp, 81333 on text. Start your message with the letters BBC. We're at St James's Park ahead of Newcastle against Manchester United. We'll have a chat about Newcastle's opponents in just to take the time now, 7:24.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Christine, when did life move in slow motion for you?
I was on my way to take my mum to hospital, and there was a white van coming the opposite way, but it was on my side of the road. So I had to swerve, and next thing I knew, I was upside down in the ditch. So I rang my mum and I said, "Mum, I'm sorry if I had a crash upside down in the ditch, so I won't be able to take to the hospital." And she said, "Oh, I'll have to ring the hospital and cancel my appointment now."
No mention of how are you? You've rolled your car.
She wasn't happy at all, bless her.
Matt Bailey at breakfast. Weekdays from 6. Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
So, a change in goal for Newcastle tonight. Aaron Ramsdale comes in. Nick Pope is on the bench. That's the big news. You're just tuning in. Team news wise for Newcastle. What about their opponents tonight, Manchester United? Well, let's have a chat to Bill Rice, who's the sports editor at BBC Radio Manchester. He's joined us now. Hello, Bill.
Hello, very good evening.
Thanks for joining us. What a heck of a job that lad that learnt his trade just down the road at Wallsend Boys Club. He's doing pretty well, isn't he?
Yeah, he's clearly learnt a thing or two over the years, hasn't he, Michael Carrick? It's been an incredible turnaround, it has to be said. Let's not forget, he had a caretaker spell at Manchester United and did incredibly well there a few years back, but this time round, I think everyone was fearing the worst after a disastrous first half of the season under Ruben Amorim. Things didn't get any better under caretaker Darren Fletcher, and yet once Michael Carrick was appointed, he seems to have put square pegs in square holes, and everything's clicked.
Yeah, that's what you were saying earlier, Andy, wasn't it? You just felt that he's just doing simple things which seemed obvious.
I said earlier, basically, he's come in, he's gone to a system that players are happy with, that they want to play in. He's put players in the right position, and players are playing football now because they're happy doing what they want to do, where Almiron, he just seemed to stick his head in the sand and said, "This is the way I'm playing," even though he didn't have the players that could play that system, but he stuck with it. Michael Carrick's come in, looked at it and went, "This is the way these players want to play, so we're going to go with it."
Yeah, and got the initial response to it. I mean, it seems obvious now to say Bruno Fernandes is a number 10. Why would you put him in central midfield? Why would you drop Kobbie Mainoo for 6 months to play Bruno Fernandes in central midfield? But Amorim stuck to his guns on that. He was adamant that was the right way forward. But Bruno looks like a man unleashed, back in his more preferred position. It's brought the best out of everyone around him. And as you say, once the players are happy, they start running that little bit harder, working that little bit harder. And it helps when you're getting results, because obviously then it justifies everything that Michael Carrick has done. So yeah, it's a really positive cycle at the minute.
I'm sure there's a movement, is there, among fans to get him appointed full time, or is there not yet? Is the jury still out to an extent?
Well, I think we're at that point now where it would be more of a risk to not appoint him on the long term, rather than give him the job, because we get to that point where if Michael Carrick qualifies Manchester United for the Champions League, gets them maybe into third in the table where they are at the moment, you take him out, you wait for someone who's off at the World Cup with one of their countries. There's no guarantee they start next season well. Suddenly all the pressure's back on the sporting director, back on the owners. They won't want that. Now, Michael Carrick has proved a very safe pair of hands. He doesn't criticise the ownership. He doesn't demand ridiculous amounts of money to spend. He just gets on with the job in hand. He doesn't say anything too controversial. I think the owners will be delighted with what he's doing. I think the supporters are delighted because they're winning games. So it's common sense, he deserves the job.
Yeah, and unlike many of their rivals, of course, Manchester United can fully focus on the Premier League, can't they?
Yeah, and that's been the big benefit, I think. Such big breaks in between games, only one match a week. A 40-game season is unheard of for Manchester United, but they went out of both domestic cups at the first point of asking. They weren't in Europe this season, and they've really reaped the benefit of that. Kind of the polar opposite of what Newcastle have had, obviously, where they've done incredibly well in Europe, but the flip side of that has been disappointing league form. So United have made the most of not being in Europe, but financially, because of the amount of money they've spent on players, which they still haven't paid the transfer fees for, they have to get back into Europe as soon as possible.
So with all that and everything that you've just said there, how do they go about this one tonight? Will they be brave? Will they open up? Or will they sit in?
It's fascinating because we expected them to struggle against teams that came and sat in at Old Trafford, and that hasn't happened. We expected them maybe to go to Arsenal and sit in, and they did early on in the game there when Arsenal were in much better form. But as soon as Arsenal went in front, United were really positive and forced a mistake and got themselves back into the game, and they obviously won that game at the Emirates in the end. So I don't think they're afraid of being positive away from home, even against big teams. I think they'll pick their moments. I think what they've been very clever at under Michael Carrick is they counter-attack with such purpose.
Yeah.
So they won't be gung-ho tonight. They will be very solid defensively in their shape when Newcastle have got the ball. But as soon as you give it away, you've got to be so alert that United will break quickly.
Sorry, Brady. Yeah, the reason I asked that, I watched them against Everton, and the goal that they got against Everton was
one chance, one moment of quality.
Yeah.
That's all it takes. And if they could repeat that tonight and get a clean sheet, I'm sure they would be delighted.
And there's plenty of quality. There are plenty of attacking players that are so dangerous.
Yeah, and with Benjamin Sesko now scoring 7 in his last 8 games, that has really been the cherry on top, because Mbeumo and Cunha obviously had Premier League experience, so they hit the ground running. We know what Bruno Fernandes has got, but Sesko now scoring and giving them a proper focal point up top as well just means that it's not just runners, they've actually got a proper number 9. So as well as trying to score those goals on the counter, they can also put balls in the box and try and score a more traditional goal.
Yeah, so is Sesko starting to look a player now, is he?
Yeah, I mean, he's a finisher. He can clearly finish. He's very good in the air, so you have to be very
he's quick as
dangerous,
well,
quick on the floor, as we saw with the goal at Everton. So yeah, he's got attributes, but for too many of his early games at United, he was playing with his back to goal, whereas now they've said, no, you turn round and run towards goal. It's everyone else's responsibility to put the ball where you are to finish it.
And finally, Bill, Manchester United have been linked with a few Newcastle players. I guess it happens a lot. Manchester United are linked with players all around the world, but there's 3 at Newcastle at the moment. Tonali, Chow, Lewis Hall as well have been linked with. I don't know where they kind of stand in terms of what they'd be likely to do in the summer and what you think of those players and whether they might be realistic targets.
Well, they're crying out for a midfielder. Casemiro's obviously leaving in the summer. There's only really him and Kobbie Mainoo, because Manu Ugarte hasn't really hit the heights required since he came in from PSG, so they do need another central midfielder to replace Casemiro. So Tonali would fit that bill, but I know he's got a lot of suitors, so United will have competition for his signature. The interesting one for me was Anthony Gordon, who I would be amazed if anyone could wrestle him away from Newcastle at the moment, but United do need players in wide positions as well. So there is a lot of work still to do with this squad, which might seem an odd thing to say because there's optimism now with United winning games, but the reality is the squad is not particularly strong in terms of depth, and when they're going to be in Europe next season, they're going to need more.
Bill, thank you very much indeed.
Cheers,
Pleasure
Bill.
to have you on the show. Enjoy the game tonight.
I will. You too.
Bill Rice there, who is the sports editor at BBC Radio Manchester, covering the game for our colleagues in the Northwest tonight. And yeah, we will bring you commentary here on BBC Radio Newcastle from the Newcastle United perspective with Ando and Razor. It's an 8:15 kickoff. The time now is 7:31.
Total Sport Northeast.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And yeah, kickoff is at 8:15 this evening, and Newcastle United main team news is that Aaron Ramsdale comes in goal tonight, Nick Pope on the bench, and then Kieran Trippier is at right back and Lewis Hall at left back. The 2 centre halves this evening, Malik Chow and Dan Burn in midfield, Jacob Ramsey, Sandro Tonali and Joe Linton. Anthony Gordon starts through the middle with Anthony Elanga and Harvey Barnes either side of him. That's how Newcastle United line up this evening. Elsewhere in the Premier League, there are 4 other games all kicking off, or have just kicked off a couple of moments ago. So it is Aston Villa against Chelsea, Brighton against Arsenal, Fulham against West Ham United, and Manchester City against Nottingham Forest. We've been talking about Sunderland's win last night as well. Keep the messages and calls coming in about that match. Regis Labrise says it's important that his players maintain ambitions or remain ambitious after reaching 40 points in the Premier League by beating Leeds 1-0 last night. And in the National League, second bottom Gateshead in action this evening. They host the team just 2 places above them, so it's a big game in the National League. They're up against Braintree Town. We will head to the International Stadium in just a moment to preview that game with Colin White. In the semi-finals of cricket's T20 World Cup, New Zealand have thrashed South Africa by 9 wickets. Finn Allen scored a 33-ball century. New Zealand will face either England or India in the final. They meet in Mumbai tomorrow. Durham's men, meanwhile, have cancelled plans to travel to Abu Dhabi on Monday because of the ongoing situation in the Middle East. They were due to play a number of games as part of their pre-season preparation with the new cricket season starting on Good Friday. Nottinghamshire have cancelled their trip there as well. Durham's women are due to go there on March the 23rd. A decision will be made about that tour later. In rugby union, scrum half James Elliott has extended his stay at the Newcastle Red Bulls. He's signed a 2-year deal. And in golf, Luke Donald will attempt to become the first captain to win 3 Ryder Cups in a row after his 3rd term as European skipper was confirmed for next year's edition in Ireland. Have you sorted us out tickets for that yet, by the way, Ando?
Ryder Cup, no,
Ireland, yeah.
Still ongoing.
That's an ongoing situation.
Yeah, it is.
As long as we get there.
Yeah.
Happy with Luke Donald in charge again?
Yeah, most definitely. Why not?
Yeah.
He's done a great job on both occasions, so why not give him the chance to get the hat trick under his belt? But we'll no doubt have to do the show from Ireland.
I think we probably should do a series of shows from there.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yes. There might be certain people we need to convince in order for that to happen, but we shall work on it. And Aston Villa have taken the lead against Chelsea. Douglas Luiz after just 2 minutes of that match, still goalless in the other 3 7:30 kickoffs. Gateshead then, as I mentioned in those headlines, are at home to Braintree Town tonight, the 3rd of 3 home games in the space of 8 days. It's yet another game for the Heat against one of their fellow relegation battlers. So let's preview the match now. Colin White is at the International Stadium, and Colin, results have improved recently, but the league position hasn't really, has it?
No, it hasn't. The context of this, as we've mentioned on the show before, good evening everybody, by the way, they'd lost 16 matches in a row, Gateshead, 14 league matches in a row, until 4 matches ago, and then in the last 4 they've won 2, drawn 1 and lost 1, which is great. The problem is they were 10 points from safety before that little mini run, and they're still 10 points from safety now, despite the results picking up, because they've been unfortunate, if that's the right word, that other teams have been picking up results as well. It's their own, it's of their own doing where they are in the league, but they've unfortunate in the sense that the good results haven't meant they've moved up the table, but in other ways there have been big signs of progress. I mean, they scored as many goals here against Morecambe last Wednesday night as they had scored in the previous 10 home games combined. They still didn't win it, mind you, it finished 4-4, but it was another example of having made progress. They haven't won here for 6 months, Gateshead, in any competition. They also haven't kept a clean sheet all season here either, so they're starting from a low base, but this is the 3rd game in quick succession against teams that are also in the relegation zone. They went all the way down to Truro, the 900-mile round trip, and won that 4-4 draw I've mentioned against Morecambe, and now Braintree tonight as well. If they win tonight, they would move to 7 points from safety, and still with 12 games to go, and still with at least 1 game in hand on almost all of the teams around them. So all is absolutely not lost, but there's still quite a long way to go.
And another new signing today as well, Colin, for a club that famously has a pretty small budget. So, where's the money coming from?
Well, funnily enough, when we wrote this question, it was 1 new signing. By the time I'm answering it, it's 2. And they both start tonight. I'll come back to that in a minute. But the answer to the question, where are they finding the money from? Essentially, selling Kane Adom and Tiernan Brooks in January, one to Burton Albion, one to Charlton Athletic. It brought in enough money, and the board were willing to let Rob Elliott have that money, he's been quite open about this, to bring in enough players to see them through the rest of the season, and crucially sign them on for the majority 18-month contracts as well. So they're not paying transfer fees for anybody. These people were free agents, but these are quite a few players tied down beyond this season. So even if they do get relegated to National League North, they will hopefully keep that nucleus there to get them back up again. I remember talking at the tail end of last season on Total Sport about how many players Gateshead had used in a season, and it got, I think, to 53 in the end. It was getting quite difficult to keep count at one point. By the end of tonight it will be 43, and so it's not as an extraordinary a season maybe last season as we might have expected to be in the context of Gateshead. They've signed 12 players since the turn of the year on various different loans and contracts. A few of them that Rob Elliott knew already. Ben Radcliffe had been on loan here before, Billy Chadwick's the same, Mark Beck's the same as well, albeit he's dislocated his shoulder, so he is out for at least another month as well. They've made 7 changes from Saturday's defeat today. 2 debuts to the 2 that were signed today. Adam Desbois, who's the goalkeeper, Zach Gilsonen, who's the left winger, both of them start tonight. Ash Botswain starts up front. This is his first start for the club as well. Rob and Louis Story alongside him, they're well used to upheaval, to managing ever-evolving squads, but there's obviously a bit more at stake this season because relegation is a real threat where it hadn't been for a few seasons. Just to mention, it's a big game tonight. I'm not sure there's going to be a big crowd, to be perfectly honest. A combination of Newcastle playing and Braintree being a very long way away today. I'm not sure we'll hit 500 or anywhere near it tonight, to be quite honest. But after tonight, they've got 2 away games against sides in the top half of the table, and then 2 home games here against teams that are still in relegation danger in Wealdstone and Sutton. So 3 points would be very, very welcome this evening, and I will keep you posted throughout the night.
Colin, thank you. Look forward to hearing from you. Fingers crossed for Gateshead, just over the river there at the International Stadium this evening. Big match for them at the bottom of the National League. Still not over by any means. Rob Elliott, the former Newcastle goalkeeper, in charge there these days, of course. Mark, I'm going to let you go in just a moment. Do a couple more messages about last night's game, and then we'll fully focus on tonight's match. Paul, who's in Durham, says, "Hi Marco, what a gritty, spirited performance which typified the season last night, and the new young keeper looked very comfortable, and also well done Luke O'Nien. FA Cup on Sunday, well, why not go for it now that safety is secured? I hope we go as strong as we can." What a remarkable turnaround, considering that we were 24 points behind Leeds at the end of last season, says Paul.
Yeah, it has been pretty remarkable. I mean, we were talking about Leeds haven't made as many changes to their starting, their starting lineup from last season. We heard about their financial problems earlier on in the season, didn't we? But look, no, it has been incredible. I think the togetherness of the group, and then that obviously spills across to the support and all the fans. Real big connections going on, and I think it could have been better, really. I think. We were all holding our breath for a wheel to fall off, but it took a very long time. It took 23, 24 games before we started having any sort of issues longer than bouncing back. But we've managed to get it under control again, and we'll hopefully have a good push for the end of the season.
Well, that's it. Sometimes when a wheel falls off, another one falls off, and then another one. But this wheel's been put back on again, hasn't it?
Yeah. And that's not easy to do, and the manager's fielding a lot of issues at the moment, isn't he, with all the injuries and things, so he keeps just pulling that rabbit out of the hat, doesn't he? He's had personally, he's had a brilliant season.
And I'm going to read 2 more out, both of which are just 5 words each, and they're very similar.
Okay.
Apart from the last bit. One from Paul. O'Nien is still a legend, says Paul. One from Philip. O'Nien is still a liability. Almost identical texts apart from the last word.
Yes. I mean, he could easily have been there would have been very little comeback if he would have got give a penalty away and got sent off for some of the things that he gets away with, and that's playing on the edge, isn't it? But we talked about knowing them, sort of reading the ref really, and he just didn't seem to want to get involved in big decisions again last night.
Thank you very much indeed, Marco. Look forward to talking to you again on tomorrow night's show. It's actually Colin doing the show tomorrow night, but he will look forward to talking to you, I'm sure, with Steve Howie as well. So
wonderful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's Marco
have a good night.
Gabbiadini,
Cheers.
former Sunderland striker. Been talking about Sunderland's win over Leeds United last night. Can Newcastle follow suit by beating Manchester United tonight? Villa lead against Chelsea, and now Arsenal lead at Brighton. Another goal in the 7:30 kickoff. Saka with the goal on 9 minutes for Arsenal. Wayne is a Newcastle fan. He's now on the line. How are you doing, Wayne?
Good evening, Friday. Good evening, Ando.
Hey, Wayne.
Goes away now.
He's done one. I've given him 17 minutes off.
Right.
Not sure if he's earned them, but that's what he's got.
Right, well, interesting lineup tonight, Ando. Would you agree that he's going with a 4-2-3-1 with Alanga playing behind Gordon?
No.
No?
No. I think Barnes will be on the left. I think Alanga will be on the right, and Gordon will be through the middle. I think he'll stick to his tried and tested, Wayne.
It's just with him playing there, Barnes, Alanga, Murphy and Gordon.
He's not playing Murphy.
No, Murphy's not in the starting lineup. Murphy's on the bench.
Oh, is he on the bench? I thought I'd seen that he was in the starting lineup there.
No,
I've just double checked the team sheet. No. He's definitely on the bench.
No.
Both Murphys are on the bench.
So he's got Joe Linton, Tonali, and Ramsey in midfield.
Ramsey, that's where I've misread it. I've read Jacob Murphy instead of Jacob Ramsey.
Yeah, that's where it is. So so I think it'll be the three boys in the middle: Tonali, Joe Linton, and Ramsey.
Tried and tested 4-3-3.
Yeah, and so I think Alanga will be on that right side. Barnes will play on the left, and Gordon will be through the middle again. So, what do you make of the starting 11?
To be honest, even if we win tonight, John, I can't see we're qualifying for Europe. I think we've been too consistently inconsistent this season in the league. And I thought tonight would have been a perfect opportunity for them to maybe try something different ahead of playing Manchester City on Saturday in the FA Cup, which I believe is probably going to be our only route to qualifying for Europe now.
Well, there's still the Champions League as well, you know, Wayne. Still go and win that.
You reckon, John?
Why not, Wayne?
Well, hey, you've got to dream big, you know. You've got
yes, of course, anything's possible.
Yeah, you've got to keep your dreams alive. And as long as you're still in the competition,
and it's only Barcelona,
you've got an opportunity. And it's only Barcelona, you know. I mean, it's
that's true. That's true.
Yeah, and it's only Manchester City at the weekend. So there you are. So
exactly, yeah.
so you got to stay positive.
Yeah, of course, you've got to stay positive. Just touching on obviously the lineup again tonight as well with Alanga. Do you think as well that Alanga he's looked better in recent weeks?
I think he's been a little bit hitty-missy. I think he's had good moments and he's had poor moments. I didn't think he did a great deal at the weekend against Everton. I thought that wasn't one of his better games. Look, the one thing that Alanga's got, he's got blistering pace, you know, and he can get in behind sides, and I think he's just got to slow down at times. I think maybe trying that a little bit too hard. Everything's at 100 mile an hour, but you know, they paid a lot of money for him. They've obviously seen something in him. They think he's going to add to the squad. I don't think we've seen the best of him yet, not by a long way. You know, I still think there's an awful lot more to come. But he's persevering with him. You know, he keeps playing him in the side. I didn't think he'd play tonight. I thought he would have played Jacob Murphy, to be quite honest. But he's stuck with Alanga, so he's obviously got faith in the boy.
Do you see? Obviously, with Gordon, he's playing Gordon through the middle. Do you see Saturday being a similar lineup to tonight, or would you see would maybe start with Voldemort or even Visser come Saturday night?
I think he'll make changes on Saturday. I do, because of the games that we've got. You know, they don't get any easier, Wayne. You know, after tonight you've got Manchester City, then you've got Barcelona, then there's Chelsea, then there's Barcelona again. So I think there will be rotation on Saturday night. How many he will rotate, God only knows. It's very, very difficult to try and read what Eddie Howe will do. But I think if Voltemada's okay at the weekend, he may well start Voltemada. But we will wait and see. First and foremost, Wayne, we've got to get this one out of the way tonight, and we're playing against a Manchester United side that have ran into a bit of form.
Of course,
early on in the season they looked all over the place, but they've obviously started winning games, confidence is high, so it'll be a tough one, but hopefully we can get that win under our belt, because our record here against Manchester United over the years hasn't been bad.
Do you think it's vital that we're actually putting a performance to go along with a result tonight as well, though, John?
Well, there hasn't been too many performances, has there? If we're perfectly honest, Wayne, our league form throughout the season hasn't been great. And you hit the nail on the head. It's the fact that we've been consistently inconsistent has been the major problem.
Exactly.
So, as I say, fingers crossed that we can get a win tonight.
Wayne, thank you very much indeed. Good.
Cheers,
to
Wayne.
you.
All the best, mate.
Just
take it easy.
A couple more of your messages. Steve from Leam Lane can't resist sending us his bet slip. He's had a few losers recently, but he's persisting. What's he gone for tonight? He's gone for 2-1 to Newcastle with Tonali. With Gordon getting the first goal. So that's his bet this evening.
Fair enough.
I don't know if
I'd take that. Be happy enough with that.
You take that bet?
Yeah.
You take it if it happens, certainly. Okie dokie. Thank you very much indeed for that. And another one here that's come in, no name on this one, but it says, I can't believe that Wissa isn't getting to start matches. The only way he's going to get fit and score goals is by playing games. We saw what he could do last season. I know people have got on his back, but he's a quality striker, and it is much preferable to having someone like Gordon up front, who simply is not a centre forward.
Yeah, it splits people, doesn't it? Playing Gordon up the middle. We spoke to Razor earlier on, and the problem that Wissa has got is that he's not 100% match fit. He's had no pre-season. He picked that injury up. He hasn't been able to get up to the fitness levels that the manager requires, and that's solely down to the fact that the pre-season didn't go well and he picked up that injury. And you would think that at this stage of the season, Pride, he's not going to get there. But look, the only way he's going to get there is by playing games. And it's okay training, and you can get to a certain level training, but you need to get the match fitness, and the only way you're going to do that is by playing games.
Ron in Washington, as John says, we need to start winning games, especially at home, but I'm afraid that will not happen by playing Gordon at centre forward. I wish Howe would stop doing that and play Wissa up front. So he agrees with the previous message, really, and Paul and more, but how is Wissa meant to get match fit starting on the bench? It's beyond me. And one more for now. The halftime boys have been on. Shame the Friday night bookie Chris isn't on. He could have given odds on how long it'll be before the Man United fans start chanting about Alan Shearer again. Smart money's on under 10 minutes. They do like to do that, don't they?
Well,
it tends to.
Good players always get talked about, don't they?
They might chant about you in that case.
And he was a good player, wasn't he? He was a.
Well, the fact that he
and
didn't
the fact that he turned them down as well, they didn't like that.
That's the key thing. Okay. Thank you for all the messages. We'll do some more at half time and plenty more at full time as well, because of course after the match we are going to be staying on air until 10:30. It's an 8:15 kick-off. Newcastle United up against Manchester United. I'm thoroughly looking forward to this one, and the build-up to kick-off continues in just a moment.
On BBC iPlayer.
The question has become more urgent. How do we sort fact from fiction? How can we believe what we see?
The hit drama returns.
That is not the shooter I saw. Why am I the only one who saw the suspect?
You think this is correction?
Yes, sir. The news footage has been deep-faked.
Do you trust her judgment? I don't trust, period. The new series of The Capture. Famously unreliable things, memories.
You can't hack a memory.
Stranger things have happened. Starts Sunday night on BBC iPlayer.
Total Sport Northeast.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Thanks very much to Simon Pride, who will be along, as he mentioned, at half-time and then after the match, when we will discuss the 90 minutes, which we'll bring live to you here on BBC Radio Newcastle. And this evening you can also listen to our commentary through the BBC Sounds app, particularly useful if you might be out and about, if you are, I don't know, at the gym, at the supermarket, wherever you might be heading, or even just moving around the house with headphones in, then on BBC Sounds, free to download from the App Store. Search for BBC Radio Newcastle and you can hear the black and white coverage of this match through BBC Sounds. Another way to listen is on a smart speaker if you have one, and just ask it to play BBC Radio Newcastle. A reminder of Newcastle's team to play Man United this evening. 2 changes, a big decision over the goalkeeper, maybe a decision that you thought should be made and would be made, but Eddie Howe has preferred Nick Pope to Aaron Ramsdale in most cases when both have been fit this season. But tonight Ramsdale gets the nod. He is in. It's his 7th Premier League start, and it will be in total 16th appearance since his loan move from Southampton. That's one of the 2 changes. The other is Harvey Barnes for Nick Voltemade, who is not in the squad, and the manager said yesterday at his pre-match press conference Voltemade is unwell. So Ramsdale the goalkeeper, Trippier, Chow, Byrne, Hall, Ramsey, who has recovered from illness, Tonali, Joelinton, Elanga against the club where he started his senior career, Barnes and Gordon. Pope, Botman, Wissa, Osula, Jacob Murphy, Willock, Alex Murphy, Shahar and Neve are the Newcastle United substitutes this evening. And Manchester United, one change. It's at right back where Noussair Mazraoui, the Moroccan international who was at the Africa Cup of Nations when the clubs met on Boxing Day, didn't face Newcastle then. He comes in for Diogo Dalot. So Sene Lammens the goalkeeper, Noussair Mazraoui, Lenny Yoro, Harry Maguire and Luke Shaw. There were doubts over both Maguire and Shaw, but they both start. In midfield, Casemiro and Kobbie Mainoo, who was out of favour before Ruben Amorim left the club, playing regularly now under Michael Carrick. Bryan Mbeumo, Mateus Cunha, Bruno Fernandes and Benjamin Šeško, an in-form front 4 for Man United. On the bench, Altay Bayindir, the goalkeeper. He played in this game last season when Newcastle won comfortably by 4-1. Diogo Dalot, Joshua Zirkzee, Tyrell Malacia, Amad Diallo, Manuel Ugarte, Aidan Heaven, Tyler Fletcher and Godwill Kukonki. John Anderson, the former Newcastle and Ireland defender, our match summariser for every Magpies game here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Ando going back over the team, 2 changes. Probably not a surprise to see Barnes in. Many would have expected him to have started against Everton, but the goalkeeping change is, I think, something that will be that will have caught the eye, and probably many would have expected. But when Ramsdale has played, there have been calls for Pope to come back in, and when Pope's made a mistake or had a bad game, some people want Ramsdale in. Probably what is clear is that there's not really consensus across the fan base over maybe who the best keeper is, but there might be consensus over the idea that Newcastle probably need to sign a new goalkeeper in the summer.
Yeah, I don't think there's a great deal between the keepers, to be quite honest, Fraser. Ramsdale's played a few games in cup competitions and one thing and another. I think he needed to take Nick Pope out just for his own sake, for the keeper's sake, because the mistake he made at the weekend, he's made a few lately, obviously affecting his confidence and his belief. Probably needs a little bit of a rest, so Ramsdale gets that opportunity. You would say that Ramsdale, no doubt about it, is the better keeper with his feet. He's quite happy with the ball at his feet, uses it well, but yeah, I don't think I don't think it will come as a great surprise to anybody, the fact that he's decided to take Hope out and put Ramsdale in tonight.
Those are the two teams. The referee is Peter Banks, who's from Merseyside. He has not impressed you when you've seen him officiating Newcastle this season. Ando, referee for now a 5th game. He was also the VAR that upset Newcastle when they drew with Chelsea, because he didn't give that penalty they thought they should have had when Anthony Gordon was barged over in the box. Hopefully he will have a good game tonight. Paul Tierney is VAR this evening. Newcastle's players waving to supporters and high-fiving some of the mascots who are pitch-side as they head off the pitch and towards the tunnel. Manchester United starting 11 leaving the field as well. Just over 15 minutes until we get underway here at St James's Park on what is still a dry and quite mild evening. Let's hear from Eddie Howe. Firstly, on his opposite number, Michael Carrick, who has 6 wins and a draw from 7 Premier League matches, in charge of Man United. His team are in good form in the league, Newcastle less so. Eddie Howe recognises the work that Carrick is doing.
I think he's tweaked things tactically. I think he's looks like he's built a really good atmosphere there, and I think then players in a good atmosphere will play better. So I think it's been real positive for them. You can see a big upturn in their general performance. I think they're statistically good in terms of attacking output, defensive output. So I think they've got some really good players. It's going to be a great game for us and a great opportunity for us at home to rediscover our best form.
And Michael Carrick, who's from Wallsend and a boyhood Newcastle United fan, admires what Eddie Howe has done here.
Yeah, huge amount of respect for Eddie and his staff. Know some of them particularly well, so and obviously been from there originally, and it's something that I've kept a close eye on. So he's done a great job. The levels of success and periods that he's brought to that football club, and the feeling that he's created around the whole area is incredible. So I just think he's a top manager, top coach, and he'll continue having success, I'm sure.
Ando, Michael Carrick, until the end of the season at Manchester United, maybe beyond that. It's an interesting one, his relationship with the North East, because he had the spell as Middlesbrough manager, but in terms of Tyneside, a Newcastle fan, but hasn't represented the club, probably didn't have the opportunity as a player, maybe wouldn't have wanted to anyway, given where Newcastle were throughout his playing career. So I don't know if there's the affection for him from the Tyneside public, but great respect for his playing career.
Yeah.
And he's doing at Man United probably the job that they hoped that he would do. He's really turned it around for them.
Yeah, look, he was a smashing player. He was a quality footballer. Did a decent job at Middlesbrough when he first went in, and then it all went a little bit awry for him, didn't it? But he's gone into Manchester United, and what he's done is he's shown a little bit of common sense, something Almiron didn't show. He was stuck in his ways, the previous manager. He wanted to play with 3 centre-backs. He didn't have the players to do it. He's gone in, he's gone back to a straight back 4. He's pushed Fernandes into a 10 role instead of being in midfield. He's brought a smile back on the face of all the players. They obviously want to play. They're happy with the system, and it just shows you, doesn't it? If you do it right and see the players that you've got and the way that you know they want to play and the way that they can play and the system that they can play, that you can turn it around, and that's exactly what he's done. And look, it's. He's there till the end of the season, but if he keeps going the way that he's going, I think it's going to be very, very difficult for Manchester United not to give him the job.
There's been a goal in one of the other Premier League matches tonight. There are 4 of them at 7:30. Manchester City through Antoine Semenyo lead Nottingham Forest 1-0. Arsenal already 1-0 up at Brighton through an early Bukayo Saka goal, and Aston Villa 1-0 ahead against Chelsea. Douglas Luiz scored in the second minute there. Fulham against West Ham is 0-0. This is the only 8:15 kickoff in the Premier League. And tomorrow, one game, Spurs at home to Crystal Palace. Keeping an eye on what goes on elsewhere. I suppose it is important, Ando. Newcastle 13th in the table, which is too low. There'll be lots of views, valid reasons why and opinions on why that is, but for the aspirations they have, then you can't be 13th. They've got to start climbing the table. They've got 10 Premier League matches remaining to do it. Even if they can't get in the top 5, they're 12 points away. Try and target 7th, which is 8 points.
It's not just the thing that's happened lately, Razor. You know, I think if you analyse the season overall, we've been very hit and miss. Our performances haven't been great. Yes, we've had decent performances. Funny enough, you know, our best performance, people will say, was the 4-1 win at Everton away from home. But probably our best performances have come in defeat. You know, here against Arsenal, here against Liverpool. You know, but we've been consistently inconsistent. You know, I think last season you came here, you always knew what you were going to get, the type of performance you were going to get. No surprises. This season you come and you're not too sure what's going to happen. You're not too sure the type of performance you're going to get. You know, you look back at the previous 3 games here, they were performances you didn't see coming. You know, and the first one you thought, okay, it's a one-off, you can get over it. Then Brentford, you go, concede 3, and then you concede 3, then here against Everton as well. And it's the manner in which you concede goals. The fact that we're not keeping clean sheets is a major concern. You know, if you keep clean sheets, you're not going to lose football matches. But at this moment in time, was it 11 straight games now, Premier League games without a clean sheet? That's a worry.
BBC Radio Newcastle and live on the BBC Sounds app. Newcastle United against Manchester United is on the way. We are also covering a huge match just across the time in the National League at the bottom. Gateshead 10 points from safety now, with the former Newcastle goalkeeper Rob Elliott back at the club for a second spell in charge, hoping to try and get out of trouble. They are at home to 4th bottom Braintree, who are also in the relegation zone. At 7:45 kickoff there. Colin White can bring us up to date.
Yeah, that means we've played about 20 minutes. It's still goalless, but both defences have had a right good go at conceding the opening goal. After 5 minutes, a dreadful back pass from Kenton Richardson sent John Akinde through one-on-one. Really good save from Adam Dubois 5 minutes into his Gateshead debut, and Story was back to clear it from inside the 6-yard box. And then 5 minutes later, it got even more extraordinary, because Braintree's back pass from the halfway line sailed over the head of their own goalkeeper, Mason Terry. It hit the post, bounced back into his penalty area, and he was a bit disorientated, so he picked it up, and that meant there was an indirect free kick for Gateshead about 15 yards out. Once that was all sorted out and they took it, Harry Chapman backheeled it. Joe Grayson's left-footed effort was deflected out for a corner. Braintree have had the best chance since then as well. John Akinde from inside the 6-yard box, a combination of goalkeeper and defender getting in the way and conceding a corner in that circumstance. I will say it now, there is no way in the world this finishes goalless, but that is what it is after just over 20 minutes, Razor.
Thanks for the update. Colin White there, watching Gateshead Braintree in the National League for BBC Radio Newcastle, as we continue our build-up to Newcastle against Man United. And another goal elsewhere in the Premier League. Chelsea have equalised against Aston Villa, and it's João Pedro, and that's about 10 minutes before half-time for João Pedro's equaliser. Newcastle United then 13th
in the Premier League. They've lost more Premier League matches than they've won this season, which is another statistic that is not good. There are lots of ways to describe their league season so far. This is how Eddie Howe feels about it.
I think one of frustration, really. I think when I look back at the games, that we haven't executed what we want, and some of the moments in the games where we're uncharacteristically performing in a way that has cost us points. Huge frustration, because we feel we're a good team. We feel like we've made progress this season, and then we'll sort of step back from a point where you think we're moving forward. So that's been a mental challenge for all of us, because, as I said, the players want success, we want success, and we want to become the team that we want to be quicker. So I think dealing with that and being able to put it somewhere, and then focusing on how you can get better, and all the work that normally would go on the training pitch, we're having to condense into really short periods. That's what we're trying to do. I think you have to look at from my perspective, the mentality of trying to help the players, trying to coach them, trying to educate them, rather than sort of going more negative.
One of the things Eddie Howe has also been speaking about, Ando, is the volume of matches. Now, what they've got now, Manchester City, big cup tie, Barcelona over 2 legs, there's a derby coming up, they've had a League Cup semi-final. This is what they want. Of course, these are the big games and the occasions that are important and that the club has worked for, but of course it means extra football, and the squad's probably, even though there was investment last summer, we don't need to go over last summer again, I don't think it has the depth, it's fully equipped to cope with it. Those extra matches, you look at the record, this is their 46th game of the season. They'll play 58 minimum. Manchester United, by contrast, this is their 31st, 28 in the league before tonight, 1 in each domestic cup. Obviously they're not in Europe, but it has definitely taken a toll. There are some results that could have been different and probably aren't down to the number of matches that they played, and you can't attribute it to that necessarily, because there have been individual errors, mistakes, chances that have been missed, that sort of thing. But it's clearly still having an impact, like it was 2 seasons ago.
Of course it is. We can't sit here and say the amount of games that you played isn't going to have an impact on your performance levels. When you're playing weekend, midweek, weekend for as long as we've been doing it. But you would rather be in these competitions than not be in these competitions. Now, when you qualify for these competitions that this is going to be the case. Now, the one thing you would say is that we probably haven't got the depth of squad to be able to cope with the amount of competitions that we've been in. We went deep in the League Cup, went to the semi-final, we're still in the FA Cup, still in the Champions League, and they all take their toll. But as I say, you would sooner be in them than not be in them.
It's a reward, isn't it? But it's having a bearing on the Premier League performance. And I know that there are some supporters who don't like to hear that, who don't agree with that, and that's perfectly fine. Whether there'll be European football next season might well depend on winning either the FA Cup or the Champions League, or scraping into 7th perhaps. But they could end up in this routine of 1 season in Europe, 1 season out. League is good when they don't have Europe, then when they're in Europe, League form suffers at some point. They've got to break that cycle, haven't they?
Yeah, Manchester United, you look at Manchester United as a football club, and they've been used to, over the years, playing 50, 60 games a season because of the competitions that they've been in. This season's a totally different game for them. They'll play the least amount of games this season than they played in, I don't know, 30 years maybe. They went out of both competitions at the first round stages. So the amount of games they play is going to be very, very limited. They've had time to recover. They play on a Saturday and then play again the following Saturday. Where we're playing, as I've already said, weekends, midweek, weekends, getting no break whatsoever. And when things go wrong, you then haven't got the opportunity to get on the training ground to put these things right, and you haven't got the opportunity to get on training ground to work with players that you brought in. You know, I'm talking about Wissa, talking about Voltemada, Langa. You haven't got the time to work at them. The amount of time that you would want with them and get them to do the things you want them to do, and play to the system that you want them to play to, and get them up to speed with the way that you do things. You know, so, but as I say again, that's solely down to the fact that you're in these competitions, and as I said earlier, Razor, you most definitely would sooner be in these competitions than not in them.
Absolutely. You may disagree with what we've been saying, and that's fine as well. We'll be with you till 10:30 on BBC Radio Newcastle tonight. You can talk to Ando on the phone after the game, or send us a message at any time. If you want to text, it's 81333. Put BBC at the start of your message, and Total Sport North East on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds every weekday evening from 6. If you miss any programme, you can catch up on BBC Sounds and listen anywhere across the world. Two huddles: Manchester United red shirts, white shorts, white socks. Goalkeeper Lamons in yellow, Mazraoui, Yoro, Maguire, Shaw at the back, Casemiro, Mainu, Burmo, Bruno Fernandes, Cunha and Šeško. Newcastle United, two changes: Ramsdale in light blue, he is in goal in place of Pope. Trippier, Chow, Byrne, Hall, Ramsey, Tonali, Joelinton, Elanga, Gordon and Barnes, and it's Barnes who replaces the unwell Voltemada in the Magpies' other change. This is not a positive thing, but 30 years ago today, tonight, Manchester United's heartbreaking 1-0 win here, the Eric Cantona goal in the 95-96 title race. Newcastle battered them. Schmeichel was unbreachable, and Cantona scored in the second half, and it was part of the turnaround. I'm sure you remember it well, although you'd probably rather forget it.
I had forgotten about it, but thanks for reminding us.
Yeah, if you are too young to remember that, it was still a special season, but it ended in heartbreak. Newcastle and Man United, big rivalry, and a lot of it goes back to that title race that season. Rivalries renewed in recent times at Wembley, Newcastle having the better of it here as we get underway on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds and the Newcastle United website and app. They've won the last 3 Premier League home matches against Man United. Another one would be so well timed, and they're kicking towards the Lees' end to our left as Lewis Hall scampers forwards, and Harvey Barnes here, 35 seconds on the clock, inside to Tonali. Oh, brilliantly executed pass to Trippier. They tried to roll in Elanga, finds him at the second time of asking with a back heel. It's back to Ramsey. Trippier for a run of Tonali in the right corner now. And Newcastle lose it on the far side. Man United have it. Here's Šeško, who could have been wearing black and white, but he's in red of Man U. Scored 7 in his last 8, 9 in total since choosing Old Trafford over St James's Park. They've lost the ball. Newcastle throw far side. They come back into the centre circle with it, and it took 60 seconds for the Man United fans to sing about Alan Shearer, which is probably a record for them, not for being early, but for taking so long. Malik Chow charged down by Šeško out in the middle of Newcastle's half. And Kieran Trippier jogs back to take the throw. Ramsey gives it back to Trippier, Chow to Ramsdale. He's got short sleeves and white and red gloves and boots. Here's Joelinton across midfield away from Casemiro and out towards Elanga, whose header on allows Shaw to make a challenge, but Ramsey, good strength in midfield, beats Maino to it. Gordon at centre forward, gets turned. Joelinton edge of the area. Harvey Barnes has gone 11 without a goal. On the outside of Mazraoui, can't create anything there. Back to Hall, now Joelinton. Close to the edge of the area. Tanali comes out wide left, then has to come back and inside to Byrne in the 3rd minute. Now they've knocked it around well enough, mainly in the Man U half. Here's Elanga. Ramsey to Trippier. Elanga in a more central position. On to Joelinton. He's got time to turn. I don't think he realised it. Laid off to Hall. Intercepted by Mazraoui, but Hall's won it back. Heads for the line. The cross just too high for Gordon. Trippier coming in. He lifts it back up. Oh, it's hit the post. Hall on his chest in the area, just over. On the right foot from Lewis Hall after Trippier's cross clipped the front of the post on the way back down, and Newcastle over the top, but a good start at St James's.
Yeah, bright start on the front foot, decent ball lifted in, just hits the post, doesn't it? Trippier keeps the ball alive, little dink ball in, straight over the head of the goalkeeper. Defender just leaves it. Don't he?
Short goal kick, then it goes long. Chow on halfway. Joelinton gets up. Elanga, who had 3 seasons in the Man United first team after coming through their academy, and they go back now to Ramsdale in the D, foot on the ball, gives it to Byrne. Joelinton facing his own goal. Back to Chow, edge of the area, under pressure from Casemiro. Trippier back to Chow, and inside to Ramsdale. It's got to be quick here. Out to Byrne, flicked up over the head of Mbeumo, and now Hall can bring it forwards. Mbeumo chasing. He's scored in his last 2 against Newcastle, though both for Brentford. It's another one that missed the Old Trafford match on Boxing Day. Mbeumo. Chow up to Elanga. Hopefully he can have a positive night. That's a decent run, and he's found Gordon, who comes out wide, and it's Ramsey, and then behind Gordon with the return. Bruno Fernandes on, nobody there up the right wing, and Mbeumo had tucked in and dropped in, and Dan Burn goes and gets the loose ball. 0-0. But it's been a lively start.
Yeah, good intensity to the start, isn't it? Good pace to it.
Gordon makes a run off Maguire. Gordon's cross deflects into the hands of Lamons down by his near post.
Yeah, good run in behind Maguire. Cross has taken the deflection as well. Maguire's just got there, got a little toe poke on it, ends up in the arms of the goalkeeper.
Lamons along the floor to Maguire, along with Shaw, who's also starting. Here's Luke Shaw on the ball now, back to the keeper. Substituted against Crystal Palace and rated doubtful, but both past fit to start. Still with Lamons, Barnes goes to rush him, and away it goes. Trippier lets it bounce and go out. Eddie Howe, Jason Tindall, Michael Carrick, all there, all dressed in black tonight. Carrick smartly dressed, hands behind his back. Eddie Howe's crouching down to get a better view of something. Jason Tindall is calling out some instructions. Trippier with the throw to Ramsey, back to Trippier, has a touch, they've lost it. Šeško inside, Bruno Fernandes, here's trouble, Mateus Cunha.
Ooh.
Way over the top from the edge of the area.
Just lashes at it, doesn't he? Lose it in a bad area, stretching, isn't he? Just lashes at it. High over the top, never troubling Ramsdale.
Man United 11 Premier League matches unbeaten, a run that began with their win over Newcastle. They did lose in the FA Cup to Brighton in that time at home. 5 defeats in 6 in the league for Eddie Howe's men. Here's Mateus Cunha behind the halfway line, out to the left wing, away from Trippier. Gordon chases back. Manchester United have to come to halfway, and Casemiro. It's 0-0. We're in the 8th minute. Lenny Yoro at centre back to Maguire.
I think he can get at him, you know.
Yoro, 20-year-old, 52 million. He cost about a year and a half ago. It's at the feet of goalkeeper Lamons, brought in the summer to be the new number 1. Barnes again goes to close down, looking for Mateus Cunha. Trippier's header on by Ramsey. Gordon looking for Ramsey with a return header. Man United through Mainu and then Maguire away. Trippier heads it back over halfway. Casemiro on his chest. Here's Bruno Fernandes, forced back by Tonali. Casemiro up to Šeško. Joelinton gets his body in the way, and then Dan Burn plays it back to Aaron Ramsdale. He takes a touch to the right and then hammers it out on the far side, but it's in Man United's half. And there's a second goal for Chelsea. João Pedro has got his second of the night. They lead Aston Villa 2-1 at Villa Park. Elanga, good play. Gordon, lovely flick. Joelinton's got Barnes to the left. Harvey Barnes' control takes him out wide, but Newcastle on the attack. Players waiting for the ball in. Barnes to Elanga, back again. Barnes' shot is blocked. And on Burmo for Manchester United on the touchline. It's behind Mazraoui, he's going to get a free kick. Elanga into the back with his shoulder.
Good play again though, isn't it?
They moved it well.
Yeah. A couple of great little touches in there. Great little flick from Gordon, wasn't it, round the corner?
Just want to highlight this because it might feature later in a discussion. I've just seen it briefly. Some fans screamed for handball when it went up from was it Barnes to Elanga. They suggested it hit Mazraoui on the arm, but players continued, so nothing in that for the officials. Joelinton's header back to Burn, and now to Ramsdale. BBC Radio Newcastle, also tonight on BBC Sounds. Hall trying to get it in behind Mazraoui. It's swerved away and out, but Newcastle can push up the pitch. Eddie Howe waving his team forwards. You like the start they've made, don't you, Ando?
Yeah, it's been bright, it's been lively, more intent than we've seen against Everton at the weekend. Looking to get the ball forward as early as possible, something that we didn't do against Everton.
Man United's throw, Dan Burn, strong sliding challenge on Burmo. The shaven head and thick beard, Brian Burmo, terrific player. Always wanted to go to Man United. If Newcastle could have got him, he would have been a superstar here, wouldn't he? Brian Burmo. Ando,
you would have thought so.
Offers so much. Got the lot. He's moved from Brentford in the summer. Man United cross from the far side. Lewis Hall covering round the back.
Tell you what, it's a good ball, isn't it?
Low into the 6-yard box. Hall away. Then Tonali with a clearance in midfield. Mazraoui, long sleeves and gloves tonight. Up the line to Mbeumo. Hall pushes it back. Here's Casemiro into space. It's going to roll. Has it gone out?
Yeah.
Yes, it has. Dan Burn with a throw to take. I was going to leave it for Lewis Hall. Good atmosphere. St James's. Joelinton header on from the Newcastle throw. Tonali, big header forwards. Gordon chasing after Yoro. Wants to let it run. He's kept it in. And played it forwards. Hall heads it on. Newcastle get it back. Gordon to Barnes. Then again, they combine. Yoro slides it out.
Yeah, we look a lot livelier than we did against Everton. Movement's better.
Lewis Hall drying the ball on his black and white shirt. This could be a long throw from about 15 yards out on the left. Every Man United player back. No, it's a short one to Tonali. Curls in a cross, and it's Yoro's header. Elanga hits it, just wide of Lamons at the near side of his goal. Keeper down to his left. Had to get across. Don't think he was sure where that was going. Elanga from just inside the area.
Newt was going wide, didn't he? Took his arms away. Always Newt was wide.
Header on by Mateus Cunha. Newcastle have that situation sorted. It's out for throw. 13 on the clock. Joelinton comes sprinting back towards the middle of the pitch, but Tonali gets the ball and then loses it to Bruno Fernandes. Casemiro, edge of the area. Chow intercepts. Beats Mbermo to the ball. Here's Hall. And Barnes has dropped in. He receives it. Now Joelinton. Oh, brilliant drop of the shoulder and turn. He's absolutely done Bruno Fernandes there, and then Barnes onto Hall. Inside for Joelinton. Wide left for Tonali. It's a wonderful Newcastle move. Tonali's cross finds Joelinton in the middle, and it's come to Barnes, edge of the area. And Barnes with a curler just wide.
Great effort. Great play all round. Joelinton involved in on a couple of occasions. Great little turn in the middle of the park. Couple of neat little 1-2s in there as well. Comes to Barnes, wraps his right foot round it. Lamons is rooted, isn't he? It's not too far wide either.
Close to taking the lead. But it remains goalless on BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. Maguire takes the goal kick onto the head of Cunha. Ramsey's got it down on the floor, back to Trippier. He gets away, still going, finds Gordon. Elanga in behind. Gordon across midfield to Joelinton, swept over towards Barnes. Closed down by Mazraoui. Barnes with Hall on the overlap. Hall dinks it. Lamons plucks it out of the sky. The lack of pace on the cross probably favoured the goalkeeper.
Yeah, just needed a bit more, didn't it? It was just dinked in there. Easy take for the keeper. Good play again though, good build up.
Ball on the floor from Lamons. He's got one cap for Belgium. He gets it again, a return pass from Maguire. Jacob Ramsey out of midfield. And Lamons long ball towards Mateus Cunha. Kieran Trippier ducks underneath it. Newcastle have a throw just at the edge of their defensive third. Gordon comes back to halfway. Tonali gets the ball and finds Gordon. A bit of an untidy first touch, but he's kept possession. Starts to go up the line. Manchester United win it back. And Casemiro onto Šeško, deep in a position for the 6'5" Slovenian. He lays it off. Yoro across halfway to Mazraoui. Back to Yoro. He's slim, isn't he?
Yeah, not a great deal of him, is there?
Yoro. Bit of possession for the away side. Casemiro just ahead of halfway, back to Yoro. Maguire is available, that's where it goes. Inside to his left, slightly behind him. Maguire brings it forwards, and now Mazraoui on a run. Cunha cut out by Chow. Look for Bruno Fernandes in the box. Newcastle clear. Anthony Gordon. It's a foul by Harry Maguire. Peter Banks blows the whistle for a Newcastle free kick.
Don't think he can have too many complaints, can he?
Byrne and Chow make their way forwards in the 17th minute. Ramsdale tells Tonali that he'll take it. Brings it back a few yards. It's on this near side, behind the halfway line. Byrne and Yoro pushing each other. Ramsdale lifts it to the edge of the box. Shaw's gone down, holding his face. A collision with Dan Byrne, I think, and then Shaw gets up. Is he saying that Byrne elbowed him? It looks like the action that he has given towards the referee. And Dan Byrne did swing an arm. He did catch him, didn't he? Shaw took a tumble. What do you think, Ando? Is it time?
It's just a footballing incident. I don't think there's a great deal in that.
Are they going to get VAR involved?
He moves his arm, but there's nothing in it.
Dan Byrne gets away. Luke Shaw is up. To be fair to Luke Shaw, although he did say that there was a swing of the arm, I don't think he, in the way that some players really try and get an opponent into trouble, he hasn't. But no further action against Dan Byrne. And play will restart with a Manchester United free kick. The way that VAR is, you just never know. There will no doubt be the regular Manchester United voices ready to tell us that they were wronged by a decision. Maybe they would have a point. Definitely caught him, but the officials saw nothing worthy of any further action. Tonali up to Gordon, back to Tonali, left side. Here's Ramsey. Newcastle building another attack. Curls a ball out along the floor to Trippier. Now up to Elanga.
Oh dear.
Deep delivery from Elanga. Barnes keeps it alive with a header. Mazraoui given away. Tonali. Clearance from Mazraoui straight to Tonali, edge of the area. And he pushed a shot towards goal, but it's wide of Lamans' right-hand post.
Yeah, he's capable from there, isn't he? Not the greatest clearance. Doesn't connect with it the way he connected with the one against Everton at the weekend.
Let's get an update at half-time in the National League. Gateshead against Braintree. Colin White.
Gateshead have been by far the better team, Razor. They've nothing to show for it though in the opening 45 minutes. Gateshead nil, Braintree nil. After the chaos of the first 10 minutes where two terrible back passes nearly made it one apiece, it has all settled down. Gateshead plenty chances, many of them coming from very dangerous long throws from Brad Nicholson. The best effort probably from debutant Zach Gilson after 25 minutes that was deflected just wide. But half time at the International Stadium, Gateshead nil, Braintree nil.
And no action missed here at St James's Park. Newcastle have just won it back in midfield. Joelinton from left over to right to Trippier. They've had a very good opening 20 minutes without scoring. They're on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Here's Elanga. Well, that's a ball that's behind Lewis Hall. He's trying to keep it in, and Burmo's giving him a nudge. And Burmo didn't need to do that because Man United were going to win a throw in Newcastle territory. But he lent in on Hall, and Newcastle get a free kick, which they'll be grateful for after almost cheaply giving away possession. Back to Ramsdale from Byrne. Up to Tonali.
Finding pockets in there, aren't they? Finding pockets of space, midfield players, Ramsey, Tonali, Joelinton.
There was no space, was there, against Everton?
No.
They are finding room tonight, but it's been a performance that just feels more like it from Newcastle. Trippier, Elanga with his speed coming to run after that one, but Lamans to the edge of the area just kept the ball in, landed on it, made sure that he didn't take it across the white line along the 18-yard line from Yoro now to Maguire. Back to Lamans, Gordon closing down. Keeper lifts it away. His kicking's been pretty good so far in terms of getting it clear when under pressure. Elanga, that's a great leap. Joelinton, too high for Gordon. Straight through to the keeper.
Yeah, you could see what he was trying to do. Just got too much on it. Cunha doesn't fancy it in the air against Trippier.
Here's Lamans.
There it is again. Same outcome.
It's gone away from both of them. Trippier lifts it up, but it might go out for a Man United throw. It does, just behind halfway, far side. Newcastle defending the goal at the Gallagher end. Trippier makes A challenge, ball was mid-height, and it's away back into Man United territory, Shaw to Maguire. And it's with the keeper again. Newcastle push up to halfway. Tonali's doing a man marking job on Bruno Fernandes when Newcastle don't have the ball. Malik Chow's gone down.
Trippier's gone down as well.
Trippier's gone down. The physio and doctor are up. Trippier's holding his face. Chow's, I think, holding his nose. Both taking a whack. Mateus Cunha on Kieran Trippier. Just a boot in the face.
Accidental.
Yes. And then Chow caught a stray arm from Šeško. Trippier's the one that they are checking on. Got to make sure they don't talk to Malik Chow, because you remember at Manchester City when Tonali got treatment. Was it Tonali got treatment? And Chow also had an issue, and the physio spoke to Chow on his way off, and then the referee, who didn't have the best night at the Etihad, sent Chow off the pitch for 30 seconds, claiming he'd had treatment. Chow avoided the medical team, but Newcastle now have 10 men, which is not exactly ideal, and Man United have been presented with the ball on halfway. 24th minute. They better not score from this. Bruno Fernandes to Brian Mbeumo. Trippier okay, ready to come on when the referee says yes. Into the box, Mateus Cunha, header from Chow. Šeško turning. Šeško, it's in the hands of Ramsdale.
Free kick.
Whistle's gone. Turned, and then it just seemed to squeeze through players, and Ramsdale picked it up in the 6-yard box.
Yet again, we don't look convincing, though, do we, defensively?
It hit one defender, hit Byrne, and then hit Tonali, I think. Trippier's back on. Newcastle United 0, Manchester United 0. And Lewis Hall now can't come forwards. Back to Dan Byrne. He has a touch. Hammers it over to Kieran Trippier. Lets it bounce. Takes it forwards. He's got acres of space. Still going. In Man United's half now. Trippier, close to the edge of the area, rolls in Elanga. Another cross. It's got just a bit too much on it. In fact, it's got far too much on it. Manchester United throw.
Yeah, that's a couple, hasn't it?
Just needs to take
overhit them.
A bit of weight off.
Cunha doesn't want to track Kieran Trippier either. He's just prepared to let him go.
2 changes tonight. Ramsdale in goal, Trippier, Chow, Byrne, Hall, Ramsey, Tonali, Joelinton, Elanga, Gordon and Barnes. Barnes and Ramsdale for Voltemada and Pope. Voltemada is ill, still no Livramento, but he's close to being fit. BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds, it's goalless. Elanga takes it inside, away from Shaw, but it's won back by Manchester United, by Casemiro, and Jacob Ramsey's pulled him back and gets booked. Free kick on the left in Manchester United's half of the pitch. Remember, we're with you till 10:30 tonight, and you can get in touch at any time on X. We are at BBC Newcastle, or on WhatsApp. It's 08000 321 333. 08000 321 333. You must start your WhatsApp message with BBC. And Mbeumo's got the ball right wing inside to Mainu. They've just about kept it, Manchester United. Then a good ball forwards to Mbeumo, running at Hall in the area, and Mbeumo on the outside. Hall makes a good block, Byrne heads it away. They have conceded a corner though. The assistant on the near side, Eddie Smart, says the ball had gone out following Hall's challenge. VAR is going to review corner kick decisions, isn't it? The replay we've seen is inconclusive, but the assistant will have had a better line of sight. And Mbeumo left-footed from the right for Manchester United towards the back post. It's come off a Newcastle head. I think it's Trippier. Another corner, far side. Although there are some arguments in the box. Maybe it wasn't Trippier, maybe it was someone else.
It was Trippier. Because he's the smallest in there, you can't see him.
Yeah, he was surrounded by players. So another corner, Bruno Fernandes right-footed from the left, scooped in, Dan Burn heads away from in front of Ramsdale, Gordon on. Oh, if he'd lifted it in behind Shaw, Elanga would have had the chance to run. Instead it was straight at Shaw. Man United go forwards and it is out for a goal kick. 28th minute. As we always say when Newcastle United play Manchester United, if you hear us refer to United, then we would always and only ever mean Newcastle, not Manchester United. Just in case you were wondering. Here's Joelinton for United, out off Casemiro. They've got a throw next to Eddie Howe and the Newcastle bench. Hall takes it quickly, gets it back. Where does he go? Away from Šeško, and Burn across the penalty box. Ramsdale takes a touch, and that's a long ball towards halfway. Shaw's got it. Newcastle win it back. Gordon, nice one inside for Joelinton. Now they attack. Joelinton with purpose. Gordon in the area. Tackled, and it won't come for Elanga, and it's cleared into midfield. Chow takes control, onto Joelinton, headed out wide right to Jacob Ramsey. Inside for Joelinton. It's a fair challenge. Manchester United win the ball back, and they played up to Šeško. Lovely layoff to Matheus Cunha. Lewis Hall makes an interception, but it runs from Burmo on the right wing, 35 yards out, back to halfway. It's 0-0. And
good game.
Still happy with how Newcastle are playing.
Yeah, playing very well. So much livelier, so much brighter.
Burmo back to Mazraoui. Yoro just plays a short ball back to Casemiro, the 34-year-old. And they've given it to their goalkeeper. Lammens in the D. Takes his time. Bruno Fernandes is on Kieran Trippier this time. It's the same ball. I obviously think that there's some sort of, I don't know, weakness or maybe a Man United strength on that far side, but you said they've been playing that ball all night and it hasn't worked for them yet. Newcastle have won those duels.
Yeah.
It's another throw.
Trippier's just strong, isn't he?
Trippier to Ramsey. Back to Trippier. Switches it. Hall heads it back to Ramsdale. They can start again. Paul's got it here. Barnes is up the line, has to drop into his own half, helps it on first time to Tonali. Mazraoui tried to take Barnes out, but Newcastle continue to attack. Tonali wins a throw. Paul takes it back to big Dan Burn, keeping Sven Botman out of the team. So too is Malik Chow, I suppose. We wondered whether they would have gone with a 5 tonight, but it's a 4. And those are the two favoured centre-halves. Burn gets it from Ramsdale, just to the left of Newcastle's box. Chipped into Joelinton. Takes it on his chest, tried to head it over. Mazraoui to Barnes. Man U win it back. Joelinton dispossesses Casemiro, and then forwards looking for Ramsey. Oh, sliding Matheus Cunha. Good work. Then Ramsey wins it back. Newcastle, when they lose it, they're getting possession, and they give it away again. They haven't won it back this time, though, because it's forward to Bruno Fernandes. Šeško far post. He's hit it straight at Dan Burn, and Tonali to Burn, and then cleared. Gordon looking for it. Slipped in the centre circle by the looks of things.
Went looking for the free kick, didn't he?
No foul. Play on. Man U have it. Mazraoui to Mbeumo. He's got 10 goals this season. And now it's Bruno Fernandes to Casemiro, right side of centre midfield, and Maguire on halfway, left side, up the line to Shaw, straight back to Maguire, on to Shaw. He's got a bit of room here. Luke Shaw comes back inside, doesn't cross. Mainu to Yoro. Casemiro Try to play a clever ball towards Mateus Cunha. Malik Chow is late with the challenge. Manchester United have a free kick about 30 yards from goal, central position.
Yeah, he's just cleaned him out, hasn't he?
Saw the ball was there to be won, but he couldn't get there quickly enough.
Yeah. Good touch, just took it away from Chow, and he's just committed to the tackle.
33rd minute here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Aaron Ramsdale just making sure the wall is right. They've actually been told to come forwards by the referee, which is quite rare. They're on the edge of the D. Bruno Fernandes slightly right of centre.
Is he shooting from here?
It's one where he could be lining up a shot, or he could just put a bit of disguise on it and try and sort of whip it across to the far side of the box. Maguire is up there, Šeško in the middle, Bruno Fernandes dinks it into the area, Chow heads it away, Gordon chests it, Elanga, good ball juggling and trying to run. Elanga's done well, he's found Gordon inside for Joelinton. The break is on. Joelinton, edge of the box, cuts inside. Joelinton, oh no.
Dear.
It's a wild swing and an effort that clears the crossbar by some distance. Brilliant build-up though. Ando.
Great break. Yeah, fabulous break. Broke with pace. Not the player you wanted on it, was it? Not when you see the shot.
Eddie Howe put his head in his hands when he saw that. There are options in the attack. Joelinton took the shot on. Next time he may pass it. Now Lamens is taking an eternity over the goal kick and is upsetting home supporters. 0-0. Trippier heads forwards, Gordon and Elanga chasing after it. Elanga's managed to get to the ball, but it was out when he had his touch. It's a Man United throw, would have been anyway, but didn't give it up. Elanga has contributed to some of Newcastle's attacking play tonight. I don't think he's done too badly. Collectively, they've played very well, and they could be ahead, but they're not. Ramsey almost overran it. He's found Hall. It's gone out off Mbeumo. Manchester City 1.
No, it's not.
Oh no, it hasn't gone out, sorry. Manchester City 1, Nottingham Forest 1. Morgan Gibbs-White, and now a soft free kick for Manchester United, won by Mazraoui. Gordon with the challenge. Home supporters do not appreciate that decision. Neither does Anthony Gordon. One of your criticisms of this referee, Ando, this season and his 4 previous matches was that he blow up for everything. Lewis Hall winning it back from Brian Mbeumo, who trips him. And yeah, referee into his pocket, yellow card. Well, I suppose there's a bit of consistency there.
Yeah, you would say that.
And Mbeumo
he booked Ramsey for one. Well, Ramsey was a pullback, wasn't it?
Aston Villa 1, Chelsea 2, Brighton 0, Arsenal 1, Fulham goalless with West Ham, and Man City 1, Nottingham Forest 1. Latest scores here, it's 0-0. Tonali free kick. Gordon currently offside. Middle of the box. Tonali up the line to Barnes. Gonna run at Mazraoui. Delivers across, it's blocked, edge of the area. Joelinton to Trippier. Elanga goes out wide, gets it. Gives it to Trippier once again. Man United through Shaw, headed into the middle. Defensive touch from Luke Shaw, claimed by Lamens from that cross. Flicked it up into the box, goalkeeper Salmons kicks from the floor. Trippier beats Mateus Cunha in the air again. Ramsey onto Joelinton. Now Gordon turns. Elanga trying to run through players, stopped at the edge of the area by Maguire. Joelinton with a pull back. He'll get a yellow card, will he? Yeah. Referee blew the whistle.
As you say, he's consistent.
Seemed to think about it. He let a second yellow card go for Brian Brobby in the derby, I seem to remember, and got a lot of criticism for that, but tonight he's not letting anything go. Peter Banks from Merseyside. Who is taking some flack. Still goalless, but an enjoyable match. 7 minutes to half-time.
There we go again. Trippier wins a header.
Joelinton gets up, his header's gone backwards. That's not ideal. Mateus Cunha looking for Šeško, trying to run onto it, down at the edge of the area. Referee says no foul. Man United don't really appeal. Now Elanga dispossesses Shaw, who fouls him, and he's the latest player to get yellow carded. Hang on. 3 yellow cards in the space of about 2 minutes. At this rate, going to need a pencil sharpener or a new piece of paper or both, because it's going to be making notes of cautions one by one. They go into the referee's book. Earlier, Ramsey yellow carded for a foul. Newcastle 0, Man United 0. West Ham have taken the lead at Fulham through Crescencio Somerville. Big goal at the bottom. No. Chelsea 3-1 up through Cole Palmer at Aston Villa. Free kick, Trippier looking for Gordon in the box, away by Mainu. They've wasted the initial ball, but they've got it back. Tonali, who plays it against a red shirt. Newcastle have it in midfield, staying on the attack, looking for Byrne, heads it up. It's still alive in the area, but Maguire, big leap. Oh, and Burma with a flick straight to Hall. Now Chow, Tonali, Ramsey's got a man on. Ramsey protects the ball, gives it back to Tonali. Joelinton away from a challenge on halfway, then a decent run. Newcastle, it's all a bit tight and played at a frenetic pace, but they've kept possession. Good switch by Tonali. Elanga takes it down well, running at Shaw. Elanga with step overs. Is there an end product? It's a good ball in near post. Keeper's got it. Crowd responding to what they're seeing and witnessing from the team. Barnes was involved there, Byrne was close by. They couldn't guide it in. It remains goalless, but they've been the better team. They've got it back again. Ramsey to Byrne, might give it to goalkeeper Ramsdale. Closed down by Bruno Fernandes. Ramsdale out to Byrne. I've just missed another goal somewhere else while Newcastle were attacking. Here's
Chelsea at 3.
Man City 2-1 up against Nottingham Forest. Rodri has scored for Man City. Mazraoui on halfway. Bruno Fernandes blocked by Hall. Mainu, could be a foul on Hall. He's gone down holding his boot. Referee says no.
No.
Maguire, back of the centre circle. Wasn't sure which way to go. Plays it to Yoro to his right. He slips. Šeško takes it on his chest. Some fans say there was handball. It's back to Mbeumo. Joelinton's got to be careful not to foul. Mbeumo bursts into the area. Back to Mainu. And a great save by Ramsdale. Mainu shot heading to the far side of goal. Not quite top corner. Ramsdale got across one-handed. Pushed it away. Man United throw on the far side. Here's Mainu again. And Ramsey with a good challenge. Chow with a clearance. Maguire on his chest, then on his thigh, then up the left wing. Tackled by Trippier. Gordon's got it. Rolls it back. Newcastle try and find a bit of space for possession. Chow in the area. Cross to Hall. Takes a touch. Gets nudged over by Mbeumo. Free kick. That'll just relieve some of the pressure Ramsdale got across well there.
Yeah, he did. Worked it well, didn't he? Mainu just whips it with his right foot, trying to pick that top corner out. Gets across, strong right hand to it.
43rd minute, no goals on BBC Radio Newcastle. Send us your messages for half time. 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp. Put BBC at the start. Aaron Ramsdale. That's a long ball over halfway. Joe Linton's the target. He's got it on his left boot. Looks for Gordon. Can't quite climb high enough. Man United thump it clear. Lewis Hall takes a throw, or is about to. Middle of Newcastle's half. Gets it back from Tonali. Beats one, then two. Knocks it one side of Mbeumo. Goes the other. Hall gets another free kick. Brian Mbeumo. Got to be careful now. He's adding to his number of fouls, and soon he'll be in the region of persistent fouling. He has a smile and a moment with Lewis Hall there about that. It wasn't a particularly nasty one, it was just one that got Newcastle a free kick. Trippier looks inside for Elanga on halfway, but the ball is misplaced. Chow with a good header, and Joe Linton.
There's
so much room.
That's that pocket of space I'm on about.
Can they make it count before half time? It's behind Ramsey, and Barnes can't keep it in.
See, that's not difficult. It's not a difficult ball.
Perhaps a lack of quality at key times tonight. Thinking about that Joe Linton effort after a great break over the top, and moments like that they could make more of. But hard to be critical because they have played very well. So much better than Saturday, but Mateus Cunha into the area. Ramsdale pushes it clear. And Mbeumo!
Oh, what a chance!
And Mbeumo over the top from 6 yards. Should have given Manchester United the lead.
Tell you what, as well as we've played, they've had the better chances. Two great chances they've had.
Mateus Cunha drove into the area. Ramsdale pushed it out. It hit Burn on the knees and came across the box to Cunha, to Mbeumo, sorry. And off his right boot. Oh, he smashed it over the bar. It did sit up.
Big chance.
But he should score.
Got away with one, didn't we?
Bit disappointed not to be ahead, but they're lucky not to be behind. Here's the numbers board from fourth official Tim Robertson. 3 minutes minimum. Paul's header.
3 minutes of additional time to be added.
Joe Linton lifts it up. Yoro. Tonali with a header. Elanga heads on. Gordon trying to bring it down. Gordon for the run of Ramsey, maybe. Far side of the area. Lemons, good goalkeeping. And it's just a goal kick, isn't it? Came out. Ramsey doesn't appeal for anything. No, arguments out there as Gordon played.
Oh, he's going to be off.
Jacob Ramsey, hang on, is he going to book him for diving? Now Lamons came out. Well, is there a bit of contact? Not saying there's enough for a foul, I'm just asking the question.
No.
Has he sent off Jacob Ramsey?
Yeah.
A second yellow card. Ramsey complains and protests. Oh dear. A strong first half performance from Newcastle United, and Jacob Ramsey, who scored against Everton and then had to go off through sickness, has been sent off tonight. Lamons came out. He didn't appeal for a penalty. Just seemed like good goalkeeping. Is that a clear dive?
He didn't need to go down though, did he?
You're watching it again. Newcastle are reduced to 10 men. What a shame. After their first half performance, it hasn't yielded a goal. Now they've lost Jacob Ramsey to a second yellow card. The referee's been in and out of his pocket with his yellow card all night, and there's two there for Ramsey, who heads down the tunnel. Well, let's Let's see if he applies consistency the other way in the second half. It just makes their task so much harder now. What can you say?
Not a lot.
Is it the correct decision? Do you feel in accordance with the fair application of the laws of the game?
I don't know what the rules of the game are anymore, Razor.
Man United in the Newcastle box. Here's Mateus Cunha blocked by Chow. Could be handball after the block from Chow. Anyway, Newcastle have it. Ilanga back to Trippier. Just got to get to half-time now, haven't they? Joelinton, man on to Tenali. He's got runners, still got the ball, he's come inside well. Gordon, back to Tenali. Joelinton, he's got to be careful, he's on a yellow. Gordon dispossesses Casemiro, who was far too slow. Newcastle are in the ear of the fourth official as Gordon makes his way into the box, goes down, nothing given. Well, he has he? Yes, he's pointed to the spot. Peter Banks has given a penalty after initially saying no, and Bruno Fernandes, the Manchester United captain, can't believe it, picks up the ball and runs after the referee. Gordon cut inside, went down. Minutes after Jacob Ramsey was sent off, Newcastle United are awarded a penalty, but VAR will surely be taking a look. Was it inside the box, the foul? Yes. And who was it?
It was Fernandes.
Mazraoui was there as well.
Yeah, it was Fernandes.
It's a penalty for Newcastle, who have 10 men.
But it comes about because it's all happening too quick in there for Casemiro. He wanted all day.
Anthony Gordon tripped. Well, reduced to 10 men, but their play was still positive, even if the mood inside the stadium had dropped. And Gordon's won a penalty. And still Manchester United appeal and complain and protest, doing what they do. But in first half added on time, Anthony Gordon has a penalty kick to take against Sene Lamons, and Newcastle with 10 men. This would be a precious lead. Gordon from 12 yards as the keeper jumps up and down on the line, touches the crossbar. He won the penalty, Gordon, he's going to take it. Can he give Newcastle United the advantage? Gordon from the penalty spot, here we go. It's in! Gordon down the middle. Lamons dived out of the way to his left. And Anthony Gordon is just so reliable from 12 yards. It's his 15th goal of the season. It's his 9th from the penalty spot. And he has delivered in a huge moment for 10-man Newcastle United, who've been the better team, but have had Jacob Ramsey sent off. And in first half added on time, they've opened up a lead. Newcastle United 1, Manchester United 0.
Just so reliable from the spot, isn't he? This time he goes straight down the middle. Not his best penalty, you would say. Keeper stands still, he stops it, but he goes one way. Ball ends up in the back of the net.
Newcastle United have scored the last 24 penalties they've been awarded at St James's Park. That doesn't include shootouts in the Cup, awarded in normal time of games, League and Cup. Last one not to go in was against Man City, May 2021, but they scored from the rebound then. Anthony Gordon has banged in a fair few of those. It's a great run. We kick off on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. That lead could be, I mean, it's a precious goal, isn't it, Ando, given that they've got 10 men. I'm not saying they can't score another, but if you go 0-0 half-time, a man down, it's very different to taking the lead, of course, psychologically.
Yeah, I mean, the sending off, you thought, what way is it going to go? Great run by Gordon to win the penalty. Just nice and positive.
Cross in the box from Man United. Trippier headed it away when it could have gone backwards. Could they get a second? Play goes on. Tonali, Elanga, and now Gordon over halfway. Newcastle. Anthony Gordon. Well, he's in the mood. He's turned one way, then the other. found the feet of Barnes, corner of the box. Keep an eye on the referee. Will he blow? Barnes between challenges. And it's come into a deeper position. Joe Linton looking for Gordon. Wanted a free kick, nothing given. Manchester United, their turn to attack. Mateus Cunha up the right. Oh dear me. The slightest touch and they go down, as you say, and that was Tanali with that foul. Quickly taken free kick by Bruno Fernandes. Mazraoui away from Hall. Oh, he's won a free kick.
It is a free kick as well.
Hall says that Mazraoui has either slipped or dived, or there wasn't much contact. But it's boot on boot, isn't it?
It's a nailed on free kick.
I'm not giving my opinion. It's my job to describe. It's my job to describe what happens, and that includes player reactions, without always giving a view myself. And Lewis Hall appealed and said it wasn't a foul.
I'm sure if Lewis Hall says it wasn't a free kick, it mustn't have been.
But you've seen the replay, and it was.
Yeah.
Bruno Fernandes in line with the penalty box, sends it in. It's an equaliser. Newcastle's lead in first half added on time didn't last long. How long are we playing on for? We are now into the 54th minute of the first half, and Bruno Fernandes clipped in the free kick, and it's Casemiro who scores with the header. He made the mistake leading to the goal. Ramsdale is beaten, and Newcastle's advantage on the scoreboard has gone. It's Newcastle United 1, Manchester United 1.
Whipped in near post, isn't it? He's so good in the air. Downward header, flies past Ramsdale.
He's the attacker at the front as well. Gets across Hall. So 1-1, and that buzz and that lift from scoring has now gone. Referee now blows for half-time, and the boos are for Peter Banks, who is, well, not well liked around these parts. He did give Newcastle a penalty that Anthony Gordon scored, but he sent off Jacob Ramsey. Kieran Trippier's having a word with him, and the supporters are not happy, but they applaud the efforts of their players, who've been very, very good. Ando.
Yeah, it's been a good game. It's been feisty. There's been bookings. There's been a red card. It's been a lively 45 minutes.
Joe Willock is on halfway, trying to talk to the officials. He gets shoved by the assistant referee. Jason Tyndall's waiting for a word. He always likes to put Newcastle's case forwards. How do they play the second half then, with 10 men? 1-1.
Keep doing what they've been doing. They've been great first half. The energy they've played with, the intensity that they played with, we haven't seen it in a while, but it's all been there. They seem to bring it out against the so-called top sides, and they did that. Didn't create a great deal, to be fair, Razor, for all the play that we had. You know, Lamans hasn't had a save to make, but the build-up play, the intensity's been there. Just at times that final ball has let us down. You get the penalty, last minute of the half after being reduced to 10 men, and then unfortunately we just couldn't see it out.
Commentary of the second half coming up on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. It'll be an interesting second 45. Newcastle, Jacob Ramsey sent off, and 2 goals in first half added on time, 1 for each team. Newcastle United 1, Manchester United 1.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Christine, when did life move in slow motion for you?
I was on my way to take my mum to hospital, and there was a white van coming the opposite way, but it was on my side of the road. So I had to swerve, and next thing I knew, I was upside down in the ditch. So I rang my mum and I said, "Mum, I'm sorry if I had a crash upside down in the ditch. I won't be able to take to the hospital." And she said, "Oh, I'll have to ring the hospital and cancel my appointment now."
No mention of how are you? You've rolled your car.
She wasn't happy at all, bless her.
Matt Bailey at breakfast. Weekdays from 6. Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
Well, I think you could say that was a fairly eventful first half. 1-1 at St James's Park at half-time. Newcastle 1, Manchester United 1. This is me, Simon Pride, alongside John Anderson. And I don't know if you want a cup of tea at half-time. I've got a lot to talk to you about. But let's just go through the headlines, shall we? Firstly, the sending off of Jacob Ramsey. The first booking was a silly booking, but it was a booking. The second one, a dive, trying to win a penalty. We've seen replays. He obviously goes down. It probably wasn't a penalty. That doesn't necessarily mean it was a dive, though, does it?
No, it was the delayed reaction, wasn't it? It was... He didn't need to go down.
No.
Because there was no touch on him. He didn't need to go to ground.
It almost felt like he realised as he was going, actually I shouldn't do this, but then he still went down.
And the referees looked at it and thought he's trying to hoodwink us, and decided to show a second yellow card.
It took a while though.
He did. He thought about it, didn't he?
I don't know if he spoke or his assistant
he seemed to be having words with the linesman on that far side. And he walked across towards the linesman as well, which makes you think that the linesman obviously influenced them in the decision.
It didn't feel like a blatant dive to me, but it's very difficult to know. Probably only Jacob Ramsey knows. Not long after that, Newcastle win a penalty. Anthony Gordon scores it, and then I was planning my half-time chat with you about how they were going to have to approach the second half and how the dark arts were going to have to come into play, about how they were probably even going to have to try and even things up, which they probably still will do, in terms of maybe winding up a few Manchester United players, a few on a booking that might get sent off themselves. But of course then the Casemiro goal changes the complexion again.
Yeah, it does. You get the penalty, you think, we'll go into half-time 1-0 up, have a word to say what we're going to do, which way you're going to sort it out, and then they score right at the death. There was a few more minutes added on by the referee, whether that was down to the fact that he took his time over the penalty and one thing and another. But it is what it is, half time. I mean, it's been a good game. I think we played with real good intensity that we haven't seen in a while. We've got the ball forward. Some of the play, some of the one-touch stuff has been really, really good. But yeah, kicking down the hill second half. We'll have to see how it goes.
What should the tactics be second half? I mean, should it be any different to how it would have been if it was 1-0? I mean, I guess 1-1 with 10 men would be a good result now. So
yeah, I think you've got to be a little bit more cautious when you're down to 10 men. But we've seen here against Liverpool earlier in the season, when we went down to 10 men, that we really upped our game, and hopefully that can be the case again the second half.
I'll let you go.
Thank
you.
Go
on, have your cup of tea. And Ando will be back for the second half, and of course he'll be here to take your calls and messages after the final whistle has blown as well. What about the other games then that are taking place in the Premier League this evening? These all kicked off at 7:30, so they're into the closing stages now, and Aston Villa 1, Chelsea 4 is the latest from Villa Park. Aston Villa had taken the lead through Douglas Luiz as early as the second minute, but their season is rather unravelling a little bit, isn't it, Aston Villa's, it seems anyway, and Chelsea have hit back with 4 without reply. A hat-trick for João Pedro, and Cole Palmer has added his name to the score sheet as well. Villa 1, Chelsea 4. Arsenal lead Brighton by 1-0. Bukayo Saka with the only goal of that game so far. And it's Fulham 0, West Ham 1. Somerville, who's been on good goal-scoring form the last 6 weeks or so, hasn't he? On the mark again for West Ham in that London derby. And plenty of goals at the Etihad. Manchester City 2, Forest 2. With Antoine Semenyo putting City ahead, Morgan Gibbs-White equalising, and then Rodri putting City back in front, and then Elliot Anderson, the former Newcastle midfielder, equalising. So it is 2-2 in that game. Another game of great interest to us here on BBC Radio Newcastle, taking place just across the river at the International Stadium, Gateshead, where Gateshead are playing Braintree in the National League. Both teams needing the points in order to try and drag themselves away from the relegation zone. Well into the second half now. Colin White can tell us what's happening.
I can. I'm slightly worried because after 15 minutes I told Razor there was absolutely no chance this game would finish goalless. We've played 72 and a half minutes and it still is 0-0. Gateshead, just as you were coming to me there, having another really good chance from Ash Boatswain. They have been by far the better team, Gateshead, but nothing to show for it. The first 10 minutes were all a bit manic and chaotic. Gateshead started it. Kenton Richardson at centre half started it with an awful back pass that gave John Akinde the opportunity to go one-on-one with the debut goalkeeper for Gateshead, Adam Desbois, who made a very good save. And then 5 minutes later, Braintree replicated it, but it made it even worse. It was an awful, terrible back pass, lofted high from almost on the halfway line, sailed over their own goalkeeper, bounced inside the 6-yard box, hit the post, bounced back towards the goalkeeper who'd been backtracking, who then got a bit disorientated and picked the ball up, which meant at least Gateshead couldn't score because he was under a little bit of pressure from Ash Boatswain. It meant there was an indirect free kick for Gateshead inside the penalty area that they then couldn't really make anything of, and then the game did settle down a bit, but Gateshead with so many more chances than Braintree have had. They've had corner after corner, long throws from Brad Nicholson from either side are basically equivalents of corners as well. Kieran Ward probably coming the closest, Keaton Ward, sorry, probably coming the closest a couple of minutes before half time with a shot just over the crossbar after he'd cut in from the left hand side. They made one change at half time, Gateshead, which meant they went from a back three to a back four. They then made a triple substitution about 5 minutes ago, which means they've gone back to a back three again. They are chasing. They've got Levi Amanchi up front now as well, alongside Ash Boatswain, so both 6 foot plus strikers up top there. They've created a couple really good football from Harry Chapman about 10 minutes ago, gave the other debutant, Zach Gilston, a good shot that was well saved as well. But 16 minutes to go plus injury time, and it is still Gateshead 0, Braintree 0, Simon.
Thank you very much indeed, Colin. We will obviously bring you news of any goals in that game. Fingers crossed Gateshead can make that breakthrough between now and the end of the match. One more game to tell you about that's taking place this evening in the Scottish Premiership, a game of great importance for Celtic, who are drawing currently 1-1 at Aberdeen into the last half hour of that match. Now, last night, as well as the Sunderland game, there was another match of great significance as well, involving one of our non-league teams, South Shields, in the National League North, and they returned to the top of the table because they beat Fylde 2-1. Paul Dixon was at the First Cloud Arena, so let's get a bit of reaction to last night's game now. He caught up with the Shields manager, Ian Watson.
Yeah, it was an unbelievable night. I thought it was an unbelievable game. I thought both teams were really, really good. I thought we both tried to play, we both tried to attack, we both wanted to win the game of football. There was some really good 1v1 battles in there. They've got some amazing players, and I thought every single one of our boys tonight were just incredible, absolutely amazing in the air. They ran themselves into the ground and they emptied the tank, and I'm so proud of how hard they worked.
And it was tight the first half, very few chances, but it was really significant when they came out in the second half. You had inspired them or said something to get them playing the way they were, and the 2 goals in 2 minutes, 52 and 54, really helped.
Yeah, listen, they inspire themselves. We try and help, and we give little bits what we think the opposition give us, and that we can maybe sort of counter on that. But the way the boys are and the intensity that they play with and how they run, it gives them their moments themselves. We've got an unbelievable group, a real special group, and after half time when they come out with that intensity, it's just testament to themselves and how much they want to do well for this football club.
And 2 great goals. I mean, Blackett, that's 26 he's got now.
He's so desperate to score goals that he just gets all the goals off the back of his eagerness, and he's an unbelievable finisher, and he gets little flicks and little touches, but he's just a constant problem for the opposition.
In nearly 3,000 here tonight, and when that second goal went in, I think the whole lot of them were cheering. Unbelievable atmosphere.
No, it's amazing. When we first came to the football club, we said we wanted to get the community really bought into what we're trying to do here, and this is just the real start of the journey, the start of the process. The more the people buy into the football club and really support it, the more it'll grow and the better we'll be. So happy that they came and they made that noise, because we really needed it tonight. They got us over the line.
Ian Watson speaking to Paul Dixon last night. Obviously, Colin will get some reaction from Rob Elliott tonight, and we'll bring you reaction as well tomorrow on BBC Radio Newcastle from tonight's match. I wonder what the second half will hold. The Newcastle subs have been out warming up. I'm sure Eddie Howe will use his bench, bearing in mind his team is down to 10 men, 1-1 against Manchester United. The second half is imminent. Let me just tell you that New Zealand have beaten South Africa by 9 wickets in Kolkata to make it into the final of cricket's T20 World Cup. Finn Allen scored a 33 3-ball century for the Kiwis. England play India tomorrow in Mumbai. The winners will play New Zealand in the final. And Durham's men have cancelled plans to travel to Abu Dhabi on Monday because of the situation in the Middle East. They were due to play a number of games as part of their pre-season preparation with the new cricket season starting on Good Friday. Nottinghamshire have cancelled the trip over there as well. And Durham's women, well, they're due to go out to the Middle East, to Abu Dhabi as well on March the 23rd. A decision will be made about that tour later. In rugby union, scrum half James Elliott has signed a new 2-year deal at the Newcastle Red Bulls. And in golf, Luke Donald will attempt to become the first captain to win 3 Ryder Cups in a row after his 3rd term as European skipper was confirmed for next year's edition in Ireland. So the second half is imminent here at St James's Park. I do wonder what it will hold, bearing in mind the way that it ignited this match just towards the end of the first half. A sending off for Jacob Ramsey, a second yellow card for diving and trying to win a penalty in the eyes of the referee. Then Anthony Gordon wins a legitimate penalty, scores it, and then Manchester United equalise just before half time. The players are coming out. The second half is imminent.
Total Sport North East.
Live from St James's Park.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Thank you to Simon Pride, who will return alongside John Anderson at the end of the game here on BBC Radio Newcastle, where we will analyse the second half, in addition to the first, a controversial one with the actions of referee Peter Banks, but maybe the actions of Jacob Ramsey as well. Perhaps you've had time to look at that incident leading to his second yellow. I don't think there was any dispute over the first. Newcastle have 10. One of the things that I'm quite interested in, Ando, is as Joe Willock prepares to come on, and it's for Harvey Barnes. Newcastle make a change. Where did the referee get 9 minutes of first half additional time when they put 3 on the board, didn't they?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Willock on for Barnes. It's a change for Newcastle, who have Ramsdale, Trippier, Chow, Byrne, Hall, Willock, Tonali, Joelinton, Elanga and Gordon. That's the 10 against Manchester United. And the second half is underway as Newcastle kick towards the Gallagher end. They have got to be careful because of yellow cards and not to pick up another second booking for Joelinton. Man U have got a couple on bookings as well. Here's Willock. Lively introduction, Joe Willock. He's won a throw from Mateus Cunha 20 yards out, near side. It's going to be Kieran Trippier to send it in. Dan Burn's gone forwards, Lewis Hall stayed back. Man United bring everybody back, and it's away by the first Man United defender, and it's gone out off Willock, so it's a throw for the visitors, who have Lamans in goal, Mazraoui, Yoro, Maguire, Shaw at the back, Casemiro and Mainu in the middle, and Burmo, Cunha, Fernandes and Šeško are their forward players. Maguire turns away from Elanga in the penalty area after they went backwards with the ball from the throw. And Harry Maguire still has it. Middle of Manchester United's half. Gordon's dropped in on the left here, and Newcastle win it back. Gordon's touch is heavy. The away side have it once more. Elanga's, I think when they're without the ball, Elanga seems to be the one they're leaving furthest forwards. Willock's out on the right, but maybe on attack it could be a 2. Here's Shaw across halfway from Mainu. Bruno Fernandes back to Yoro. And Burmo
to take on Hall. He's got it on his left, whips over a ball, which is behind Sheshko and behind the line for a goal kick. Did you have a chance to review any of the big decisions at half-time?
No.
See any of them again?
No, I haven't seen any of them at all. By the time I got downstairs, they'd all been done and dusted, so I haven't seen them again.
Ramsdale with a kick with plenty of height. Joelinton flicks on, Gordon trying to get on the end of it. It's turned clear and Hall chests it. Joelinton onto Gordon, trying to flick it up the line for Hall, who'd made a good forward run. It's out for a throw. We're in the 4th minute of the second half now, and it's still 1-1. Tanali back to Hall. Mazraoui slides in. Manchester United keep it in. Mateus Cunha wins a header for the first time tonight. And this is an attack up the far side, and Burmo. Joe Willock gets back well, then plays it to Aaron Ramsdale after intercepting on the edge of Newcastle's penalty area at the Leazes end to our left-hand side. Ramsdale with a long kick angled towards the left touchline. Manchester United win the first ball. Joelinton heads it to Gordon, who wins a free kick. Tonali has got Byrne and Chow going forwards. This one's 1-1. Obviously they had Anthony Gordon sent off against Liverpool in August. They were 2-0 down in that game and got it back to 2-2 before conceding the late goal to lose the match. And here they play in a second 45 with 10. Headed away. Willock with a header forward. Sheshko clear. Mateus Cunha down to Mainu. That's overhit. Joe Willock. That's Trippier. And Tonali instead with Chow on halfway, back to Tonali, drop of the shoulder and away from a couple of challenges. It's opened up a little bit. Here's Gordon almost, but Tonali's ball was just a bit too close to a red shirt, and they switch it from right to left, and maybe this is where their additional player will benefit them, but not with a pass like that from Mateus Cunha that rolls behind.
Hasn't happened for him tonight, has it? Thankfully.
Regularly one of the best players in the Premier League for Wolves. £62 million to Man United in the summer. Now let's go through some of the other matches. Nottingham Forest have taken a point from Manchester City, 2-2. That's finished. Fulham 0, West Ham 1. And Brighton 0, Arsenal 1. They are results. Still playing. Aston Villa 1, Chelsea 4. The Nottingham Forest second equaliser was scored by Elliot Anderson. Dan Burn on his chest after Manchester United head the ball away. Back it goes to Aaron Ramsdale. 52nd minute. Ramsdale, it's long. Elanga gets up but mistimed the leap. He climbs pretty well, Elanga. There he just went too early. One of the biggest players, obviously, in terms of height. Joelinton looking for an option somewhere. Back to Chow. And this is Trippier. It's gone out off Bruno Fernandes. Trippier and Joelinton, a couple of passes, then back to Chow, just behind halfway, inside to Ramsdale, takes a touch outside the penalty area, onto Byrne, and back over to the near side to Trippier, backpedaling, chests it down, up the line to Willock. Gordon needs to get in the box, there's nobody in there, nobody in the middle. Willock back to Trippier, Joe Linton's got it through a little gap for Trippier. They need somebody in the box. Trippier's cross, Tonali edge of the area. Here's Gordon trying to find room for the shots. He does, left-footed straight at Lamans from 20 yards.
I said in the first half, Cunha is just letting Trippier go all the time. He's not tracking him yet again. He just gets in behind Cunha, who doesn't track.
Lamans ball headed on by Šeško. Trippier behind Chow covers and nods it back to Ramsdale. 1-1. Burn back to Ramsdale, and now it's on to Malik Chow. Up the line to Trippier. He's got a bit of space again. Great ball inside Willock. Now Gordon available as Willock overruns it, and then Maguire.
Poor touch, wasn't it?
His shins and behind.
Great little ball inside by Trippier. It's a poor touch by Willock. Just got away from him, didn't it?
Still playing some quite nice stuff, even with 10 men. Lamans to Yoro. Out to Mazraoui. Back to Yoro. Tonali has dropped back, still with Bruno Fernandes near the centre circle. Lewis Hall had pushed up as Newcastle were pressing. Shaw on his chest. Elanga makes a challenge. Shaw has lost it to Elanga. That's terrific work, and he's found Joe Linton. He just wanted it more desire, stronger. Casemiro with a foul on Joe Linton, and thousands of supporters on their feet waving the imaginary yellow card at the referee. No booking, just a free kick.
It's too quick in there for Casemiro.
Trippier. They could create something from this. More than 30 yards out, right of centre. Well,
free kick.
They might have been able to get something from it, but Manchester United have been awarded a free kick. Harry Maguire down at the edge of the area. Dan Burn gave him a push.
Yeah, just a two-handed push.
Just wonder why do it, because if that results in a goal, it's going to be ruled out, assuming the officials don't see it, which of course they did, and they would. Short to Mateus Cunha, Asula, Murphy, Jacob Murphy and Wissa warming up. Mazraoui onto the touchline to Mbeumo. It's about 35 yards from goal. Chipped into the area for the run of Mbeumo. Big Dan Burn gets up to head and then play it away. Joe Linton. Well worked to Willock, coming away from the edge of Newcastle's box, realises Šeško's on his shoulder, turns and gives it back to Chow. Now Burn out to Hall. With 10 men, they've been doing all right, haven't they, positionally. Burn out to Trippier, on to Willock, back to Trippier, up to Elanga, now trying to run. He could play Gordon in. Elanga's taking it out wide left. Newcastle keep possession, back to Hall, just ahead of halfway. 57th minute. Elanga on the left. Back to Joe Linton. Now into space for Hall. Only Willock really in the area. There's nobody to hit with a cross. Chow up to Willock, who gives Mainu the slip. Willock wins a corner. It's done well since coming on Joe Willock, and Newcastle with 10 have played well in the second half.
Yeah, it's well played, isn't it? Great little ball down the side. Willock runs, does that well actually. Gets in those spaces. Looked like he'd lost Mainu, but Mainu's done well to get back and get the block in, give the corner kick away.
comes Kieran Trippier, puts the ball down. Byrne and Chow run away from the 6-yard line. They are followed by Yoro and Shaw. Joe Linton at the back of the box. There's nobody close to goal. Nobody in the 6-yard box. Referee telling Kieran Trippier to get on with it. Outswinger. Joe Linton with a climb, but his header's gone backwards. And Burmo clears. Ramsdale comes to halfway. Has a look. Plays it square to Hall. And it goes long again. Shaw beaten to it by Willock. It's not a bad header on by Joe Willock. Byrne was in the middle, and Manchester United's clearance comes out on the near side. Willock might have
never got off his feet, did he?
Hurt himself there. Just rubbing his nose and his forehead. Throw goes back to Chow and back to Ramsdale. How would you describe their performance, Ando, at the start of the second half?
Yeah, it's been great. They've been really good.
Carry on.
Their energy levels have been good. Everything about it's been spot on.
Mateus Cunha. Kieran Trippier makes the challenge. Referee says free kick to Manchester United. Also covering tonight a massive game at the bottom of the National League. Gateshead against Braintree. There's been a goal, Colin White.
And it's a Gateshead goal in the 4th minute of 7 added on at the end of this game. Told you it wouldn't finish goalless. Gateshead 1, Braintree 0. The umpteenth long throw from Brad Nicholson caused chaos in the box. It broke back out to Keaton Ward, who curled a beautiful right-footed shot from 22 yards into the top corner. Still 2 and a bit minutes left on the clock, but Gateshead lead 1-0.
Thank you, Colin. Gateshead were 10 points from safety at the start of the night. Here it's still 1-1. Manchester United have had possession in Newcastle's half. They've got an edge of the area. Now Shaw, that goes back to Mainu. Shaw's got it again on the near side. Bruno Fernandes turns, lays it off to Mateus Cunha. He's rolled it towards Mbeumo. Lewis Hall intercepts, goes on a run. It's a fair challenge. Well, the referee put his whistle to his lips though and then pulled it away. Bruno Fernandes through ball. Oh, and Mbeumo's got it and then played it against Chow, and Mbeumo's cross sails behind. Fortunately, the follow-up attempt from Mbeumo to do something. Out it goes. Manuel Ugarte coming on for Man United for Luke Shaw.
The latter will come on for Shaw.
And Diogo Dalot is also coming on, and he is replacing Casemiro, who scored there.
Yeah, as I said, it's all just happening too quick in there for him.
Dalot to right back, Mazraoui to left back, and Ugarte in midfield. It was a double change. Only saw the first player getting prepared. But on the hour, Michael Carrick, 2 substitutions. Still 1-1, despite Newcastle being down to 10 following the Jacob Ramsey red card. 2 bookings in the first half. The second for a dive in the view of the officials. He was sent off in the first minute of added on time. Gordon scored in the 6th minute from the penalty spot, and then Casemiro equalised in the 9th minute. The first half added on time. BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Lewis Hall back to Dan Byrne. If you have a smart speaker, ask it to play BBC Radio Newcastle. You can listen to us that way. Elanga tries to beat Maguire in the air. Mateus Cunha's got it on halfway after Maguire won it following a long Newcastle ball up the pitch. Fernandes in behind, and Mbeumo didn't run. Ball sees it back to Ramsdale. Crowd are trying to do their bit as well. Eddie Howe with instructions for Anthony Elanga. Kieran Trippier puts his arm up, he wants it from Ramsdale out to this near side. Ramsdale kicks off the outside of his right boot. Trippier gets up, Mazraoui wins the header. Newcastle have a throw just past halfway. 1-1. short, then makes a run at the line. Trippier goes back down the line to Chow. Inside to Ramsdale. On to Byrne. He's got a bit of room. Moves into it. Hall comes back to Byrne, and he goes back to Ramsdale. Drives it, looking for Trippier. Mateus Cunha gets up. Hasn't won any attacking headers against Trippier, won a defensive one there. Newcastle have a throw. Willett leaves it for Trippier. Line to Elanga. First touch, then he gets away, Elanga. Oh, brought down next to the edge of the penalty area by Mazraoui. Free kick. I think he's played well tonight, Elanga. He's been a problem at times for Man United, and he's put himself about physically. And it's a free kick close to the right corner of the box. Elanga did well. There's a yellow card for somebody in there. Must be Mazraoui, rather than for anybody for dissent. He was not one of those that had been cautioned in the first half. Gateshead have won 1-0 against Braintree. We'll maybe go back to Colin White in a moment after this free kick. Confirmation on a big result for former Newcastle goalkeeper Rob Elliott, their manager, in the relegation battle. But this has been won by Elanga. And Gordon now walks away from the ball. Elanga pulling his socks up on the edge of the box. Trippier leaves it for Tonali.
It's in a good position, this free kick. Tonali standing over it. It's right on the corner of that 18-yard box.
Two Man United players in the wall. One good ball in. Byrne and Chow, you could hit. Let's see. Tonali clips it in. Chow goes for it. They've all missed it, and there's some appeals for something. Maybe handball. Newcastle have been awarded a corner. It's a dangerous ball in. It just really needed a touch, but they are telling the referee that there was a handball there. You're about to see a replay. Take a look.
No.
Not from Dallo, or was it Mainu at the back? Referee is telling players to wait. He'll probably give the corner, won't he?
You think he should give the penalty?
No, but I don't think the first one was. It's just whether it was the second one. But the replay didn't really show it. Paul Tierney is still talking to Peter Banks. They are checking. Is that the check complete? Yeah, no, it was against Mainu rather than Dallo, but it's no penalty. They'll just have to score from this corner instead. Bit of wrestling going on. Chow being held, and Joe Linton. In it comes. Gordon round the back!
Oh, he's missed it!
Gordon made the run round the back and tried to connect with a corner. Players had vacated that area. There was loads of space. It was a difficult one. He was maybe just a yard back. But do you think he should have done better?
It's a chance, isn't it? He skews it, doesn't he?
He just can't get across it, can he?
No.
Trippier and Tonali with strong challenges, and Willock out of play. But Newcastle with 10 men, but full intensity. Michael Carrick shouting and screaming from the sidelines, trying to encourage his Man United players. It's still 1-1. They could have been back in front. Here's Yoro up to the halfway line. Diogo Dallo left out of the team tonight in the only Man United change. Back to Maguire. This is Dallo. He's 25 yards out in this position. Ugarte, the other substitute. Mainu, edge of the area, right side. Back to Ugarte. Newcastle get bodies in the way. They make a block. Back to Mainu. Black and white shirts all behind the ball. It's 30 yards out. Mazraoui, central position. Matheus Cunha on the left, he's got it on his right, finds Bruno Fernandes, edge of the area, back to Cunha, heads for the goal line. He's outside the penalty area and then forced into the corner. Trippier may have been caught by Matheus Cunha. Referee agrees and gives a free kick to Newcastle. You think that's fair enough or soft?
It's hands up. Can't have your hands in the air now.
Brought Anthony Elanga across to the touchline. They have a word, and the fourth official says you can't do that. So Elanga is sent back into the middle. He might well be the key in this second half, Elanga. Ramsdale, it's not great. The right side of Newcastle's part of the pitch in the corner, out of play on the far left hand side, so they've given it straight back to Manchester United. 69th minute. Bruno Fernandes turns at the edge of the area, brings in Mazraoui. Has he got a shot in him? Mazraoui blocked by Chow. The effort didn't get off the floor. Man United forwards, Trippier heads away. Mazraoui up the line to Matheus Cunha, and they've got space in the middle. Bruno Fernandes. Dalot to Mbeumo. Curls it in on his left. Trippier stabs it away. Joelinton chests it. Turns at the edge of the area. It's gone backwards. It's a goal kick. It came off a Man United body. Ando, how long do you think these players, they made one change at half-time, can keep doing it for, physically?
They've been great. Each of them, each and every one of them have been brilliant. Their energy levels are off the map. They really are, for the amount of games that they've played and the exertions they've gone through.
Ramsdale's kick. Joelinton stands his ground. It's gone backwards off Ugarte, who challenged for it with him. Dalot up the line, but out. Far left side, east stand, St James's Park. Joelinton with a throw, almost on halfway. Murphy, Wissa and Osula still warming up. Joelinton had the ball. Lewis Hall also had one, and they are going to let Hall take the throw. Gives it to Joelinton, back to Hall, back to Byrne. Stumbles slightly, is able to release the pass and give it to Ramsdale. Chow here with Trippier up the line. He says no, send it longer, which he does, but Mainu chests it down. Willock then with a foul on Mainu. 20-year-old midfielder. Not fancied by Ruben Amorim, but very much liked by Michael Carrick. Gets his team that free kick. Bruno Fernandes in the 72nd minute, off the left wing. Eddie Howe's got some instructions for somebody as the referee penalises Joe Willock for a trip on Fernandes. Goes into the box. Only Mazraoui stays back. It's still 1-1 on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds, despite Newcastle having 10 men at 0-0. Then they scored a penalty through Gordon. Casemiro equalised. All of that in first half added on time. Bruno Fernandes from a short free kick, then sends it in round the back. It's half cleared. And Mbeumo, now Dalot, controlling it. Playing it against Byrne, and then it's cleared by Tonali. Elanga chasing after it. Mazraoui's header has gone wide to Mbeumo. Then Maguire takes it and turns nicely. And his pass across midfield finds Bruno Fernandes off the outside of the right boot and behind. Maguire did well. Bruno Fernandes there didn't quite get the cross right.
Yeah, it was good skill, wasn't it?
Since these two met on Boxing Day, this is Newcastle's 19th match. It's Man United's 12th. And 10 men out there have kept it at 1-1. Have battled brilliantly. They've had a couple of moments as well in attack. If they were able to win this, whether they nick it or better, it would be a really special result in the circumstances. But over the 74 minutes, it's been a very strong performance. Dan Burn sliding in, scooping it behind for a corner. It was the run from Ugarte, and Burn had to be at full stretch.
Yeah, damn long legs.
He celebrated the tackle like he'd scored a goal. The corner on the right from the left boot of Mbeumo. Middle of the box, Burn gets up and heads away from in front of Ramsdale. Mazraoui's header comes to Bruno Fernandes. He scoops it up, and a big save from Ramsdale to deny Yoro with a header. Aaron Ramsdale made a good stop from Mainu in the first half. He's made a vital one there from Yoro's free header, following the second ball in after the corner. Now Willock blocks Fernandez's cross. Two more Man United changes coming. It's still 1-1. The throw's been taken by Mainu. Ugarte to Yoro, just ahead of the centre circle. Still Jacob Murphy, William Osula and Johan Wissa warm up. Mainu 30 yards out, right of centre, rolls a ball to Mbeumo. He finds a pass out wide to Dalot, and Mbeumo gets it back. Mainu as Ugarte makes a run into the box. Bruno Fernandes to the edge of the area to Mbeumo, lifted in now by Bruno Fernandes, who got it back. Ugarte onto the roof of the net. Goodness me. Ramsdale didn't look like he was getting there, but thankfully he didn't need to.
It looked like that was dipping in, didn't it?
Ramsdale has gone down and could need treatment, as Manchester United at 1-1 with 14 minutes to play take off Kobbie Mainu and replace him with the former Sunderland loanee Amad Diallo. Amad's coming on, and Joshua Zirkzee is coming on for Brian Mbeumo. Those are the two changes. Zirkzee's had a tough time against Newcastle, got taken off early at Old Trafford last season. He's getting booed by his own fans on Boxing Day after he came on, when he struggled against United. Ramsdale's receiving treatment. Is Nick Pope warming up? I don't think so. Is this a tactical timeout? Well, both teams are making use of it.
Is this the dark arts again?
This has become a thing, hasn't it? And clubs are getting criticised for it. More generally, more widely. A lot of players taking on fluids. 1-1. Ramsdale has received treatment. You can't take the goalkeeper off. I think there's something to be debated, isn't there, about whether an outfield player has to go off for 30 seconds if the goalkeeper goes down for treatment. But that would stop teams doing it. Both have had the tactical timeout. It'll get added on to the game. Maybe the referee will find a lot of additional time at the end of the second half. Hey, maybe that'll be to Newcastle's benefit rather than Man United's, when Casemiro scored in the 9th minute at the end of the first half. after 3 was shown on the board. The penalty went in the 6th from Gordon. 1-1 still. Joelinton collides with Bruno Fernandes. No foul. Gordon now for Willock, running into the left corner. Willock pulled down by Dalot. Free kick.
Yolo again. He's left it 3 times for everybody else. Oh. That's a dive.
They've done well to get the decision there.
Oh dear. Well, hopefully we can get something out of it.
Yeah, no further action against Diogo Dalot. Obviously the referee thought it was a foul. I haven't seen it back, you have.
Yeah.
But he didn't book it.
No.
BBC Radio Newcastle and live on the BBC Sounds app. Ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle and listen to the conclusion there as well. We'll be with you till 10:30 tonight. 79th minute. Tonali's free kick. Chow is back post. Joelinton being held in the middle. Chow makes a run across to the front. Tonali clips it in. Keeper punches. Elanga brings it down back to goal. Now to Hall. Tries to play it through a gap for Elanga. It's blocked. Xerxes. Ooh. Yes, he's got it forwards to Mateus Cunha. Trippier says he's dived. Referee's given. Manchester United. Oh, hang on. Is that?
No,
it is Man United.
Yeah.
Well, Kieran Trippier went after Mateus Cunha. He was full of hell, Kieran Trippier, implying that he dived. You think there was contact?
He's seen it coming.
It's a Man United free kick, yellow card for Trippier, just to confirm the decisions there. Obviously, anything to do with a dive or an alleged dive is a sensitive topic tonight, with Jacob Ramsey's second yellow card for that. Manchester United attack. Gate's ball is blocked by Tonali. Gordon looking for Elanga. Stopped by Yoro. Joelinton and Gordon are there in the left corner. Gordon's got it. It's won a free kick. The assistant flagged and then the referee blew. Diogo Dalot penalised. We're in the final 10 minutes. If you'd like to give us a ring, call us now. You can book your place on our show. 0800 234 6565. Whether you're a regular or perhaps if you've never called us before, there's lots to discuss from tonight's match. We'd love to hear your view on 0800 234 6565. If you ring us now, we'll get your details and add you to the list. We'll be on till 10:30. Text 81333. Start your message with the letters BBC. Ramsdale with a free kick. Is there a way for them to win this, Ando? 10
oh yeah.
B11?
Yeah, that's still. Yeah, very much so.
Maguire heads away. Tonali forward. Joelinton on. Yoro clears. Stop Gordon from getting in behind. Here's Ahmad. Tidy control, then playing it back to Dalot. Yoro sweeps it over to Mazraoui. And the Moroccan drops his shoulder, comes away from Willock. Tall figure of Xerxes. I thought Xerxes must be playing a bit of a deeper role in midfield here. Newcastle have won it back. Mazraoui wants a free kick, they don't get it. Manu. Gordon makes a run.
Great tackle.
And he is dispossessed. Mazraoui gets up slowly. Gordon is stretching his hamstrings and his calves. Mazraoui's limping. He's obviously been hurt. Mateus Cunha, Newcastle got to defend here. Cunha back to the edge of the area. Bruno Fernandes well wide. Another question for you. Is there a substitution they could make that you think would give them a better chance? I mean, obviously it might depend on fatigue. Jacob Murphy's coming back to the bench.
Yeah, there's one or two tired legs out there now, isn't it?
William Osula would get Man United turned, perhaps. Jacob Murphy is going to come on. We might see Osula, we'll let you know in a second. It remains one apiece. Instructions for Murphy from the manager. Elanga just mistimed the leap there. Maguire's header, Byrne. Brought down by Dalot, inside to Ugarte. Middle of the Man United half. Mazraoui's fine now. Look at him.
Yeah. Many times do we see that?
Oh no, he's played the ball to Mateus Cunha and he's limping, and then he looks at the bench, he gets it back.
Oh dear.
He must have a problem. Yeah. Cunha for the run of Xerxes. He crosses. It's flicked away, I think, of a Newcastle head. It was too high for Ahmad. Kept in though. And now Bruno Fernandes to the back post. Trippier puts it behind. Had to do some important defending. Goal kick. He played it against Mateus Cunha. Referee spotted something there that wasn't immediately obvious. And Newcastle's change. The first one is Jacob Murphy for Anthony Elanga, and I think Elanga's done well tonight. And he gets the appreciation for that performance. And Anthony Gordon is the other player coming off, and William Osula is on. Now Osula, remember his goal against Liverpool when they had 10 and almost earned them a point, looked like it would earn them a point. Could Osula provide a big moment late on with Newcastle at a numerical disadvantage? Well, they've seen Elanga go off, and now they've got Osula running around. Manchester United replaced Nusayr Mazraoui with Tyrell Malacia, whose only 2 appearances this season have been substitute appearances against Newcastle, the Dutch left back. 5 minutes to go, 1-1. Remember, we'll bring you commentary on Saturday night, the 8 o'clock match in the FA Cup here against Manchester City. You can also listen to that one on BBC Sounds. And next Tuesday night against Barcelona on BBC Radio Newcastle, as you come to expect. Hall switches the play. That's a good ball. Trippier brilliantly brought down. Murphy inside. Trippier beats his man, plays it on the outside now for Murphy's run. He goes to the line. Oh, he's overrun it, has he?
Yeah.
What a shame. They'd worked a good position there. Manchester United take the goal kick. When do you get to a point where it's must not lose, or just don't lose, if you know what I mean?
You probably got to that stage at the 45th minute.
Fair enough. Mateus Cunha on the left, in it goes. Chow's header, a slip there from Ugarte. Joelinton to Tanali. Osula chests it. Joelinton now looks for another black and white shirt. Back to Chow, edge of the box. Trippier. It's gone up the pitch. It's out, but Newcastle can move forwards and get up. Bruno Fernandes to Harry Maguire, back again inside to Ugarte. We've got a 4-4-1 system. Yoro inside Newcastle's half of the pitch. Gets it back from Ugarte, right side, the far side. Bruno Fernandes has a touch, gives it to Ugarte, returns it to him. Now Maguire in the centre circle. Plays a pass in between the lines. Xerxes back to him from Šeško. Xerxes is taking it on. Still Xerxes into the area. Šeško blocked. Surely not him. After the events of the summer, Newcastle stopped the effort. Xerxes played against Trippier, and he's turned away from Mateus Cunha, and Trippier to Murphy. Might just have to get rid. Well, they get it half clear, then Osula makes a nuisance of himself, stops Bruno Fernandes coming away with it, but Man United have got it back. Hall steps out of defence to tackle Dalot. He then gets the better of Willock in a 50-50, and this is Ahmad and Bruno Fernandes back to goal, laid off. Ugarte blocked by Tonali, and Joelinton trying to prevent a corner. He's done so, and he's come away with it. Can't get very far. Back to Hall. Desire to fight for the black and white shirt and protect a 1-1 scoreline with 10 men there. 2 minutes of the 90 remain on BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. Xerxes goes for a shot.
Oh, what a save!
Aaron Ramsdale. Incredible save. Might be his best yet as a Newcastle player. Xerxes on the angle, right side, 20 yards, dipping just underneath the crossbar. Ramsdale
Great
with
save.
one hand to push it over.
Great save. Good hit. It was dipping as well.
The corner kick now from Manchester United. In swinger from Ahmad. Hall's header. Willock's onto it. Knocks it away into space and then runs. Ugarte inside, nobody up there with Willock. Manchester United get it back, and then Malacia straight out of play. A minute to go. They don't deserve to lose, but for Ramsdale they probably would have there.
That's a great save. Strong hand.
And he got the thanks and congratulations from his teammates as well. Straight after, Joelinton's given it away up the line. It's cheap. Here's Osula, he's won it. Then he gives it to Trippier, and Osula starts running, and he can chase after it. Maguire coming across, then backs away. Osula stumbles but keeps it in. Can Newcastle win it? Osula step overs. Osula! Oh my word! William Osula, that is magical! And 10-man Newcastle United are going to win, surely, and they're going to deserve to win with a goal that is absolutely incredible from William Osula. Osula is the hero at St James's Park, off the bench, up the line, inside, step overs, and a curler across Lemons, who was rooted to the spot. It's an unbelievable goal, and William Osula has come off the bench, maybe to give Newcastle United one of their biggest wins over Manchester United. It's an incredible moment, and if you think back in the years ahead, you'll remember where you were when you saw that from Osula, what it means, the context, the manner of the goal, the way this game has gone. Osula, right at the death, has surely won it. Newcastle United 2, Manchester United 1.
What a goal that is. I mean, he's stumbling all over the place and looks like he's going to fall over, and then he cuts inside and he just bends it with the left foot. Keeper has got absolutely no chance whatsoever. It's an incredible strike.
We said that pace that he's got is always a problem. He started the move, didn't he, by getting it out to Trippier, and then he stumbled up the line, but he cut inside. He scored one against Bromley in the FA Cup last season where he cut inside onto his left. 5 minutes have been added. The clock says 91 minutes 30 seconds. 3 minutes were added to the first half and they played 10. So your guess is as good as ours. Xerxes down under a challenge from Trippier, but the ball's gone out, no foul. Newcastle throw middle of their half. Trippier thought about going quickly up the line for Osula, but decides to wait. Game management, John Anderson.
Yeah, take your time.
Very important. Trippier's throw, Tonali beaten to it, Joelinton sticks it into the Milburn stand. Second ball on the pitch, fourth official goes on to retrieve it. Manchester United, Bruno Fernandes at the back. Stunned silence from their away support, who are normally very good and very vocal. contrast to Old Trafford sometimes. Yoro back to Lamans. Newcastle have given everything, and with 10 for most of the game. Here's Xerxes. Trippier's trying to let that run. Maguire's kept it in. Is that a goal kick? Yes, it is. Well done, referee Peter Banks.
He's been brilliant tonight. Trippier's been absolutely brilliant.
I thought you meant the referee.
No, Trippier's been brilliant.
He's captained Newcastle potentially to a major result, and he continues even at the age of 35 to perform on the biggest stage at the highest level. William Osula, as Newcastle take a 2-1 lead. Osula in the 91st minute. Trippier away, Osula runs in behind, the ball's gone out. Trippier's absolutely
dead on his feet, isn't he?
He's nothing in the tank. 94th minute, 93 minutes 50 seconds to be precise, but there'll be more time because of the goal celebration. Maguire head edge of the area, Jacob Murphy has just got to go and it's out. He's cleared it. Manchester United throw. Malacia to Maguire, who's left winger at the minute. 2-1 to Newcastle. Ahmad back to Bruno Fernandes. Wide right to Dalot. Willock with him. Dallow's left-footed cross. There's a slip in the middle. It's a free kick. It's a foul. Well, I have to say the referee's been very good in the last 5 minutes or so. Lost in the Premier League with Man United. They were 11 unbeaten going into this since they somehow stole a victory against Newcastle on Boxing Day. This could be 4 home wins in a row against Man U. They achieved last season's without Eddie Howe, who was being treated for pneumonia. They've done this potentially with 10 men. It's been an incredible effort, but it's not done yet. We're beyond the 5 minutes. Man U have lost it to Tonali. Ugarte, then Tonali's gone down. Looks like it's cramp. No foul. Mateus Cunha. It's up to the referee now. They've switched it across to the right. Bruno Fernandes. Tonali's out of the game. Newcastle are playing with 9. Floated cross. Trippier's header. It comes out for a throw. They'll probably, hang on, referee, stop the game because they need to check on Tonali. Maybe they'll just get somebody on. Sven Botman, just get another body on. You can't play with 9. Tonali went into the challenge and had a problem immediately. The substitution, Tonali's going off.
Newcastle United.
Botman is on.
Number 8, Samuel Tonali.
Dan Burn runs to the referee. Referee puts one finger up. I don't know if that's him saying 1 minute or just no, like wagging the finger. Tonali's going off. There'll be no Ramsey on Saturday. They'll have to hope that it's just cramp for Tonali. Another huge effort from him. Manchester United are trying to take the throw from the wrong place. It's now 97 minutes on the clock. I think there's probably about another minute if the referee gives a minute and a half for the goal celebrations. Throw's been taken. Bruno Fernandes. Willock gets out to him, he lifts it in, Burns header, Willock out left wing. He's won a free kick from the challenge on the touchline. Superb from Willock. Bruno Fernandes has conceded that foul, and Manchester United might be running out of time. But it's Manchester United, so never say never. BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds.
Take this free kick and then he'll blow.
To Newcastle United, who've played since the 41st minute, first of the additional minutes at the end of the first half with 10. 2 first half added on time goals, 1 for each team, and then William Osula off the bench with what is surely the winner in the 90th minute. But we're still playing. The free kick's gone up the line, it stayed in on the far left side. He's played into a 9th minute again. Joe Willock slips as Maguire comes towards him on halfway. Maguire's passes behind Yoro. How much longer? No more time. Newcastle United with 10 men have just beaten Manchester United. It's a massive result for all sorts of reasons, and it was a massive performance with 11 and then with 10 in the second half to get it. They have emptied the tank and given everything for the badge and for the black and white shirt. And William Osula, off the bench, scored a goal against Liverpool, which nearly got them a point in August. Didn't quite happen. Tonight he's come off the bench for 10-man Newcastle and curled one across Lamons with his left and into the far corner. A wonderful finish. They deserve it, John Anderson. They thoroughly deserve it.
Yeah, they battled hard, didn't they? I mean, it's an unbelievable strike by Osula. He may well score goals in his career, but he's not going to score many better than that. He just cuts inside and he hits it with his left foot, and the keeper never moves, and it hits the side net. They were running out of steam at that stage of the game as well, but they battled so hard. I mean, their work rate and the desire, especially in that second half when they were down to 10 men. We spoke about it when they played against Liverpool as well. You know, they showed so much heart and desire. It's a great win. It's an unbelievable win.
And the first of these 3 home matches in this run in March, with Man City and Barcelona to come, has gone Newcastle's way, but they've made it go their way. But it's certainly taken everything out of them. But they've won 1, and now there's 2 more huge games here over the next week to come. The lift that this will give everybody after Everton, Ando, and what wasn't a great performance, and another defeat at St James's Park, which was a 3rd in a row in the league. They've avoided 4 straight Premier League home defeats, which would have been for the first time in nearly 8 years. I mean, everybody's going to just feel so much better about Newcastle United after this, and it's been a hard season at times, but results like this just bring so much joy.
Yeah, it's taken an awful lot out of them now as well. You know, they had to work so hard, especially in that second half when they were down to 10 men. They've got to reset now, they've got to recover, and then they've got to go again on Saturday night against Manchester City. So they don't get any easier, but these players, they've got a togetherness and a willingness to work for each other. That's unbelievable, really. You know, it's great to see. They worked so hard in that second half. They had to dig in, and they come up with a wonder goal. You know, the boy comes off the bench. We know that he runs around and he chases, but that's an unbelievable goal. As I say, I doubt if he'll ever score a better goal than that in the rest of his career.
Newcastle players make their way off the pitch, and thousands of supporters have stayed to cheer them on. What about the Aaron Ramsdale save from Xerxes?
Oh, it's an unbelievable save. You know, Xerxes hits it, it's dipping all the way, and it's an incredible save. I mean, Kieran Trippier, one of the last off. he was outstanding tonight. 35 years of age, the amount of games that he's played, he was brilliant. They all were, to be fair, but he was great.
Hugs for the players from staff as they leave the pitch. Ramsdale and Osula still out there doing interviews. Our post-match chat with Eddie Howe will go on BBC Sounds. Search for Newcastle United, and there's plenty more Magpies content there that you can enjoy after the game, including our look back at the 4-4 with Arsenal, which was another epic with a late goal from 2011, 15 years ago last month. We've spoken to some of the people involved, and that programme's still available on BBC Sounds, remembering and reliving the 4-4. I just want to mention as well tonight that Darren Eales, the former Newcastle United CEO who left the club last year after being diagnosed with a chronic form of blood cancer, he's here at St James's Park tonight, looking well, saying that he's feeling well, and I'm sure he would have enjoyed watching a brilliant victory, and we again send our best wishes to him. Simon Pride will be here in a moment to chat to John Anderson, and we'll go through some of your messages as well. What a night for Newcastle United. They really needed this, and they did it with 10 men as well against Manchester United. It's lifted them up to 12th only in the Premier League. They've beaten, with a late goal from William Osula, Manchester United by 2-1.
Scott Meakin, BBC Radio Newcastle.
So on the show recently, I was joined by one of our very own, Amelia Coburn. The singer is joining one of her heroes on stage. It's only Paul Weller.
I've idolised Paul since I was younger.
Yeah.
In my childhood bedroom, I had posters from the Enemy and Uncut from years ago pinned up. So obviously when you're just chatting to him, I've got him in my contacts now, I'll WhatsApp him. That's surreal. You can't act like he's some god, even though he is a demigod, you know? You have to just, because he's normal to me, he's very down to earth. You have to just be like very personal, and because that's how he is with me, and he's really lovely.
Scott Meakin, weekday afternoons from 2, BBC Radio Newcastle.
Right, we've got a lot to pack into the next 3.5 minutes or so, Ando, in terms of analysis of that game, as William Osula and Aaron Ramsdale do their on-pitch interviews at the end of the game. Let me rattle through the other Premier League scores tonight in case you missed them. Chelsea won 4-1 at Villa. Arsenal 1-0 winners at Brighton. West Ham won 1-0 at Fulham as well, and it finished Man City 2, Nottingham Forest 2. Celtic won 2-1 at Aberdeen in the Scottish Premiership, and a massive win for Gateshead, who beat Braintree by a goal to nil in the National League to keep their chances of survival very much alive. So you'll hear reaction to that on Total Sport tomorrow evening. William Osula's now walking off. Lots of Newcastle fans have stayed in the ground just to cheer him and Ramsdale off, both of them with smiles as wide as the River Tyne after an extraordinary victory for Newcastle United. 10-man Newcastle United. They went down to 10 before a goal had been scored, and then Anthony Gordon from the penalty spot put them ahead. Casemiro with an equaliser just before half-time, and then Newcastle won it. They were under some sustained pressure from Manchester United towards the end of that half, having played very well during the second half, but then that breakaway, William Osula, who'd just come on, running from the right-hand side, the halfway line, cutting inside, and then unleashing a ridiculously good shot into the bottom left-hand corner. And Newcastle have somehow won it, Ando.
Yeah, it was a good game. It was a really good game, but it was a hell of a finish. You know, it was getting to that stage where there was tired legs out there because they'd worked so hard. They kept going, they kept digging in. The way they work for each other, they're running, they're closing down, and then Osula comes off the bench and he comes up. As I said to Razor just before we came off air, or came to you, Pridey, you know, he might score goals in his career, and no doubt he will, but I doubt very much whether he's ever going to score many that's better than what he got tonight.
Maybe this is the night that kickstarts William Osula's Newcastle United career. Who knows? He got on the pitch ahead of Johan Wissa and he scored a wonderful winner. And I've been told by the powers that be we can go on a little bit beyond 10:30 tonight. I think we need to, don't we, Ando? Because there's so much to discuss. I think we should stay until midnight. I don't know about you.
Yeah, great, brilliant. Can't wait.
We'll stay till the lights go off, which is great if you want to give us a call 0800 234 6565. That's the
nobody got homes to go to. No.
Well, people are at home. They've been listening to the commentary.
Yeah, well, some of us have homes to go to as well.
08000 321 333. Start your WhatsApp with that as BBC 81333 against starting BBC. I think you'll agree though, Andrew, it's a bit of a special night here at St James's Park, and we want to reflect on it a little bit more. Wayne has been on. Hello, Pridey. It's Wayne here. Well, John, we spoke before the game, and I said the performance and result were vital, and we got both. After a harsh second yellow for Jacob Ramsey, we outplayed them in the second half and fully deserved it. Bring on the other side of Manchester on Saturday, says Wayne, and it was a result and a performance, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was both. I thought the performance was outstanding. We, against the so-called big sides, we always seem to produce a level of performance that we raise our game somewhat. You know, when you look at the performances against Arsenal, even though we lost, and Liverpool, though we lost, Manchester City, you know, we always raise our game, and we did exactly the same thing again tonight. Just so many really, really good individual performance, and collectively they were excellent as well. You know, I mentioned Trippier at the end to Razor. You know, for 35 years of age, the amount of games that he's played, I thought he was absolutely brilliant tonight. I really did. I thought he was outstanding. Went down with a little bit of cramp towards the end, but he was,
he wasn't the only one.
No, he wasn't. There was, and not surprising. You know, not surprising with the work they put in, the running they put in, the closing down. You know, you wouldn't have thought that they were down to 10 men with that second half performance. You know, they were great. To a man, Elanga ran his socks off. You know, he walked across the line. He went and played alongside Gordon, but he ran the line and he ran the channels, and that's when you want to see him do more of. But it was just so many good performances, and as I say, it was an all-round team performance. It was absolutely brilliant, and to come up with a performance like that after the disappointment of the Everton game at the weekend as well. But it's you know, we've got to go again now on Saturday night.
Indeed, yes.
We might as well just stay here.
Well, we could do, couldn't we?
We could do, yeah.
Kev Owens in Northamptonshire, thank you for your message. What a performance. I always listen to your commentary every match. I thought it was game over at half-time with the sending off, but what a performance. Every single player, away the lads, says Kev. We've got John on the line. Good evening, John.
Good evening, Friday. Good evening, Ando. How are you both tonight?
Yeah, good, John. Thanks, yeah.
Good.
Ando's happy with the result. He's not so happy that he's still sitting here. But
that was absolutely brilliant. Ando, to be fair, you've just done it. And I think what was really interesting tonight is the people that's come in for criticism are the players that have really stepped up tonight. I know we've had problems with regards to Pope and Ramsdale, but to be fair, Ramsdale has really kept us in it tonight, Ando. What a save that was that he made towards the end there. You've touched on Trippier, and to be fair, I've criticised him quite recently, but tonight he was brilliant, you know, a proper leader. I don't think Cunha won any of his headers against him tonight. And to be fair, you know, Souther he's come in for criticism, but you cannot deny that was a brilliant finish tonight. But like you said, just individually and collectively, Ando, I think it's probably the best team performance we've had this season.
Yeah, when you consider that we were down to 10 men, John, you know, it was a similar type of performance that we put in against Liverpool here when we were down to 10 men.
Yeah, it reminded me a bit of that, yeah.
And we dug in and we battled and they worked their socks off for each other. Got their just rewards. You know, as I said, Asula, he'll score goals in his career, there's no doubt about that, but I doubt very, very much whether he'll ever score one that's better than that. You know, it was an unbelievable strike. Keeper's never moved, and it's just nestled in you know, it's a great way to win it, and it came at the right time as well, you know, right at the death. But it was look, second half they had to dig in, and with 10 men you wouldn't have known they had 10 men the way they played in that second half. You know, I thought tonight there was an awful lot more urgency, enthusiasm. We passed the ball forward. something that we didn't do against Everton. We looked to get it into advanced areas, into forward positions. Again, something that we didn't do against Everton. And it was overall, it was an outstanding performance. It really was.
No, I totally agree. And I think the important thing about tonight, Ando, is we can go into the game on Saturday with a lot more confidence than certainly what we would have had, and particularly tonight with Man City dropping points against Forest as well. Gives us a really good opportunity to go in that. The crowd will be bouncing, the team will be up for it, and I generally think we've got a really good chance against them now.
Yeah, look, the one thing about Manchester City, they always give you opportunities. You know, they always give you chances. So it's all about taking those chances. Obviously, Forest took theirs tonight. It's a good result for them. It was a result that they badly needed. But the game on Saturday, really interesting to see what sort of a side Manchester City put out, because dropping those 2 points tonight, do they now think that maybe they've given Arsenal too big of a lead?
I don't think they'll think that.
Probably not. So it'll be interesting to see what side.
They still want the quadruple, probably.
To see what type of side Manchester City put out. It'll be really interesting to see what type of side Eddie Howe puts out, because it'll be interesting to see how some of these players recover from that. I know it's only Wednesday and we don't play till 8 o'clock Saturday night, but
Big William Asula gets a start, doesn't he?
Great option off the bench on Friday.
If he can come and do that again, then
we'll see.
John, thank you very much.
Cheers, John. Take it easy.
To speak to you, and Newcastle in 12th in the Premier League with that victory, then just a point behind Sunderland, who are 11th. So all very tight in the middle of the division still, but 3 valuable points for Newcastle. Villa were well beaten by Chelsea tonight, so Chelsea have gained ground on both Villa and Manchester United. They're just 3 points behind the pair of them on 48 points. Just to go through the top of the table, seeing as you were talking about it there, Ando, Arsenal 67 points, City will the game in hand still on them on 60 points, and then Man United and Villa on 51, Chelsea on 48, and Newcastle there in 12th place on 39 points. Michael is on the line. Evening, Michael, how are you doing?
Hi Friday, I'm fine. I'm ecstatic actually. Wow, it's been brilliant, the match. Absolutely fantastic. Here's my quick thoughts. I'm going to catch your train. So quick thought. Ramsdale made 3 brilliant saves. I was just amazing. That was a rock-steady performance from him. Joe Linton had an amazing game. But the attitude of the lads were absolutely battling from the start to the finish. I think we're hard done by the referee. I haven't listened to the game because I've been at the game. But the ball went up for 3 minutes and they played 10 minutes. And I don't understand where the referee got all that extra time from. But it was certainly a battling performance. That will have taken a lot out of them. I think Man U had unbeaten in 10 games, Ando, is that right? It was a great performance. But you could see Joe Linton, he's a 10 out of 10 performance tonight. He was brilliant today. Brilliant. Yeah, really enjoyed the game. When Asula came, I said before the game, I'd take a 1-1 draw now. But when Asula come on, I said to my mate Stevie Stocks, I said, Asula's got something, he's got a point to prove, that lad. And he did well to keep it in on the right-hand side near the commentary box. He just did well to keep it in. He was a bit like Chrissy Waddle, cut in, bang, get in. The place was dynamite. It's ages since I've heard the fans singing on the way leaving the ground. Wow, fantastic. Eddie Howe, what a man. What a game. I loved it. I often say Newcastle could beat Brazil on a Saturday and get beat off Black Swans on a Monday. But it was fantastic. It was a fantastic game tonight. Fantastic. I might have to listen back to the commentary later on.
I think you should.
Catch up. It was a brilliant game.
I couldn't hear the commentary. I'm sitting next to him. I couldn't hear the commentary for the winning goal because it was so loud around the stadium. I don't know what Razor did. I don't know what you did, Ando. Ando's in disbelief.
Sorry, Ando. I'm too excited to let you get a word in edgeways. I'm sorry, but I have to catch this train.
Carry on.
I'm ecstatic. Keep the pace. I'm on a high.
I take it you're ecstatic and you're on a high, are you?
I'm on a high, but I need to get on a train even more. So I'm running for the train.
Get on your train. Get on your train. Okay.
I've got a dodgy knee. I'm still running for the train. Yeah.
Have a safe journey home, Michael.
Yeah, all the best. Bye.
Cheers.
Yeah, bye.
Do you get the feeling, Ando, that maybe Matt Bailey tomorrow morning might be replaying that call?
Yeah, possibly.
Michael enjoyed the match, and full of praise for Eddie Howe, who's taken a fair bit of criticism in recent weeks, hasn't he, on Total Sport and elsewhere?
Yeah, that will have lifted a little bit. There's no doubt about that. Look, it was a great game. You know, whether we won it or not. You know, the performance was outstanding. When we play at that tempo and with that pace and that desire, we'll give anybody a game. And we haven't seen that for a while, but it was all there tonight, and it all fell into place. And the sending off the second book, and it's one of those, isn't it? Did he need to go down? I think the linesman had a big part to play in that as well, because you could see the linesman talking to the referee headed towards the linesman as well. So look, it is what it is. It happened, but we dug in, and it was second half. They were to a man. They were outstanding. They were brilliant.
I'm going to read a few more messages out there. We'll have a chat to Morris as well. John says, what a result that is. Every player has done the club proud tonight. Big shout out to Ramsdale, who made some incredible saves, particularly that one towards the end. Trippier and Elanga have had critics, but they were brilliant tonight. And if Osula does nothing for the rest of his Newcastle career, it's a great memory that he has left us. He does need to do more, though. Great goal by Osula, says Mark, but for me it was the Ramsdale save that wins the game. Well, they both did, I guess, in conjunction. Fantastic save followed by a fantastic goal. And this one has no name on it, but it says, number one, this must be what Eddie Howe has seen in Will Osula all along. And number two, I yelled so much that my dogs started barking like mad. So I'm not quite sure who that is, but they've woken up the neighbours. Brian in Gateshead says, hi Simon, just what was needed in the second half. They seemed to channel the anger over the second yellow, and the consensus on TV was that Ramsey had just lost his footing, so hopefully it will be appealed, says Brian.
Can't appeal 2 yellows.
No, because it's a second yellow, so he won't be able to, will he? No. And I was wondering when Steve from Leam Lane would get in touch, because do you remember what his bet was?
2-1, wasn't it?
Yeah, with
Osula to score.
No, Gordon first goal.
Was it?
Yeah.
Fair play.
He had that.
Yeah. What price was that?
Yeah, 40-something to 1.
Oh, nice one. Nice one.
So he is happy.
I like bets like
that.
He
is happy.
I like bets like
he says there's a pizza on the way.
Oh, thanks very much. What, to hear?
Is that to hear? Yes, I will look forward to that, Steve.
Steve, you couldn't just send breakfast, could you?
Pepperoni with extra chilli. We'll be done soon, Ando. I'm being told until midnight. Is that all right? No, we're on till 11, but I'll do some Gateshead before 11, so you can go earlier.
That's great, thanks.
If you like. Do you like
That's very kind of you.
Okay, good stuff. Gateshead won tonight as well, by the way, in case you're just getting back into your car after the match and just getting your breath back. Right then, Morris, sorry to keep you waiting there. How are you doing?
Hey, I can wait all night, lads. What an absolute blinding game of football that was tonight. You know, I won't be able to talk tomorrow morning. My throat's gone already. Atmosphere was I was going to say horrendous, absolutely amazing, and everyone to a man, they stood up for the fans and the club tonight, because, you know, we've had a lot of critics, and I was pleased we got Ramsdale in the goal, and I know you've talked about him, but honestly, absolutely, it was one of the best games I've seen for a long time. Superb.
Yeah, look, right from the off, it was, the intensity in the game was great, you know. Even 11v11, the game was good. It was always in the balance. It was just a great game to watch. And the second half, I thought we were exceptional. Second half, you know, I thought.
You said it was always in the balance, Ando. I thought we were the better team in the first half, and I thought we thoroughly deserved that. And you know what? For to be a little bit critical, but not of the team, it was almost spoiled by another horrible refereeing display. Again, you know, that the crowd's on his back, he's getting booed off. Some of the decisions he's making, you know, where did they get the 7 minutes from half time? No, that wasn't a 6-minute delay on the penalty. We seem to, every time we play Man United, we're waiting for Fergie time again. And you know what it was? We really stuffed it up them, and I am so pleased we did, because the fans deserved that tonight. And you know, and that, I honestly think that performance was for the fans, because it was just brilliant, and I'm buzzing, and it's put the feel-good factor in. I know one swallow does make a summer, but honestly, we've got to build on that. The players were running on empty, and they just kept going. Joe Linton could hardly walk, Gordon. Honestly, I'm absolutely buzzing with that team tonight.
Yeah, rightly so as well. As I say, second half they were, they had to dig in. They looked like they would decide with 11 players in the second half.
Yeah.
But the Ramsdale save was unbelievable. If that goes in, the way they played, that kills you. That kills everybody. But he's called upon, and it's an absolutely fabulous save, because it's just dipping into that top corner, and he gets a strong hand to it. And then a couple of minutes later, Asula comes up with that.
Nobody expected that when he come on, mine did. He's been horrible the last few games, and it was made for him. And I sit in the Leazers, and I was right behind that shot, and it was going right in the top corner. And that was, I know Pickford made a worldie, but that was up there, because honestly, that, as you say, that saved the game, and it lifted that extra 5%. And honestly, we deserved that tonight. I think that's the first time they've been beaten since Carrick took over. And to go about with it like that, Bruno Fernandes, I mean, every supporter in the land hates that man. He's just a horrible player. He is. He's just, honestly, he tries to ref the game.
I tell you what,
you'd have him in your team.
He's not a horrible player. He's a very, very good player.
He's a horrible person. You'd love him in your team, but you hate him.
Yeah, I was going to say you'd love him in your team.
I don't even necessarily think he's a horrible person, because if you hear him interviewed and stuff, he comes across really well. But I think he's got that horrible nature on the pitch that basically he'll do anything to win a game, Morris, and sometimes comes across as
I've discussed that before the match. We don't have dirty players like that. We genuinely don't. Yes, everybody time wastes, but we don't go down pretending we're hurt and like trying to referee the game. But honestly, I can't get away with how I've never seen everybody celebrate in the Leazers tonight like we did, because obviously right underneath the Man United fans, and they need to change their songs as well, because I'm sick of hearing
well, do you know what, we had a message before the game saying I wonder what time the first Shearer song will be sung by the Man United fans. I'm guessing 10 minutes, said the person who texted it, and sure enough I timed it. It was 10 minutes in that they started singing about Alan Shearer. Morris, thanks ever so much. I can hear in your voice
Cheers,
just how
Morris.
ebullient you still are. What a night it has been here at St James's Park. That's where we're staying on air a little bit later, because the match went on a little bit later, and what a finale it was. 10-man Newcastle. They were doing some defending against Manchester United. Aaron Ramsdale made a spectacular save, and then there was a breakaway, and William Asula, he just about managed to keep the ball in. He went down the right hand side, he cut inside, and he unleashed an unstoppable shot from outside the penalty area into the left hand corner of the net. And we can hear a little bit from the goal scoring hero now.
Well, obviously, I was already training that yesterday in the finishing drill, practicing that. So, when I saw the ball coming down the channel, I only had one thing in my mind, is to try and beat my man and get my shot off. So, yeah, thank God it went in. So
as soon as you crossed the halfway line, you thought, right, I'm going to have a shot at the end of this?
Yeah, straight away, because I know that I can take players on and have end product in games. So I know I had belief, and I was practicing that a lot yesterday, and I knew that any opportunity, I'm just going to be direct and try and be the game changer.
Yeah, so William Asula has had his challenges since he's come to the club. Hasn't had as many minutes on the pitch as he would have liked. Last time out, he was disappointing, wasn't he, Ander? Let's be honest. But if he can do stuff like that, that'll give his confidence the world of good. He's popular with supporters anyway. They love the song, and he's always had the endeavour. But now he's going to become a bit of a cult hero, isn't he? From that goal.
Look, his willingness is always there. He chases, he runs around. But that tonight was just, you wonder where that came from. It's a worldie. As I said, it doesn't matter how many games he goes on to play and how many goals he scores. I doubt very, very much whether he'll ever score one that's better than that.
He probably won't, and certainly not as significant of that in terms of it winning a game in the very final seconds. We will hopefully be able to hear from Dan Byrne before we go off air at 11 as well, but we can talk to Johnny now, who's on the line. Hello, Johnny, how are you doing?
I'm not too bad, how are you?
Very well, thank you. Go on then, unleash it all. What are your feelings after that?
Do you know that before the game, when I was on, I was saying to Andy, I said I'm not too sure about Langen. I was probably a bit over the top with him. But I thought he was brilliant. I thought he was absolutely great. Ate my words today. Really did. And, you know, you've got to give credit for the players that, you know, maybe don't get the limelight as much as the likes of Asula, and, you know, he deserved that today. He deserved just from, you know, probably what he puts in, you know, when he does come on occasion. But yeah, what a moment. What a moment for him, and obviously it's something that he'll remember for a very, very long time. But it was just the togetherness of the team that got us through got us over the line today. That second half, you know, it didn't really look like it were against, you know, 11v10. I actually felt comfortable at times, which was going to give credit to the manager for the way it was set up as well. It wasn't really like completely backs against the wall. It was actually, no, we're still going to have a go, which is a credit to him.
Yeah, look, at second half I thought we were great to a man. You know, I thought we were the ones that looked like we had 11 and they only had 10. You know, they found it difficult to get out Manchester United because of the pressure that was being put on them. You know, we chased down everything. The aggression that we've associated with this side and the pace that they play at was all there tonight. Something that hasn't been there for a while, Johnny. You know, you look at the Everton performance and you compare it to this. It's like chalk and cheese. Yeah. You know, we were so pedestrian, so lackluster against Everton, and then they come out tonight and they put a performance like that in. It was brilliant. And look, at the end of it, there was an awful lot of tired legs, tired bodies out there, and they don't get any. Games don't get any easier, do they? You know, when you look at the games that we've got coming up. But look, they'll take an awful lot out of this tonight. You know, I thought Elanga, he worked the line so well in that second half. Joe Linton in midfield was a beast in there, and Trippier at right back was brilliant. He was absolutely outstanding. 35 years of age, to get the amount of games that he's played in such a short space of time, he's absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, it really was, and you've got to give him credit because Cunha's been one of Man United's best players, if not their best player this season.
He never gave Cunha a kick. Never gave him a kick all game.
Yeah, it was a good battle, and I think we know who won it, basically. Yeah. Okay. Anything else you'd like to say, Johnny?
I just go very quickly. What a save by Ramsdale before the goal! It was an unbelievable. Like I was right behind it. It looked like it was top corner. And do you know what? We couldn't do anything about the goal. He's coming in at a high pressure game. You know, under the lights of St James's against Man United, where they haven't lost the game in God knows how long. What a performance by him, and you know, what a team performance. That's what it was all about. It was pardon the pun, it was a United performance, United team performance in that respect. So yeah, more than happy.
Thank you very much indeed, Johnny. Good to speak to you. The Newcastle fans were repeating back to the Manchester United fans. You know the chant that they have, "You've seen United now, off you go home." Not quite like that. They were singing that almost as one in the stadium to the Man United fans up there in the top tier as the final seconds were ticking down. They were enjoying themselves, the Newcastle fans, weren't they? Jack says, hello Pridey, what a result, and we played well tonight. What does Ando think about City? He says they'll make changes. What do you think he will do for the game against City on Saturday night? Yeah,
it's an interesting one, isn't it? I think it's something that he's going to have to think about. Does he rest players? He hasn't got a great deal that he can juggle with, to be quite honest, Brady. You know, I think he's got to go to the well with an awful lot of the same players again. But we seem to raise a game for these so-called big clubs, and hopefully that'll be the case again on Saturday night.
Big Dan Burn was a rock at the heart of Newcastle's defence again. He has been talking to Razor.
I think we spoke about it at half time and said we could sort of make this one of the best results we've had in sort of the Gaffer's tenure here. And to a man, I thought we were brilliant. I think we've shown that resilience, which we haven't shown as much as we would have liked to in sort of previous weeks. And obviously buzzing that Will comes on and scores an absolute worldie. So.
Can I ask for your reflections on the sending off in the first half, which clearly changed the state of the game, but what did you make of the second yellow?
Yeah, tough. Listen, I've not seen it again, so I didn't see it. I thought JJ got up pretty quickly, so I was hoping that we might have gotten away with it, but I think the ref sort of set the tone really by booking players so early. So I think it was one of those, once he'd booked one person, he was just going to keep booking people. So tough one to take, especially for JJ, because I think he's been brilliant last few weeks, showing real quality, and probably didn't deserve that. But as I said, I think it's shown sort of great resilience from us as a team and great character, which I think we've shown countless times in the last sort of 4 years, to pick up a big result.
Did the manager use that sort of sense of injustice at half-time?
I think so. I think we've always sort of had that mentality where it's like us against the world. Very early on, the gaffer brought that in, and I felt we had that tonight. And I think playing sort of under the lights on a weekday night at St James's always seems to have that little bit more bite about it. And I've said it before, but I don't know if it's just me personally. I'm Newcastle fans, I don't particularly like Man United, so it's always nice to beat them. Obviously they're doing so well at the minute as well, so it's a very good result for us.
And can I just ask, when you saw Will Osula set off on his run down the right, what were you thinking at that point? Were you expecting what happened next?
Not probably running the corner. But no, listen, we spoke about it there. He was practicing that in training yesterday, cutting in both sides and whipping it, and I know he's got that quality. So it was nice that he could pull it off on such a special night, and I think that's probably the quickest I've ran all season, trying to run to celebrate with him as well. Really, really happy.
Dan, how pleased were you with the overall performance, beginning kind of in the Newcastle way from the off in the first half, 11v11?
Yeah, definitely. I think like me and Sven were watching before the game when we won 2-0 a couple of years ago, and just like seeing just how good the press was and how like ferocious we were. Like it just sort of made me want to do that again. And I think in previous games we've probably not been as resilient and getting the results we wanted. Maybe a little bit of bad luck, but I think tonight showed that we've still got the quality to do it. And you've touched on it there, but it's a massive month, but a big week at home as well. Man City next, then Barcelona. You've already got one big result. It sets the other two up nicely, doesn't it? Yeah, definitely. And listen, we're full of confidence. We believe that we can get results in those games. We've beaten City at St James's before. I thought we'll give Barcelona a really good game. We're looking forward to it. We've got a lot of games, and we'll have played a lot of games this season, but we're excited.
That was Dan Byrne speaking to Matthew Raisbeck, and also to Gary Flintoff as well of BBC Radio 5 Live. Obviously very happy after tonight's game. Sven Botman's just gone off the pitch after doing his vigorous warm down, having just come on right at the very end of the game. I can see Joe Linton emerging from the tunnel. He was a beast again tonight.
Yeah, he was busy in there, wasn't he? He put himself about. You could see that he was well wound up for it, and he was excellent in that midfield. He got in about them, got close to them, and he used the ball well.
Yes.
Sometimes he can be sloppy on the ball, but tonight he used the ball really well.
And there was a cuddle there for Joe Linton Jr., who I'm sure enjoyed watching Daddy's performance tonight, and yeah, we'll sum things up in just a tick, and I'm just going to go through the other scores, because I know there'll be some people who are at the game tonight probably getting in their cars and have been so absorbed in what's been going on the pitch here at St James's Park they won't be aware of what else has happened tonight. So yes, Chelsea 4-1 winners at Aston Villa. What's happened to Aston Villa, Ando?
Blown up, haven't they?
Yes, sorry.
Since we beat them in the cup.
Didn't realise you had your mouth full.
They haven't won a game. Happy breakfast.
Yeah. Arsenal won 1-0 at Brighton. West Ham were 1-0 winners at Fulham as well, so their fight to stay in the Premier League goes on apace. And Manchester City 2, Nottingham Forest 2. Excellent point for Forest there. Man City will see that as a couple of points dropped. So that's how it looks in terms of the other Premier League scores this evening. Celtic beat Aberdeen 2-1 in the Scottish Premiership, and there was a huge victory for Gateshead in the National League, a 95th minute winner for them. So they beat Braintree by 1-0. So they still very much harbour hopes of dragging themselves out of the National League relegation zone. I know there'll be reaction to that match on Total Sport tomorrow evening, along with plenty more reaction to what has happened here. Just time for some closing thoughts from you, Ando, now that you've kind of absorbed everything that you've witnessed this evening.
It was a great game from start to finish. It was a great game, great tempo to it, great atmosphere around the place. The crowd players gave the crowd something to shout about, and crowd got behind them, and when we went down to 10 men, the noise got even louder. And the goal that Osula's got, it's an absolute worldie to win any game, to be quite honest.
Ando, thank you. You can stop
Cheers,
now.
Brady, thanks.
Razor sent a message to say he's waiting to speak to Eddie Howe, but there are 12 overseas broadcasters, and Eddie Howe is currently speaking to a TV channel from Finland. Everybody wants to speak to the Newcastle United manager, and why not? It's been an extraordinary night. Newcastle down to 10 men. It looked like Aaron Ramsdale had saved them a point with a wonderful save near the end, but no one had reckoned with William Osula.
Newcastle United are awarded a penalty, but VAR will surely be taking a look. Was it inside the box, the foul? Yes. Gordon from the penalty spot. Here we go. It's in! Gordon down the middle. Lemons dived out of the way to his left. And Anthony Gordon is just so reliable from 12 yards. And he has delivered in a huge moment for 10-man Newcastle United, who've been the better team, but have had Jacob Ramsey sent off, and in first half added on time, they've opened up a lead. Newcastle United 1, Manchester United 0. Bruno Fernandes in line with the penalty box, sends it in. It's an equaliser. Newcastle's lead in first half added on time didn't last long. How long are we playing on for? We are now into the 54th minute of the first half, and Bruno Fernandes clipped in the free kick, and it's Casemiro who scores with the header. He made the mistake leading to the goal. Ramsdale is beaten, and Newcastle's advantage on the scoreboard has gone. It's Newcastle United 1, Manchester United 1. Here's Osula, he's won it. Then he gives it to Trippier, and Osula starts running, and he can chase after it. Maguire coming across, then backs away. Osula stumbles but keeps it in. Can Newcastle win it? Osula step overs. Osula! Oh my word! William Osula, that is magical! And 10-man Newcastle United are going to win, surely. And they're going to deserve to win.
Total Sport North East.
On the station with Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Radio Newcastle. On the BBC Sounds app, on your smart speaker.
Play BBC Radio Newcastle.
And on your radio.
The sound of the North East is BBC Radio Newcastle.
BBC News at 11 o'clock. This is Cassie Galpin.